Tension is rising, crowd united and vibing. Whatever is next, we riding. Got the whole unit, we sliding. Tonight, no turning back, don't cut on no slack. Nobody surviving. Prepare, could be any minute. If we can do what we do, then we can win it. Or this is the end, like a life sentence. Move like a general, keep it consistent. Don't let them up till they are finished. We're going in like we back for vengeance. Tension is rising. Tension is rising. Get on your feet. Whatever we do, repeat. It's time to take to the streets. We won't stop defeat. Cause this is the danger, danger, danger zone. Danger, danger, danger. Get on your feet. Whatever we do, repeat. It's time to take to the streets. Cause we won't stop defeat. Cause this is the danger, danger, danger zone. Danger, danger, danger zone.
Good morning, Utrecht, and everybody watching at home here for our third European regional qualifier. James and Bandit here to take you through with all of the fans here in the venue and all of the players, because we've got a lot of people still in the runnings for our tournament. Of course, we are looking not only to crown a top 64, a top 8, but it's going to be all about that third regional qualifier champion here in Europe. Bandit, your first day at the RQ circuit yesterday here for Riftbound, how was it for you?
It was exhilarating. It was memorable, and honestly, it's almost sad to think that this is the last day already.
The last day, but of the first event. We're going to have, I hope, plenty more as we continue, and we've got a lot on today. We have so much Riftbound. We had plenty yesterday, plenty today. It's going to be, as you've seen it, Swiss play for the first 5 rounds of the day, followed by a top 8 cut all the way through to our finals, which always has been excited, and our champions are still undefeated. We'll get to that later on in the day. So a long day of Riftbound, but a great day.
Honestly, yesterday felt short in comparison. I could have squeezed in a few more rounds.
Yeah, just keep going. We'll do more. Well, like more rounds, and more important things to play for is always the case here at the regional qualifiers. Of course, we mentioned it coming into today. We're looking at top 64 as the first kind of benchmark moment for people. You've made day 2, now you want to get that top 64 spot.
Yeah, if you want to qualify for the eventual regional championship, that is the hallmark that you have to pass through. Top 64, and we will be seeing you once more.
Then, if you want to make a name for yourself, top 8 is that all-important moment where people are like, hang on a moment, this player is somebody we need to keep our eyes on. Top 8, always a massive accomplishment. And of course, the champion of the event will get the unique pricing of the champion promo and playmat. And of course, we've got best of pricing to give out today. Lots of great players still in the running for their best ofs, and of course, the top 8 as well. Here are our top 10 ranked players. You can see 9 8-0s currently, and then Bias just sneaking in there with the 7-0-1, that draw, putting him in the top 10. This is a laundry list of players, but also, some familiar faces. We've got, of course, Squirtle, our previous regional winner over in Lille, still undefeated for the first day of the tournament.
Honestly, when you're going through the list, it is always stunning that the same names over and over seem to make it really hard for all the rest to get a spot in any top 10 whatsoever. But this time around, honestly, I'm just excited at the sheer variety that we're seeing. Some Rek'Sai leaking through over from China. The aggro is starting to bloom and blossom.
And Colin, we saw on stream yesterday, undefeated on the set, 8-0. We know how good Colin is. We know the best ofs have been picked up multiple times by Colin, so no surprises to see that performance so far. So many players to keep our eyes on. Alan undefeated still. No surprises there. But he lost the game yesterday to Sylvan.
But here's the thing. That is such a wild thing to be putting out, that the expectations upon these players are so incredibly high, to the point where going 8-0 is almost expected, and going 7-1 is he having an off day?
Is he? Well, that matchup was the Diana versus Yi matchup. And okay. This next stat, people are going to clip and be like, okay, what's wrong with the meta?
Hold on to your
Let's take a look at our conversion rates for day 2, because this is insane. A 59% conversion rate for Master Yi. That means of the 184 players that queued into the event with Master Yi, 108 of them have made day 2.
That is the mad part, right? If Yi was a legend that had 11 players, that had 10 players, all right, you can easily sway the conversion rate. This is the most played legend at the event, and it's still smashing any and all expectations. For context, Bologna, League of Draven, what was it, 38%? 38% conversion rate of the boogeyman of the meta.
Irelia, likewise, with Draven and Lille, we're kind of like 28, 29%. I do want to give a little bit of context to this. Because the overall percentage of Yis played was around about 10%, it means, this sounds really bad, it means there were fewer unsuccessful Yis, whereas in a meta where we had like 20% meta share of like Draven. That's kind of
We're eyeballing it, right?
yeah, exactly. A rough statistic. You had more players that weren't quite making it there. So yes, this does mean that Yi is a strong deck, but look at how high the conversion rate is down the rest of it. We had a 46% for Diana.
Those are all so high.
We had a Sivir particularly high. So I think one thing as an additional level to this, yes, of course, Marseille is one of the decks to beat, and that is not something I'm gonna kind of paste over.
It's undeniable.
People are starting to really delve deep into like, hey, I'm refining how I play on this deck. My matchups are getting better. We're doing more events, so people are a lot more confident, especially in these early rounds where you hit a whole bunch of different matchups.
And you got to keep in mind, we are nearing the tail end of Unleashed here. So people are getting more comfortable. We are nearing the peak of knowledge available, of experience gained with the cards available at this moment. Take into account in that Yi has such an incredibly high floor.
Yeah.
So reliant, so consistent to do at least that can lead to dazzling numbers like 59%.
Yes. So my prediction yesterday on Yi doing really well of getting to day 2, but then crumbling a little bit today, like we've seen from Irelia. I hope comes to fruition because otherwise I'm going to look really stupid. But that's why I have Diana here, because I'm like these high skill ceiling champions and legends, I think can quite handedly deal with the Yi.
And the stats don't lie. Yeah, Diana is one of the few decks that actually does have a positive win percentage into the Yi. So you're really going to have to try duck and dodge, get the matchups that favor you, and when you don't, keep a cool head and make that top cut anyway.
Meanwhile, you got to feel happy with Colin still being in this.
Oh, that old thing.
To be honest, you only need one set to make it through to look like a god.
That is the thing. I really do believe that with Set in its current position, it can do incredibly well into the Yi. It can do incredibly well into the more reactive decks like the Annie, like we saw yesterday, that can leave Annie completely powerless. I believe still, this is the one for Colin.
The one for Colin, and of course we have talked a lot about the names, the players that are here in the venue this weekend, and of course we always appreciate the fans and the community that come out to our regional qualifiers. Let's take a look at a few more of the fans here at RQ Utrecht.
Hi, better here with RQ Utrecht. Joining me is Sylvan, frontman for our Polish delegation. I will say Riftbound superfan, Hussar hype beast. How are we feeling today?
Bro, I'm flattered, you know? Very good. The overall feeling here is insane. A lot of people. Like, I would say this weekend we'll have, what, 3,000, 4,000 people in this venue? It's insane. It's insane.
It is absolutely crowded. Everyone is bringing their A game, not just to this event. You've been bringing your A game for a while, starting in Bologna. Where you From day one. Now, just to kind of, what drives that passion to join all of these events with all the passion that you have?
I can speak just for me that I've been a shortcaster for League of Legends. For me, League of Legends was my whole life, to be fair. My current situation in life is because I was so close with League of Legends. So when I see Riftbound coming, I just decided, like, I love card games, I love League of Legends. It's the two best things for me to be connected. So I just love the people, love the energy, love the game, everything here.
And it's not only coming from you, because every time we see you,
yes,
you are surrounded by Polish brethren and sisters, bringing all of the energy. Is that something inherent to just the Polish community in itself?
Okay, give me this microphone. Give me. I'm not gonna lie. In Poland, Riftbound is like the biggest thing. Everyone's so hyped. We have local tournaments with 100 people. We love to be competitive, we love to play casually, and the fact that I'm surrounded with these people is just because they love to come here and have fun. It's just because of that. But the point is, since day one we heard that Riftbound is coming, Riftbound was hyped up in Poland. We just love that.
I mean, it shows so clearly from the energy you bring, the energy that everyone brings to each and every single event. Now, I mean, whenever you bring up Poland, you have to talk Alan. And you were there in Bologna when he lifted his very first trophy. How did that feel as a spectator to see that happen right in front of you?
No matter the sport, let's say Riftbound is a sport, right?
Yeah.
No matter the sport, we love rooting for our representatives and seeing this GOAT playing in the tournaments, it just gives us this dopamine rush every time. And not only him, we have many talented players. We have Barczek, we have Szychu, we have Sebik that come second in Bologna as well. So Alan is just very prominent tip of an iceberg.
So now that he has not only acquired his first trophy, but his second trophy, and is now hunting for his third, will he get it in Utrecht, his third trophy?
Hear me out. Not only Utrecht. From this spot, I can say that Alan will be the first world champion of Riftbound, right? I can tell you that.
I think it's very clear. He clearly has the support not only from you, but everyone around us. Now, I'm going to have to ask, how many of your friends did you bring along for Utrecht today?
200 people, I think, in total. Here is like, I don't know, maybe 100. There are a lot of people still waiting for the on-demands at this point, coming to the venue. But I think easily, like what, 200 osób Polski, 200 osób, 200 people from Poland at least.
And are they just as passionate as you are?
Podoba wam się Riftbound?
And are they just as passionate about cheering on a potential 3-time champion?
Kibicujemy Alanowi! But of course, other players as well, you know.
We're cheering for everyone in top 8.
Of course.
However, there can be absolutely no doubt about the passion that the Polish delegation is bringing. I'm going to bring it up one more time, guys. How are we feeling?
Wait. Guys, na 3-4, Polska górą. 3-4, Polska górą!
Magic.
Just one last thing. In Poland right now, we have this thing, onomatopoeia. If you are not going to have a great weekend, not a good tournament, you are going nini. But if you are feeling locked in, if you're feeling prepared, you are going to pack. And this weekend, we are definitely going to pack. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Everyone, thank you so much for showing up. Absolutely wonderful experience. Best of luck today.
All right, over 1,800 players entered the Rift here in Utrecht. Last chance dreams of winning those best of legends from Origins, having a chance at $6,000 and a chance at the elusive regional championship. Now, only 300 remain. Conquest, points, glory. That is what our Riftbounders will be battling for. And I, Shea Burton, along with Leo, will be your tour guide through the biggest regional qualifier to date. And we're getting straight into the action here, Leo, with an all-star, star-studded match here.
Yeah, you were speaking of some of the greatest players ever, and Alan ZQ, former Runeterra world champion, of course, 2 times regional qualifier winner, already still undefeated here in Utrecht. And he is playing against none other than Colin, the boss, who is going to play Set. So that is a very, very interesting matchup, because with Unleashed, this deck has finally received something that is a counterspell. It is the Repulse.
Yep.
That is going to be a key card in that matchup, because otherwise, you know, Set is a really, really clunky deck. You have your units that are going to be buffed up strong, almost unkillable, but they can be bounced.
Yeah, and it just lets you recur, you know, those high might characters, units that you can put down, put them back to base with your legend ability. But it looks like we are getting started here in our Swiss Round 9 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. We are in day 2. Both players currently at that perfect 8-0 record. And Colin is starting us off with that Set the Boss deck.
Already has a Cythria of Cloudfield. Very, very nice throwback, that card as well, to Runeterra times. Diana is being played. Of course, that is the nicest thing about playing Diana. Is, you know, you're going second, and usually with every deck, you're like, I would have liked to go first. But with Diana, you are not worried at all. You're just playing your incredibly powerful, valuable Diana 3.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, good.
But it looks like for Colin, we are just going to see that champion unit come down, going to get a buff as well. And it is back over to Alan, as you do say, can play from first or second here, Diana. One of the reasons why it is terrifying our metagame right now. It looks like we've got some decisions to make here, Leo. What are we thinking?
Oh, we're developing a Vex.
Oh, sorry.
Seems
already thought
Yep.
that this might be a good time to immediately bounce that set, but no, Alan says, yep, I am just going to develop the Vex and see what you are doing. Doesn't have to be afraid of any sort of ambushing on the side of the rockfall path. But I would not assume that this is the battlefield that Colin wants to play in anyway, since he has the Monastery of Hirana, which is one of the most powerful battlefields in Riftbound, I want to say. However, very underutilized because just quite as simply, not as many decks can play on it. You need to constantly be able to generate buffs.
But that is exactly what Colin's deck loves to do. This deck is all about buffing, and that legend ability can come in the clutch. When a buffed unit would get killed, you can expend the buff, and it will just come back to your base. And these units, these are all pretty big already. But it looks like we are going to see a straight conquest into that monastery. Oh, into a stat deck. Okay, I thought we were going to see something quite cool there, but the stat deck letting Alan filter through that deck. And it's going to be a very clash of two different play styles here. You know, the Dan, a very tricksy deck.
Yeah.
Reduce might, win those showdowns, of course, but then Colin, with those buffs, that might can get rather high. So will Alan be able to
Sorry,
weather the
I need
storm?
to judge. I had one card flip in my deck that was... I need to check if there is no more flipped cards.
You would think that a deck like Set is very straightforward, you know, very, very clunky, very low decisions, much punching.
Yep.
I mean, that's just like the spirit of Set, no? But
You're good.
there's very few players who succeed with Set, and it's basically only Colin all the time who runs away with Set, now spends a buff, gets to draw another card. So he must know something that all of the others don't.
Well, it's been working quite well for him currently at that 8-0 record. Get that first mate now so you can ready up that champion unit. Gets that buff back. So the ability there. And you can sort of see the synergy, right? You spend your buffs. Pit Rookie, that's another buff now, I should say, on the boss. and we're back over. And look at that board. It's looking quite scary. It's over to Alan now, though.
Vex is significantly less strong when your opponent is already developed in base. So on the rune, it's not the strongest of all the cards out there. Diana now just going for a little bit of extra value. Checking top card. Didn't find a spell. This one is going to be a Kha'Zix as well. We're going to leave that on top of the deck, of course. However, that card loses a lot of value when your opponent knows that you have it.
For sure. You know, that ambush card can go up to 6 if it is slamming into a...
Marked, can you fix it? It's just like jutting out of the sleeve.
As you do say, yes.
Deeper,
When you know an ambush card's coming, you can play around it rather well.
Especially with the Rockfall path on the battlefield.
Oh, for sure,
or being one of the battlefields. Knowing that a Kha'Zix can come down, you can perfectly just play around it the entire time, saying, hey, my units that shouldn't get Kha'Zix, I'm going to play those into the Rockfall path and the Monastery of Hirana. You have the option to always go in with like 2 units.
Of course, to negate that ability there, that the card that gets the extra 2. Tide Turner coming down. We are going to swap the down around.
Go to 2.
Tide Turner oftentimes in this deck works not only as something that utilizes the Hui, but it's a little bit of a sacrificial lamb sometimes when you're trying to conquer with cards like your Diana or Vex, and then you try to pull them out of those battlefields to later on generate more value or some value at all, because the first time Alan ZQ used the Diana ability this turn, he just revealed a Kha'Zix. So not trying to find, or trying to find spells, but just not being able to do that. He still has 5 runes up. He's up in 1 point. However, the development that Colin has is quite strong. And now a Sabotage might force out a reaction immediately. That is going to be a Star-Crossed. Do you bounce the Vex?
Yep, to return that boss. Oh, yeah. Do we have a no? We have a spot. No, so that boss is going to put back to hand that champion unit, and the Tide Turner will be getting sent back to hand as well. And then a flash to preserve that Vex. That is going to go through. As you do rightfully say, Vex isn't as impactful when your opponent has a board state develops. But and Sabotage looks like we're going to send a Gust to the bottom of the deck.
Now, this might have all looked rather impressive, right? But this Sabotage completely tapped out Alan ZQ immediately and ripped 3 cards off the hand.
Yes.
You took away a Gust. Flash was used immediately. Because people see Flash as this amazing bailout card, right? You can score for points and then you can still use your Flash. But in the end, it is still an unfavorable trade. If your opponent pushes into a battlefield and you have to Flash to preserve your units, if you do not have a Hui there or a Stellar Converter, you're still going to go -1. And this is also what happened here. Yes, we preserved the Vex into the base. Yes, we used Starcross to put the set Kingpin back to hand. But those are cards that we have just used. So Alan ZQ all of a sudden down to 3 cards in hand just after 1 Sabotage when he was at 4 or 5 before.
Even, you know, removing that Starcross, I'm sure Alan would love to have saved that, you know, for arguably a better time, right? But that is going to go, oh, we are going to see 4 runes being used here. It's going to be a champion unit coming back down. That champion unit is rather scary. It gains 1 extra might for every other friendly unit at a battlefield.
It's already quite huge with 5 might for...
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That is... Or Fiora coming down as well. When it's mighty, gaining a whole multitude of keywords. Deflect and ganking and shield. Obviously very easy to get to that mighty. Just needs a singular buff. And there it is. Getting played to that battlefield. That is a stacked looking battlefield there, Leo. Colin having a very devastating looking board. It's over to Alan now, though. We know the contents of the hand already from that Sabotage. Wonder what that top deck was there.
That is 8 might on the battlefield already, and you have already gotten out that Starcross. You have full information because we quite frankly remember it's Kha'Zix mutating horror on top of the deck because Alan revealed it with Diana. So full information on set side, on Colin's side, which is also why he played that Fiora into the monastery.
Of course, yes.
So just 2 steps ahead at all times. It's a fantastic example of one of the best Riftbounders in the world, trying to not get his opponent out of this chokehold that he has on him when it comes to might on board.
He's got a stack deck decision there.
Gust Pit Rookie.
Oh, gusting a Pit Rookie. Not the best target in the world.
That does open up the Kha'Zix for the extra damage now, though. So we are going to see, is that Vex and the Kha'Zix slamming in. Kha'Zix obviously swinging for 6 with that ability there, ambush. Does Colin have a response?
Does he need one is the bigger question, because you have 6 might on that Fiora. You trade away possibly the Kha'Zix or the Vex. Honestly, both are great targets.
Yeah. We do know that Colin does have a Rengar in the hand.
And you could just set save your Fiora. I don't think he's losing too much. Yeah, he's paying the power cost, spending the buff. Oh, are we? Yeah, spending the buff and just recall the Fiora.
Just going to recall it with that legend ability. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna play around Vex, because it is still in play. So you can just charge it in next turn. So we are just debating exactly what to do here.
The Kha'Zix.
Takes out the Kha'Zix, says, hey, I have everything developed that I need anyways. I don't want you to have a 6 might unit. Leave the Vex there. I am looking strong already. However, if you're looking at just the board state, Alan ZQ currently controlling both battlefields at 4 might. Still has 2 runes up, but he has used the flash already. That would be the bailout. And that only works once if you only play 1. I don't even know if he's only playing 1. Yeah, he is.
But this is something I want to draw attention to a little bit here. This Diana deck is used to just removing these threats, as we are going to see a hidden card come down. But with that legend ability from Set, the threats aren't being removed. We saw the Fiora just get come back to, it's almost like it's just got flashed, right? So I'm intrigued to see if Alan can sort of win this attrition of war. Was that a repulse off the top?
Oh yeah.
That is a great card. That's going to be amazing into the Diana in any showdowns, just removing any threats that Alan can throw back towards you. One of the premier cards from the Unleashed set for us body players out there. We love a cheeky repulse.
Yeah.
Look at the options. We've got the Pit Rookie. We have a Rengar. We have a Set as well. Pit Rookie going to instantly give that Fiora a buff, I imagine.
It could. There is a world in which you buff the first mate, so it just attacks over the Diana for 1 more might. But of course, that is a lot more sensible. Getting that deflect, getting that shield, and ganking. I mean, those two keywords really don't help you right now if you're sitting in base waiting for the offense.
But if the Fioria sticks,
Yeah.
then you just become that wrecking ball going battlefield to battlefield.
So where are we pushing with Fiora?
Hey.
Going into the Vex battlefield immediately together with the first mate.
Any backup? Are we going to send anyone else in? There is a hidden card there. Could be a tide turn, most likely a tide turn. We did see the hand. There was quite a few tide turn, and we did get the hand knowledge from the sabotage. But here we go. 7 versus 4.
He has so many cards and so many runes up and so much might developed already. I really doubt that there is something that
Sure.
AlanZQ can do to completely surprise him.
So this is 6v7 with the focus passed.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Are you ready?
Fiora shall go back to
Wow.
base again. Such a favorable trade. And we draw a card of the Monastery by using the buff on the Cytheria. Cytheria, a 2-drop that doesn't constantly push for points. It's just sitting there generating value in Monastery games.
You can just see the value of that legend ability. That Fiora has essentially been killed twice, and it just comes back to base. And the next turn, it's going to go charging in again. You get the draw power for the Monastery. This is what the Dino deck isn't used to dealing with. You think, well, I deal with these threats. You're going to have to try and develop more. Colin can just say, well, you can deal with it. It's back here. It's coming straight at you next turn again. Bear in mind, we still have the repulse. Oh, here's that signature spell as well. That showstopper, buff a friendly unit, and then you can send it into a battlefield. This can go straight into the other one.
Yeah, that is a really, really good card. When I read it first, I thought, hey, this doesn't really do too much. However, when you have your recalled unit that just basically died and then didn't, it really does a lot of work on the offense. Fiora pushing into the rockfall path now. Very hard to respond to that with one rune left open. You can see it in the body language of AlanZQ right now. He's not happy how this game is going. Superfight to dig 4 more cards. You're not going to use that on Fiora. That's going to cost you a power now. So
wow, and the Fiora is just going to go through. I think the name Fiora Victorious here is very apt, living up to its keyword in there. Absolutely incredible value. And the Fairfolk coming down to get a buff as well. You can just see the synergy here. We're drawing power with buffs. We're recalling with buffs as well. Is over to Alan now, though. We have some options there.
when was the last time you saw a Diana outvalued like this? By a deck that is order and body.
Yeah, I know. Traditionally, you know, 2 domains together haven't had the greatest amount of success, but looking at this, it's quite honest. I think it's poetry in motion watching these units. Just dance around, high might. And if you're Alan, you've been board wiped. I mean, you have a Moonfall, but you've got nothing, you know, to threaten at least this turn.
And there's so much might, so much pressure, especially with the irresistible Faithfolk as well.
For sure.
That one can just push up into the rockfall path from base, drag a unit, whatever unit AlanZQ wants to play.
And it is just going to be the concession. Alan realizes there's no way out of this, and Colin takes our game 1.
Yeah, he had it coming. There was no way out of that scenario. No way in the world. Maybe a way from the top could have helped him there, but developing that would have taken another turn. That's a double hold. You're suddenly onto 6. And how are you holding against this many units with an irresistible Faithfolk in base, with the Fiora Victorious?
Yeah, I think you're right. Even if you did get the way down, Colin had the Faithfolk there, could just, you know, develop another unit or a couple units, drag it in, send it to the trash. And I think you're right. Colin's got too far ahead, too many big units, and with that Legends ability, those units weren't going anywhere. So we are in our siding process here. What do you think what do you think Alan will be siding in here after that game? Because you saw a lot of the deck, sure. You saw the tips and tricks, as it were. What do you think he can respond with to help even out this game too?
I think you need a lot of bouncy cards to stop this.
For sure.
The advantage that set has when it comes to sideboards is the deck doesn't really use equipments. So all the gear hate that people play versus Aurora, it's not really in there. People play invert timelines to stop the Lux loop. That also really won't help you because most of the time, especially after Monastery of Hirama is out, you're not going to have like 20 cards in hand. So I think it's going to be super hard. We have seen him side Singularity before. I reckon that's a card that works because I think AlanZQ is also running some equipment removal in the main deck. And that's going to go out for sure.
That's an interesting thing. I like to draw attention to the fact you talked about the bouncy cards, because the legend doesn't work on bouncing. It only works if a unit was to die. So you can't, you know, I think how Colin was able to win that game, you saw the Furore just never leave the field. It just comes slamming into after turn. If you can just remove that, even for one turn, so you can stabilize, could be a very different game there for Alan. But maybe the key was that sabotage, though, just removing that star-cross and saying, now the field will be mine. Can Colin do it again? Because quite honestly, that looked like a very one-sided affair.
Yeah, that sabotage just came in the right moment. You forced out the flash 100% because you really needed that. Otherwise, you use all of your units. The Starcross, I mean, the Gust is so low value in that matchup that I think it was also very correct of LNZQ to throw that Starcross immediately down to that as well. But then again, you have just completely lost your entire turn. You passed on a lot of runes that were open. Just from a sabotage, you exhausted 4 runes and you lost 2 cards in hand. That was crucial.
And that is why I think we can see Colin is currently, what, 8-0 right now. You can just see the deck works. But if anyone can win a game 2 and a game 3, I think Alan ZQ is high up on that list. 5-2, drop the Ravenbloom student, is back over to Colin. 3 body runes to play with. And it is going to be that Lucian. You love that card, don't you?
Love myself. I'm very happy to see it. And this card is even crazier in the Monastery of Irana because you can empty that battlefield every single time. You never hold it, basically. And you just keep drawing. Now, Ravenbloom pushes into the Targon's Peak. And, of course, that is Diana's favorite battlefield to play in, even more than the Ravenbloom Conservatory, just because this battlefield gives you so much tempo. When you go first, you will have access to that first. So it is going to be rather easy for you to actually defend this. Now, of course...
Wow, okay. Got the double ambushes in the hands.
That is not...
No, it's not ideal. We're not really generating our buffs here. We actually...
Oh, no. No Vi Peacekeeper. We have 5.
Yeah, I was literally about to say we can't use the Vi.
Yeah.
We haven't got any order runes for that one. And that means our champion unit is also locked out. That requires 1 order as well.
Yeah, and it feels like... it is so hard to tell. It feels... there is
and the Gust of... There is a Repulse in hand, I believe. But do you want to set... It's only a 1-of, I believe. Do you want to use that now?
There is a world in which you just accept it and then replay the Lucian. Just say, I don't care about that point.
I think I agree.
Because if you play a Rengar from hand now, you're going to be completely tapped out. And if you give Alan ZQ a turn where he just taps out, where you're completely tapped out and you just have a Rengar on board, I can tell you that is not going to end well.
But what are the options, though? Or just putting down the Lucian again and leaving free open? Yeah.
You have to find some of the order runes, and then again, afterwards, you have to find some more answers, because if you're playing those cards on 5, any little thing that could happen to you is going to tip you over. And if you lose tempo against Diana, especially with a pilot like Alan ZQ, it's not going to end well.
The Vex Apathetic is in hand. When the board hasn't been developed, this could be very impactful. Would be very costly to use now, though. We wouldn't have many runes open. But this feels like a very different game to game 1, right? In game 1, Colin was off to the races, buff, unit straight away, as we are going to see Diana charging in there.
Quite curious to see if Alan is just going to leave that Diana. Oh, that's a nice pickup.
That's a good pickup right there.
Leave that Diana in the Valley of Idols, just because in the last turn, Colin did not push the Lucian into that Targon's Peak, signalizing, okay, we're completely passing with open wounds.
Got some order runes. We got 1 order rune.
It's big.
You could even push your Vex Apathetic into the Valley of Idols and buff it as well if you want. Just make it a little bit harder. We are going to see Lucian go charging in, it looks like. That's currently a trade on a 3-3. We know Stupefy is in hand, though, for Alan. Didn't have a chance to see how many runes he has open, though.
Is that going to become an even trade? Alan just wants to go for the Diana Predict ability. Finds another
Stupefy. Now, he could play your Ambusher there. Oh, we are. We are going to get that Vi Peacekeeper. That would stun the Diana as well.
I'll star across the Vi.
Oh, but here comes a Starcross, Leo.
Do you bounce the Lucian here? Because Vi Peacekeeper has a valuable resource in hand. Of course, it wouldn't be that energy efficient.
Oh, no, we're going to see the Repulse come down. That's going to stop that since the Starcross does target 1 unit. Repulse will just stop that right there in its tracks. 2 runes open for Alan. We know there's another we know there's Stupefiers in hand. It's going to be a stat deck, it's looking like. There's that one-off repulse held off earlier from that Lucian, coming in a much better time, much more value.
Actually, about Starcross, I had to read that up. It targets 2 units. It's one friendly and one of the opponent. And
yes.
Repulse just says 1 unit and no more friendly units.
Yes, so yeah, you are correct. Yeah.
But it still absolutely does protect you from Starcross. Now, puts away the illusion here, keeps it in base. But Alan ZQ, even though he lost that trade, that is 2 runes gone for Colin.
Yep, still no order runes for what it's worth. I mean, I guess you kind of have to get him next turn though, but...
He is still sitting on a lot of runes. He's ahead in points. That might be the perfect moment to retreat the Ravenbloom student and then develop the Vexed Cheerless. Exactly, goes wide in base. That's the great thing about Diana and the patience of these pro players. When you have a solid advantage in points, you can give points away and use this time that you are giving your opponent, where they have to go on aggression. You use that to build up your base and then go for even bigger pushes. You don't need to win a game with 8 victory points to 0. That is, quite frankly, going to be super hard. Possible in some matchups, less possible in others. You just need to win by 8-7. Every win you get like that is good enough.
Here's something I want to draw some attention to. Some sideboard there from Colin. Only had access to 1 repulse in game 1. Now has a second, so he realizes this is a matchup I need those repulse.
This is basically what Master Yi wants to do versus Diana as well.
Okay.
You want to have Defies for
for
Moonfall and for Starcrossed, and Repulse does just that.
Yes. So now if you're Colin, technically you can go charging in. You imagine that's going to go through, Lucian will ready when he conquers a battlefield, so he can just go back to base if he likes.
I just kind of wish it was High Noon Lucian.
Oh, are we going to see champion unit? I think we might be. It is coming in with that buff as well.
If it goes in.
It has the tank keyword and gets 1 extra might for each friendly unit at the battlefield. That's currently, what is that, 6-7? That was unintentional.
I think Colin, with the amount of runes he has, at least he does never have to worry about resolving a punch first anymore. That is going to absolutely be possible for him for the rest of this game. And also having the repulse. So he has 2 runes open. He can counterspell 1 targeting card, and he can still +5 might one of his cards with 2 runes open. That is about the strongest position you can be in. However, if you are behind in points like that, still tough position to be in if Alan decides to go on the offense.
See the Vibe Peacekeeper coming back. I like that because you can sort of reuse his ability to stun a unit when it is attacking. Ooh, what are we gasping about?
Oh, that is Singularity. That is a card that targets 2.
Oh, so you can't repulse that one.
Yeah, and I think that set might be sitting at 6, no? That would be juicy.
Set is at 6 because the Vibe...
No. Gets +1 for each friendly unit, not each other friendly unit.
Oh, so it counts itself?
Yeah.
Okay. So the set is currently out of range. Vibe Peacekeeper is at 6. That is in range. And obviously Lucian sitting there at 3.
But I mean, we have picked up 20 Stupefy so far that we haven't used. So you can just Singularity and then
of
Stupefy
course.
later on.
Yeah.
How many runes are we at? This is 3, 6, 8. So that would mean that you could actually repulse through Stupefy through a repulse because you have 2. If that is something that Colin wanted to do. And that might be the point where the Diana utility runs away.
I think this is going to be a very impactful turn. You're right. There's a lot of things we can do here for Alan.
Cards in hand?
5. Okay. How much time do we have left on the clock? I'm sorry? Thank you.
Sorry, harder turn.
No, it's okay. We have 35 minutes left. I was just double checking for us.
This is a very impactful turn.
Maybe contemplating if there is a big punishment for something like a singularity, or do you want to play without it? Because in the end, Set is still going to be able to save one of those units. You cannot forget about that Set legend
Yes,
ability.
that is true. Has already seen one repulse, so Alan could be thinking, is there any more? Only saw one last game.
Things you can also just really, in a chill way, go into combat with the Vex Cheerless, because it is going to make it so much harder for your opponent. Moonfall is going to be cast now, and that kind of screams repulse me. No, Colin just lets it happen.
Yeah, I think if it is just going to be on the Lucian, you have to just let that one go.
Your action.
I'll pass.
We are going to see Priority getting passed over now. Currently 5-4. Yep, 5-4. We make that.
Total of 6 now, right?
Correct.
6. Ooh.
Eclipse set.
Eclipse. Down 4, right?
Actually, very good point of scene brought up now. Repulse can only protect units at battlefields, so therefore Moonfall doesn't really apply to that most of the time, unless you try to drag one unit from one battlefield into the another.
So who has that Eclipse targeted then? That's going to give -4 to a unit.
I would say this Eclipse is trying to target that Set. I mean, Lucian is already in only 1 might.
Yeah.
Taking 4 more away from it seems a little bit excessive.
You have to imagine that we'll get a target from that legend ability though. To just bring it back to base. Of course, Singularity is still an option at some point as well.
Sure.
That actually resolves. That looks like Colin might be trying to just take that trade and profit off of the Set legend ability.
Oh wait, Singularity isn't an option now. That's a 6 cost. Only
Pass.
5 open.
Combat.
Yeah, we're saving the Set
5.
Kingpin while Lucian dies.
He did a valiant effort, to be fair, didn't he, Lucian? He got stuck in.
Yeah.
Ravenbloom student going to conquest up there at the Targon's Peak. That will open up 2 runes at the end of the turn as well.
Lucian got a point in 8 Gust. That's more than most 3-drops do.
Yeah.
So Alan at 6 points, the magical number, having a bunch of cards in hand, 5 runes still open. Targon's Peak is going to open up 2 more runes at the end of the turn. He still has a bunch of cards in hand. However, the backline that Colin has built up over the last couple of turns still quite scary, actually, with the Set and the Vi, especially. Vi on the offense is such a powerhouse, even more so when she is buffed, when she gets in with that Set the Boss protection. That
Now he's -7. Okay.
sounds like another Moonfall that has been cast by the Fizz. Taking in that Set, and as we have just learned, can't repulse that.
Can't repulse that one, as you say. Wow, this is strong. We do know that Colin does have a Rengar in the hand, so can go charging with that. Very costly. But yeah, when you're at that 6-point mark, this is looking quite scary. Totally different to game 1, right? It's the reverse fortunes in regards to board state, value, units.
I mean, having 2 units stuck at battlefields versus a Vi that can just attack is a little bit scary, especially when cards like Showstopper come in. So
True, good point actually. Is that in hand? Oh, it is in hand as well. Okay.
But the Showstopper can only push units from base into the battlefield, so that is a whole different scenario. However, I think we do have the irresistible Fey Folk, so that is something you can play to your base and then push into the battlefield that you have just conquered with a Vi. Are we trying to conquer the Targon's Peak now, trying to deny it from Alan in the opposing turn? Or are we going to push into that Vex? Because Alan is already at 6 points. You have to tackle this problem at some point.
Yeah, you are right. It's a tough situation.
I think Vi might be your best shot at tackling that. You also, we have seen a Rengar in hand.
Yep.
But
So costly, though. That kind of limits a lot of the other options.
is Rengar going to be equipped to handle a Vexed Cheerless? Because you're not going to stun that one. No, Vi pushes into the Vex. Let's see if Vi can do this on her own or if she needs support from a Rengar. First Superfly is being cast. That is totally fine for the moment because it only levels the playing field when it comes to might. So we're at 5-5 while Vex Cheerless is stunned. That is not a problem for the Vex, but the second Stupefy is hitting immediately. Down to 2 runes already. Now it seems like whatever Colin wants to do, he may. So Moonfall picked up might be huge.
Wow. Remember that Vex will increase enemy spells here as well. While it's in combat, it's going to make trying to get over those Stupefiers even harder. Punch first is an option. That's in hand, though. That would cost 2. But when your opponent's at 6 points, Leo, it's...
Yeah,
you kind of have to, right? You haven't got any time. You have to start trying to develop this board state and get Alan off it.
Your runes really don't help you anymore when you have lost the game.
Oh!
Rengar Trophy Hunter.
Okay, that does get around the Vex Cheerless, increasing enemy spells. That's a massive might swing.
Now that does...
I'll Moonfall Rengar to this battlefield.
Oh, the Moonfall's going to move off the Rengar.
That is incredible. But now that the Rengar is on that battlefield, are you going to be able to repulse that?
Surely.
Wait a second.
I think Repulse would work. Yeah, Repulse does work. That's going to prevent the Moonfall. And it looks like the Repulse has saved that showdown. And Colin has finally moved that Vex off.
But out of runes, out of option for the next turn, Alan
point.
Is going to hold to 7. And for the moment, it looks a little bit difficult to actually...
Singularity!
That is huge.
That's
you have that
get rid of
fizz in
both.
your base.
Have the Call to Glory?
I do not.
Next.
That's it then. Yeah, that's going to clear off the battlefield, and then the Fizz can just charge in, and Alan will win game 2. We're going all the way to a game 3 now. Both players at that 8-0 record. Who will be advancing to that 9-0? We're going to a game 3, Leo.
Phenomenal patience from Alan Zik, really showing why he's one of the best of the best. That was incredible. You know, we've seen a really good Singularity angle that gets a lot of value in a turn before, but he knows, hey, if I Singularity your big units, they just recall, they go to base. So you're holding this big aggressive swing from that Singularity that is going to push back units to base for the winning turn.
Yeah, so patient. We mentioned the Singularity a few turns ago. I think, well, I definitely forgot about it. And then, yeah, just being so patient. And the second the Rengar came down, you knew there were no runes open. You saw the second Repulse. Not that Repulse would have mattered, of course. And said, right, I have a feeling this Singularity is going to stick. It stuck. And now we're going to a game 3. Perfect timing. Perfect play. Alan doing everything he can to force a game 3.
Now, the last battlefields will be played. You're seeing one of those very interesting battlefields that Diana is really rocking with, doing all the work in there. So that might be a tough one for Colin to overcome. However, Colin with a little bit of a surprising one that we haven't seen too many times, except for in decks like Ahri or Vex. All of those hold decks, you know?
Yeah, all the hold decks. Well,
Teemo.
True. But it makes sense in this deck, though, right? Because you're throwing big units, chunky units, buffed units, so you can just say, right, most of the time, I can hold. So that Grove of the God Willow, can be very helpful. I mean, draw power in this deck, I mean, I get outside of the Monastery from last game. Draw power actually isn't the highest in this deck, I'll be fair. So...
No, if we're checking out the deck list, let's see how many cards draw cards. No, 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 no. This one, yes. One of Hidden Blade. No, 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 no. And no, you're spot on.
Well, so there you go. But we did see in game one, he was able to really use that monetary to draw, and that could have been a factor, to be honest. And the one draw card you would put it at a Hidden Blade, a bit costly. You kind of have to kill your own unit to do so. So sometimes you don't really want to have to do that. So, yeah.
I like the Valley of Vitals together with Vi and Rengar as these ambush units. Of course, the card is naturally designed for ambush units, but the ability to just buff them up for 1 extra energy can, I think, change some scenarios quite drastically.
Yeah, and it's sort of another cheeky way of getting a buff in play that you can then use for your legend as well, right? Because sometimes getting those buffs in play, if you don't develop your pit rookies or anything like this, can be not easy to combo. That's a very easy way to ambush, pay 1, now you're buffed.
But I mean, that basically says that if you have a pitch rookie in base, you can, versus, for example, Master Yi, play a Vi from hand and then just kill it off with 1 extra energy. So you have 8 might in total, and you can kill off the Rengar without any consequences for you, not losing any kind of units. So I think Valley of Idols has some specific use cases. One of those could be like pitch rookie and Vi together to be a Rengar trophy hunter from a Master Yi. I would really like to hear which specifics Colin has looked at during deck building with the Valley of Idols, for which exact use cases this card is utilized. Because with these pro players, there's rarely a case of, I just play this card because it's good, but it is, I play this card because it is good in X situation.
There's going to be certain breakpoints of might that you need, certain card combinations, you're so right. It isn't just going to be a case of, well, my deck likes to buff and this buff. So it's not going to be as simple as that when you are 8-0.
I mean, maybe. there's also.
That's how I approach deck building, I'll be honest with you. But we are in our mulligan phase here and our game 3 here, our round 9 feature match here at Utrecht Regional Qualifiers. If you've just joined us, you've joined us at a good time. We're going to a game 3, and it looks like Colin is kicking us off. Here we go.
Interesting mulligan choice from LNZQ. You've seen that. He is on the rune, so he has 3 for his first turn. Mulliganing away a Traveling Merchant, so one of the 2 drops, saying, I do need more value in this matchup. Not a lot of units to combat stuff. Least of all, the Traveling Merchant, because I'm going to develop my Diana in turn 1. Anyways, most likely at least. I can still be proven wrong, but I would think that's a very fast...
Colin had the opportunity to put the pit rookie down. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to use his ability to buff some things. I opted not to. Well, let's consult this hand then, Leo. It's just going to be Diana champion coming down. Okay. There's definitely some options in that hand. Here comes the Fiora, though, and it's just going to be the pass back over. We saw that Fiora be an absolute wrecking ball in game 1.
Oh, is that the option for a big Hui already? Hui is one of the centerpieces of the Diana strategy, but sometimes it is really hard to develop. If you get the chance to play away into a more or less open field with little punishes, I think that could be a strong, strong choice. Because what card? Oh, there's one card that punishes it, a card that has found its way out of many Master Yi deck lists. The challenge is waiting for the Fiora. And I think if you have Pit Rookie, you can buff the Fiora, push into the Abandoned Hall, use the challenge.
That all seems rather good to me.
No. Abandoned Hall resolves after the challenge has resolved, no? So I think that would still be a 5-on-5. You have to be very careful with this. You can potentially punch first, and then
you have to do it that way around. That makes sense.
I think if your opponent, especially LNZQ, but I think Diana in general, is tapped out on a way that was developed.
I kind of like just getting rid of it. I think you're right. But it looks like...
Hey, I'm not going to say that I would have played this better than Colin. No way. That is 100% the right choice. This man knows what to do with set, but he does not respect the way. Potentially not finding a way to get rid of it. That was not intentional. But he didn't want to invest the punch first. And I understand that because that's 3 runes that you are just throwing away to get rid of a Hui.
I think you're right. There's many ways to skin a cat, as it were. Is over to Alan now. Did get the way in. Obviously has that ability when it moves. Draw a card, discard a card. Depending on what you discard, you get a different effect.
And with the Tide Turner on hand, I think he's also going to find a Hui out of that battlefield. That
one was intentional. So we are going to get Alan's first points on the board there.
Discarding hard bargain. really, really strong in that scenario because this this has some applications in the matchup. When a Rengar is being played for hand or a Vi and a punch first is added, sometimes there's not enough runes open for the set to still pay for hard bargain. But I don't think he's in the scenario where he really needs to worry about this because this is a Hui game and the Hui is running away with card advantage. So you can pay a little bit less attention to reacting to Colin stuff, but push your own agenda. And that is going to be a tide turner swapping the tides with Hui. And keep in mind, we are sitting in an abandoned hall. That means that this tide turner can actually throw hands.
And this is an interesting one because the way wasn't a factor in games 1 and 2. So we're going to see just how impactful it is in this matchup because, as you say, it can also just become a wrecking ball and just start doing a lot of damage. And sure, Colin's deck has a lot of might, but Hui can get out of hand silly fast. Now, could this be a turn in which you utilize some challenge shenanigans?
It's a different deck when you have the Hui.
Yes.
It is a completely different deck. You can... weird statement to make when I say you can just play a little more risky with it because you have to make sure that it is either super secure on your board or your opponent would have to invest silly amounts of cards to just get rid of it immediately, like this punch first challenge combination. I think there's an argument to be made that you have to remove it on site, the Hui, before it draws, especially when your opponent is tapped out. But going 3 runes down when also not being ahead in cards,
oh wow.
Yikes.
As you do say, when the tide turner is at the abandoned hall, it's currently going to trade right now with this Fiora after that Stupefy. Bear in mind, Alan has drawn a lot of cards over these last 2 turns, by the way.
And
wow! It's going to go through! No buff to expend, so we can't use the legend ability to keep the Fiora around.
I was going to say this Stupefy already did a job because it forced Colin to use another card. So this Stupefy would trade up immediately. But trading with a Fiora Victorious is madness. That is an insane spot for LNZQ. If this is one of your first games of Riftbounds that you're ever watching and you're thinking, hey, both of these players are at 1 victory point, that was a massive sign that LNZQ is ahead in this game.
For sure. Absolutely ridiculous thing to think about. Tide turner squaring up to Fiora and actually, well, I say winning. Now, for all intents and purposes, that was winning there. Yeah. Alan still has all his runes to play with. Alan still has 4 open as well. What, haven't had a chance to consult Colin's hand. What do we have here? I see a first mate. I see another Fiora. I see, is there a pit rookie there as well? Here we go. Thank you for that production stuff right on time. Fiora, first mate, but not double first mate coming down. So you can ready up your pit rookie and your champion unit and just send them back to base.
Pseudo Flash with hands and legs.
Flash with hands and 3 might each as well.
Yeah, but also almost being completely exhausted here. The world in which Alan just pushes those in and then flashes out. However, Flash such a huge card against combat-based decks. I do not think you want to just use it preemptively. There we find our hard bargain back again. So this is an example. If you were to have a Moonfall somewhere around, this would be a scenario where if Colin was to use punch first, you would have the hard bargain ready and would actually get tremendous value out of it. And LNZQ just passes it back. No need to go fast, no need to waste a flash, no need to risk a flash. Doesn't put the Hui into the battlefield. Now with 2 units, one of them Ravenbloom student in Abandoned Hall, you have infinite might. That is infinite might.
That Ravenbloom student, quite honestly, it looks like it's only a 2-miter. Gets 1 might for each spell you play this turn at Abandoned Hall. That becomes 2, so that can get rather silly. This is a big important turn for Colin here. I feel as if throughout this game, Alan is definitely favored. If this turn Colin doesn't start to swing that pendulum of power back his way, Diana, Riverway developed, Ravenbloom student developed, a big hand, I don't see a way back. Colin has to try and even it up here.
You know what else has big hands? Punch first. But where are you going to use it? You can push something into the Abandoned Hall, but you don't want to be forced to use double punch first, especially not versus a deck that runs star-crossed and possibly a Rebuke. It has Vex Chillers in it, so it's not completely out of the picture that that card is being played, even though I do not think that is going to be the case. But there is so much might adjustment. Abandoned Hall is absolutely correct against stuff like this. Colin goes for a push, and that is already 6-5. Now with a stack deck, just a stack deck that gets you even more cards, you are going to turn it over. Ravenbloom trigger, Abandoned Hall trigger, 7-6.
Just from a stat deck, and you get card advantage from that as well. We still know that hard bargain as well is in the mix. So you know if the punch first go, ooh, Vibe Peacekeeper though, can't hard bargain that, and that would obviously stun the Ravenbloom student as well, or whatever one is swinging for more. And there we are going to see the defensive flash. That was a really good trade there, I feel, for Alan. Forced the resources out and has flashed, but the Vibe Peacekeeper is still going to hang around though.
That is amazing. See, last turn there was a small thought in me that thought, hey, maybe you're conquering both and then you're flashing out of those immediately. Also because you're not threatened by any sort of counter spell, so you can actually hold that. But just forcing your opponent in an Abandoned Hall to invest a Vi Peacekeeper, which is one of the biggest offensive pushes that the deck has. Just retreating everything back in, and then next turn having an offensive push with a Ravenbloom student into the Abandoned Hall is a setup for success, even though you're going down in points.
Yeah, and you still got your way as well, just chilling at some point. That's we are going to see the Pit Rookie getting moved up there as well. So we are threatening a double hold here, but as you say, Ravenbloom student in Abandoned Hall, still got way. We've still got hard bargain to counter any punch first or anything like this as well.
Oh, look at the cards in.
There's a lot of cards in hand there, Leo. I think this is going to get a bit silly this turn.
Also, the buff generation of Colin is just not there in this game, but he still has 4 runes open, and he has double punch first in hand, so he can fight back. Give all the card advantage in the world you want to Alan ZQ. Colin has 4 points. If he somehow gets to double hold this, if Alan does not find Starcross or cards to utilize the Hui multiple times or has a Moonfall, then this could get dicey. If you give your opponent a hold to 6 and then they push everything they still have out, there's a good chance that over 2 turns, they can find their way into those battlefields again and double conquer.
And I think there's something to be said as well. You said Colin's at 4 points. He has also just more might on his side as well. Punch first can just get that up to astronomical levels. Alan has to do some tips and tricks, you know, Abandon Hall, Moonfall, Stupefy, Eclipse, all that good stuff, but has to have those. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting turn here. I think Colin's done a fantastic job at stabilizing. This is a very, sizable board that Alan will need to break through. And I think that's why we can see Alan just really thinking, how do I get around this? Does have some options, Ravenbloom student, Way,
is
Smoke Screen.
A world in which you play around punch repulse by pushing for example, Ravenbloom student into the Abandoned Hall and then just using your Moonfall there without dragging a unit in? If you're not targeting one of the units, then you won't get repulsed.
So
you have the hard bargain that you could pay up for.
Well, we do see the Moonfall coming down here. The Ravenbloom student with the Abandoned Hall, that can get silly. I think that was targeting a first, mate. I saw it sort of,
No, you don't have to target anything. That resolves, and he did not push anything in to play around the repulse. Masterfully.
I think you were right there. Yeah, you called that perfectly.
Stop it.
Okay, so now what we are now, 7-5. And this is the thing, if you force out punch first, the hard bargain's in hand. We know that. Ooh, iron up a challenge. What could this be? What are we iron up with this then? Is it going to be your champion unit targeting something?
Oh, challenge sets us down to 2 runes for a potential hard bargain. I mean, Colin has seen a hard bargain discarded earlier. That's the earliest card in the
There it is, yep.
Throws the hard bargain and gives him the option to just pay up. He says, hey,
can just pay for it.
You can do that, but if you do that and resolve the challenge, you're not going to punch first me this turn.
Yep. And Alan has a cornucopia of runes open, can then start, you know, stupefy and all that silly business as well. Do you pay that hard bargain? I think you can't. You kind of have to. I think you have to. You have to keep your units around here. You can't afford to let that Raven. Oh no!
Yeah, that's his resolve. I think he has double punch first in hand with 2 runes open. If you just let that challenge resolve here, I think Alan still finds a way to just turn the tides here, because he's still in Abandoned Hall with 8 cards in hand, right? So if you just let this go through, you take out the Ravenbloom student, big whoop. Stupefy is going to immediately push that Diana to a higher might than all of the other units combined if you use it on that Vi. First punch first.
That's a 5 might swing.
But we have a smokescreen on the side of Alan ZQ that would, for way less cost in terms of power, double the cost in terms of energy, just almost level the playing field. Don't forget that also Colin can profit off of the Abandoned Hall, so that is going to be a 6 might.
Yes, good point, actually.
Also, Challenge has boosted up something.
Oh, I don't think the challenge resolved, right? Because it got hard bargained. He didn't pay the price.
That is a good point, yeah. Thank you.
So now, what can Alan... They say, we know he has the answers in hand. Just debating on what to do here. It's going to be a Stupefy first. Stupefy and Abandon Hall. Honestly, such a big might swing for 1 cost as well. And you get to draw. Just keep an eye on this one then. So Vi is currently at +1. +2, I should say. First mate -1, other first mate -2. Ravenbloom student +5.
Ooh, Starcross pickup. Don't get me wrong, I'm really happy we have the dice. It's still really, really tough for me to keep track here right now.
Starcross found off the Stupefy draw as well. So Alan has that sort of emergency button. If all else goes wrong, just hit that Starcross button. Ooh, he earned up the second punch first.
Punch first and punch second as well. Colin not asking any questions here.
Target.
Just throwing hands. Now,
this is where the Starcross would be absolutely brutal. Or you might not even need to use it with the multitude of cards in Alan's hand, though.
Alan has prepared for a Starcross by always buffing up this Ravenbloom. Almost always buffing it up. So just using a Starcross to bounce that Vi, if you even want to do that.
Here.
Oh, spreading the punch first.
So if you go +6, you're at...
Just the Abandoned Hall trigger was the first mate.
So that is, tell you what, that is a stacked Vi right there. Oh, that Starcross would be so sad.
I mean, you don't want to Starcross a Vi, but then again, when your opponent has just used 4 body runes for 2 punch firsts onto that Vi, it also doesn't feel that bad. Look at the rune management here. The economy of both players is so misaligned.
16.
And you forced out so many offensive options here from Colin.
One card in hand.
That's something you got to consider as well. Only 1 card in hand for Colin.
Make it 2.
Starcrossed has to be the Vi, surely, right?
Diana Vi.
Oh! And that Leo is so brutal. After investing 2 punch first in a Vi, you just return it to the hand.
3.
Oh, and that challenge will end with Colin being unsuccessful.
Move trigger.
And now Hui going in as well, picking up a card. Can boost itself up to 8. That wouldn't quite be enough here, because currently the set with its own effect, because it counts itself, should be at 9.
Card.
If I'm not completely mistaken.
Where are we? 5, 6,
Smoke
7.
screen set.
Yeah, 8, 9, I make that. But there is a smoke screen. That's going to bring it down by 4. And that's going to be a concession there. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, sorry, I got a little bit excited there.
Chill.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is looking quite scary. We are going to use the legend ability to preserve the set. That is what I was getting excited about there.
Oh, you can't
Wow.
even play Vi Peacekeeper anymore because you saved the set, because otherwise you couldn't play it either. Only into base. Set is still going strong at 4 points, but now LNZQ is threatening a double hold, a hidden card. 8 runes for the next turn. Kingpin is pushing into that way. That is public enemy number 1 right here. Just trading. Alan gives up the way.
All to 5.
Gives up the way, but I think you're farming your opponent has, what, a 2-card hand, only has 4 runes, all of which are closed now after Fiora coming down. Alan ZQ weathered the storm, has turned the tides here in this game. Now, definitely in the driver's seat. Is that going to be for Starcrossed? Is it Colin preemptively picking up? I imagine it would be.
I'm surprised that I think the hidden card is a Tide Turner, that we haven't seen the Tide Turner onto the way to preserve it, and then next turn to get more value. But I just assume that Alan doesn't want Colin to get any points.
No, Leo. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. The Vex Apathetic. If there's any card you want when you're trying to stay ahead of the game, that Vex Apathetic, you know that the Vi's in hand, and Vex says, wags its tail on that one, says, not today.
Colin just picked up a potential out to this scenario. He just found the 3rd punch first in his deck. That is a card that Alan is less and less likely to play around. This is a card that can get you into those battlefields. Again, I think we're almost out of
Have 2 cards.
first mates as well, after they just all got traded away with a big Moonfall turn. Because otherwise, you can just punch first your Fiora, push into 1 battlefield, and then ready it to gank.
I was going to say, yeah, Colin has got a buff Fiora now. We know that gets, what, the shield, the ganking keyword as well.
But Alan, he knows he is in an abandoned hall. He needs to hold once. Has a Vex, a hidden card. Ravenbloom student in abandoned hall. That is, again, infinite might. We have seen how this turned out before. He could go so far up. But there is a Vi Peacekeeper in hand. There is another punch first in hand. That is as many pushes as the deck can have offensively. It is on Colin now to push into both of those battlefields. The thing is, if you're pushing the Pit Rookie for the double kill into the Ravenbloom student, any card would really stop you there. Any Stupefy could also boost up the Ravenbloom student on the abandoned hall for a later moment in the turn.
Passing priority. It's going to be a big turn here. Ravenbloom student in abandoned hall will do everything it can to hold the fort.
Do you even do something here? Yes, you do. 100%.
Yeah, surely. So
Nope.
you've got the Stupefy. What is that? That's like a, what, a 3-might swing, right? In abandoned hall with Ravenbloom student?
That is really strong. And we are recycling the runes because this might be the last turn of the game. So no reason to keep your rune economy up. And in the Grove of the God Willow,
There's the punch first.
Rises.
Colin needs to do everything he can. Has no wiggle room, has no room for failure. Will need to win this showdown.
2 cards in hand. Punch first will resolve.
So no reaction answer to this punch first. I mean, you wouldn't want to throw a hard bargain into this anyways, but
How much is she now total? 11?
let's see.
Yeah.
Alan has so many runes.
Twice, -1 plus, isn't it
Oh,
10? Yeah, -1
Oh,
from
10,
25.
okay.
10. Okay.
I mean, I reckon you could just start with a stack deck in this scenario, try to find another spell and just rack up some might on both battlefields. Keep in mind, you only need to hold 1. If there is the Vice Peacekeeper in hand, which we know it is, Kha'Zix
Kha'Zix ambush. That will get his +2 boost as well. So that's a 6-might swing.
and some XP.
And some XP. I think, I haven't had a chance to consult Colin's hands, but I think that might be all she wrote. Can't use via Peacekeeper. Vex Apathetic is there. We know that's in hand. We know any signature spell is the other card in hand. So I think, unless I'm missing something, that could be this showdown.
Yeah. Even if you're throwing in the Vi Peacekeeper here, which can win you that showdown, the Vi Peacekeeper is needed for the Grove of the God Willow. There is no chance that you are conquering in that other battlefield, getting that point back and stopping the hold from Alan. Keep in mind, it is not only about the abandoned hall, but that one doesn't make it any easier. Stack deck as a combat trick for +2 might spread amongst units as well.
Just gets out of hand, that abandoned hall, doesn't it, for these exact scenarios, especially with the Ravenbloom student.
The card has some applications in the meta.
Yeah, has a few niche uses, let's say.
Boosting up the Kha'Zix as well. Kha'Zix in situations like this also is so strong. Very valuable to keep around, boosting it up.
I pass.
So keep in mind, Vex is on the battlefield, so the Vice Peacekeeper doesn't even kill anything. It can just stun.
Ooh. Just debating whether to use that Vi, it's looking like.
This is time?
This is time for what it's worth.
I had like 14 minutes left in it. Okay, so I'm 10, so I kill these two.
So that is going to resolve Ravenbloom student and Vex apathetic. Is that legend ability? We can use our signature spell now, though.
That is true. That is true. Showstopper. Abusing one of those strong units that have been buffed before. And then, since Vex Apathetic is gone now, the Vi Peacekeeper can push.
Gets its buff as well, so we'll get his keywords back.
Oh, you have no mana for Vi.
Actually,
I do. I have
Oh, you have one floating?
I have 2 floating.
Okay. That's 10 again?
11. Because of Abandoned Hall.
No, you weren't on Abandoned Hall when you casted Shadow
It's
Stopper.
the same thing as Ride the Wind.
Oh.
It's
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Okay. Kha'Zix trigger.
Yep, and Showstopper resolved. After it resolves, the Fiora is at the Abandoned Hall, so it gets a +1. From Abandoned Hall.
11.
One rune open for Alan for what it's worth.
Don't think he has anything to play.
I don't think so either. Used a lot of resources on the previous showdown.
Is Colin winning this?
Ty Turner.
No flip.
Wait.
Oh, and I think that Ty Turner was enough.
Tideconnor made them trade.
Wow.
It doesn't win him the game automatically, but it also doesn't really lose it for Alan, because now only 1 conquer point for Colin. He's now at 5, not at 6.
Singularity is in hand, no? So you can just clear both of these away. Yeah, there it is, right on cue. The reverse board wipe again from Alan. The big Singularity. Get a unit down. There. Oh, no, Leo.
That merchant is threatening so much. It's threatening a hold point. Colin is now sitting on a top deck. Does not find a unit to play.
I'm at 7 to 5.
The Singularity, by the way, is in trash, and a concession of Colin.
Fantastic game there from Alan ZQ.
I'm winning on the because of the it's my last turn, and then I can finish the game anyway.
I see.
Alan able to pull off the reverse whip. I did say after game 1, anyone can win a game 2 and a game 3. Alan is high up on that list, weathering the set storm, as it were, going to that 9-0 record.
But I didn't know Seth had it in him like that. That was really insane. The comebacks from this one, the Fiora, didn't think that the might from the Tideconnor would make the big difference, pushing this Fiora to a trade. If that Fiora hung on in that battlefield, wow. So super well played by Alan ZQ, knowing that if there is a showstopper, I want to have this Kha'Zix around. My opponent is going to have to trade away the Vex, because otherwise the Vi that was public knowledge couldn't be played for any effect, basically. And that was so interesting, how he just kept the Kha'Zix around, buffed it up a little bit, and then that precision. Marvelous.
It was, and this was game 1, right? No, it's our game 2, I should say. Game 1 was so interesting. So the set was just super off to the races. In game 2, though, you know, Singularity was coming down, really just evened it up. And this game 3 was very interesting. Yeah, who would have thought at the end, after that big, long showdown exchange at the Abandoned Hall, it would be the Tideconnor of all things that would even it up, expending so many resources from both players. And then Alan knew as soon as the bottom battlefield conquest at the Grove, all he had to do was just Singularity it out, put down a 2-drop, And after Colin expended so many resources, there's that singularity I just mentioned. And then the 2-drop came down, and that's all Alan needed to close that game 3 out.
That is something to note for you Diana players out there. Alan won both of those games, keeping the singularity up until the very last turn.
Yes.
So always after this big, heavy fight for resources in those games, after using all of those combat tricks, abusing the abandoned hall in game 3 as well, he found his way to the singularity that then took the last units from his opponent to close out the games. I mean, in one game he just conquered for the victory point, but in the other one he took everything away and then started redeveloping when Colin had no chance after keeping up the tempo the entire game.
It was an absolute masterclass. So let's kick it down for our winners interview with Alan and Barrett.
Thank you so much for that excellent cast of 2 titans of our game. Not only finding that singularity, closing out, but in a close fashion. Alan ZQ, welcome back to the chairs that I feel like you're so familiar with at this point. That was an incredible match against 2 titans to start off your day 2. But it's got to feel pretty good probably locking in that win against Colin specifically, because he has to continue out with today. And of course, with 4 more rounds, how are you feeling?
Amazing, thank you for having me again here, Barrett. The game 1, game 2 was pretty much one-sided. Game 1 for the Colin, I drew too much bounces and I missed my Diana trigger, so I just didn't have enough value to play the game, had to try to tempo, and that just was catastrophic when he could draw multiple cards, so it was just scoop. Game 2, I pretty much happened to me exactly what happened to him last game, and then game 3 was the one that was very exciting to play, and a lot of math with the Abandon Hall. I did misplay heavily with Fizz. I forgot, I meant to do Moonfall, but when I announced Starcrossed instead of Moonfall, he already said, okay, I cannot take it back. So it's on Fiora, post this big combat where I can clear Fiora and I can't lose from there. I Starcrossed Moonfall, which was just like pretty much like I was thinking about the next turn Starcross, and I wanted to Moonfall this turn, and bamboozled myself. But overall, a great last game. I think that the last one is worth highlighting because game 1, game 2 was pretty much just like very one-sided.
No, and even still, I'm glad we can have those highlights for those game 3s, because the fact that, I'm waiting here on turn 4 for each of you, and no one's got a victory point yet. I'm watching you both, set up yourself, but remove each other's stuff. And then, you get the Hui set up early, get all that card draw. We're getting rid of these spells early on to just get the extra card advantage, like you said. When game 1 and 2 was that sort of key to success for each of the respective players. But then in game 3, finding a way back in as Colin, Claus removes each of these units, makes the strategic plays. That is, to me, the peak Riftbound, and players like you and Colin are so excellently showcased that. So, I mean, you got 4 more rounds to go, Alan. You're currently still undefeated. There was only a couple of y'all coming into today. Is there maybe someone... I mean, I'm excited to potentially, hopefully see maybe you have to go against, Pedro or Squirtle, one of our reigning European other regional qualifier champion. That's something that's on my radar that I would love to see. So, but going in for the rest of the tournament, obviously I can't really ask you if you're afraid of anything, because I feel like you're not really, fearing any sort of matchup. But is there a player maybe that you're still trying to look out for that you don't want to go against?
I mean, not so much of a player, but like I was feeling a bit heavy on the stomach going into the early rounds. It was more due to what I ate yesterday, but once I started playing, it completely go away. It's crazy and wonderful how mind can just shut down any issues with the body and just focus on the gameplay, where it's actually, you just cure yourself, you just heal meanwhile playing, and you just forget about the issue that there was before the game. But going forward, I'm looking forward to just playing. There's so many strong players coming from the other regionals, and I consider Europe being the strongest region, given that not everybody travel across the sea like I do, and from competing across all the regions, I feel like Europe definitely has the strongest foot.
I have heard from multiple people that this may be the most rigorous regional qualifier yet, and I feel it in this room as well, as I think everyone is leveling each other up in Riftbound. Alan, thank you so much, and congrats again on your win. Moving on, still X&O, but we've got a round 10 and more to come. We'll send it back.
Thank you so much for that, Barrett. It's always great. It's always awesome to hear from one of the greats of our game, Alan ZQ, and his thought process going through. But actually, Barrett, we got a little bit more of round 9 to come. We're not going straight into round 10. We can hop straight into our feature match B, where we're going to get the last 7 minutes, where we have Volibear versus Draven. And whoa, that is a board state from the Volibear.
Play my Noxus again.
But also quite the board state from HXN. Loon sitting on a huge Draven showboat, that is, with 10 might.
Of course.
7 points, so running away, but it's an Aurora deck. It's tough to run away in points versus Aurora. That is going to be tough to stop, though. Let's see what Billionaire can do here to...
No Elder Dragon developed for what it's worth, so... We're going to start the turn off with a Sabotage. Star-Crossed is a target there, or Rebuke.
That's a good Sabotage, though.
It's a very good Sabotage.
It's taken out one of those cards. Loon with really nice rune management as well, leaving up 5 runes, especially after developing to keep up those 2 cards. Now, after the Sabotage,
and I'm just gonna write.
would have wished to have played all of those units in there as well, but then you couldn't have cast the Rebuke. So, still absolutely golden in that scenario.
And hopeful.
This is interesting. I must say, first of all, Volibear is a deck I play, so I'm very excited I get to see this. But then, only 1 point away from Loon. Billionaire needs to actually do something about this. I'm trying to see what... Do we have Elder Dragon plus Sky Splitter? Would it... No, you got quite a few units
I think
there, actually. What options do we have here?
I think he has quite a few units. Oh, get excited. That's what we're doing here. Going...
Yes, bottom of deck.
Oh, I did. I did.
Oh,
It's another one.
That's the one she played last turn. Yeah, yeah.
Going to discard a card.
Targeting the Draven. Okay. Deal 12.
First targeting something, discarding. The Elder Dragon to kill that Draven showboat that was at 10 might. So that's, I would say, fairly good trade-off. And now we start with the first challenge. Volibear so incredibly set up already.
9 to 7. Yes.
That is going to take care of
go.
Kai'Sa.
And the axe back to base.
Spinning Axe goes back to base. Now, what other options do we have? 2 more units to get rid of there. I think I saw a Starfall in the hand, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. There's another challenge. Challenge obviously a lot less, well, less costly. And does remove those threats. Well, removes one of those threats. Then you can star with the last one.
That is an easy clear.
Yep. There we go. This is exactly what you needed to do, though, by the way. If you're Loon, I'm thinking, oh, come on, can something just stick? And no, there's going to be the Falling Star clearing off that battlefield. And we still have the Aurora at the end of this turn as well.
It's funny to see an Aurora deck with so many different units. Now going out of the paper tree a little bit. Not too much, though. Still a little bit afraid of being ran out of both battlefields all of a sudden.
Elder Dragon. Oh, it's going to be that dragon. All right, there, the Gentle Gemstone. It reduces, when you play another dragon, you can ready 2 of your runes. And that stacks, by the way. So if you have like 2 or 3 of those, you could end your turn with like 6 runes open when you play dragons. But at the end of the day, right now, 8 cost, 8 might is over to Loon now. At 7 points, what can we do?
Always a bit dangerous, but I mean, in this situation, it looks like it is one of those games where Aurora has completely taken over.
I draw.
Set in base with 2 big units, having the paper tree filled up to the brim with huge defenders, having 4 runes open. This is almost impossible to get through for Loon. Draven has a really, really tough time against Aurora decks. Now Loon trying to just grasp for this last point, really hoping
and a hidden
at it. Maybe that hidden card can change something. Currently at 7 might in Targons. You know the Rebuke in hand. That is going to be helpful, and I don't think we know the last card because there was a draw for turn and of course a draw for the 7
I already had you at 4
point.
Oh, okay, hold to 5. My bad. Yeah.
Well, we did draw the Carrigan there. That would let you draw a ton of cards if you were to put that in play, drawing 1 for each mighty card you have in play, and then you'd ready up 2 of your runes because your Gentle Gemstone, your Gentle Gemstone Dragon as well. I know there's an argument for Billionaire last turn moving back more units though, just so you can just charge them in. Currently, what, 14 might with the Gemstone Dragon and the Wreckman. It's not bad, to be fair, is it?
I think that is actually a lot of might. That might also be another Rengar Trophy Hunter in hand.
Okay, that would make sense. So here we go. So they're charging in. What is this hidden card then?
I would assume perhaps a switcheroo. But we're going to see the Rebuke first.
This guy.
Taking 2 of those runes to get this card away from board. I also didn't know the name.
Oh, there you go. There's the Rengar, as you rightfully said, that trophy hunter.
Lost.
Oh, that is the Rengar will win it. And Billionaire, the Volibear player, my hero, will win our feature match B here in round 9. Doing it with probably one of the scariest board states I've seen all weekend. There was a ton of might there.
Yeah, I like the way Volibear plays Aurora. I will not lie, because some of the Aurora decks just play like 4 units. It's Elder Dragon every turn. You don't know what you're getting. This deck actually plays a little bit more with your opponent. You have Rengar Trophy Hunter. You have those mid-range units like the First Foreigner. None of these units are completely game-changing when you hit them off of Aurora. But they're also not dead in hand, right? You can just drop them occasionally. You can play a little bit more with your opponent. Then you have Sky Splitter cards that interact a little bit more. So I think Volibear is the coolest Aurora deck, because it utilizes Aurora as just like an add-on to your Volibear strategy, no?
Yeah, I love playing Volibear. It's a deck I play the most of, and it's just so much fun, as you say. So many options. You've got a Carrigan to draw cards, Ferris Forerunner as well. But how about, we don't want to hear from this mediocre Volibear player. Let's hear from Billionaire, who just won our feature match with our winners interview.
Barrett Bryan here, joined with our other feature match winner, Challenger TCG, Billionaire, the Mr. Volibear himself, as you have locked in your 4th bear now, but 5th best of overall. How does it feel not only to have that best of basically already locked in today, but you're actually now, because of this win, still X-1. You're in top cut contention as well with only 4 more Swiss rounds to go. How do you feel right now, man?
It's feeling great. I mean, I love Volibear so much. I got in the same position in Sydney, but man, I just bombed day 2. I played sold out. Obviously, he got all the way to the finals. I played him like round 1 in Sydney, so wasn't great. But I mean, I locked my bear at that event, so that was cool. But you know, it's definitely been like in the back of my mind of like, yeah, I could be the first bear to ever make top cut. I'm pretty sure it's never made top cut in a China event. Definitely never in an NA or Western event. So yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I would really love to. I need to win the next 3 and draw my last round, and I could do it.
You definitely could, and it's so exciting to think about that, because I just always continue to bring up these storylines of these people that become so specialized with the deck. I mean, I'm literally backstage talking with my people, and in game 1, you know, I don't know if we get to see it on stream, but in game 1, it's like the point values go all the way to your opponent, and you come back because that's just what the deck does. You know the limitations. You have been playing this deck now for months and months and months. You know, you already have your championship invite from back when you played Master Yi, of course, in Las Vegas. So, like, you're very much like aiming for these best ofs, and with Hartford coming up, you know, I would assume you're still going to probably play the bear there to try and maybe steal that last one as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the last event where we can get set 1 best ofs, from my current understanding at least. So I would like to just get the last bear, do the 5 for 5. That would be really awesome. But yeah, more than anything, it would mean the world to me to make top cut with the bear.
My last question is, because I have to ask you as a herald of, you know, the Stormbringer.
Yes.
How many people like look up to you or message you and ask for advice? Because I think of these legends from Origins that are maybe like not seeing as much play anymore, but the deck is still powerful. You know, Aurora is obviously very strong, but it's not the only way to play the game. And there must be people out there that are probably like looking and messaging you and asking you like, how do I do such a thing? So is there any advice that you could give to the players out there that want to just play their favorite deck and then can be just like you, making day 2, taking home multiple best ofs? Like, what do you think is the best piece of advice you would give?
Yeah, I think like actually specializing is really important in this game. We have currently, in the current format, we have 40 legends. That's only going to keep expanding. So like and because of the best of system, like it is a jungle meta. Like you just do not know what you're going to play against, so you need to just know the ins and outs of your deck. And if you're picking a deck like Volibear, or say, for instance, my teammate Colin on set, a big advantage is also just that people haven't really played against these decks. So when you're playing these off-meta picks, you know what you're doing, you know what your game plan is, but your opponents often do not. So if you just put the time in and you really understand your deck, I think that you could take it really far. I would say, like you mentioned earlier, I got a Master Yi to the first question. I did get a Master Yi in Vegas. That was my very first best of. And I was playing Aurora Yi, which was like not very common back then. And I did get a little bit of attention for that. I mean, people loved the Sand Soldier tech and stuff, but I would definitely say when I started performing on Volibear, I got way more attention. I mean, you know, this legend was very underrepresented. And honestly, the list, when I started seeing the original best ofs, no offense to the people out there, but I thought I could optimize these lists way better. I really understand Aurora. I've been playing it since set 1. My teammate Daniel, who got all the way to the finals, was on my Aurora Yi list that I put him on in the very first regional at Houston. And so I've just been playing Aurora decks for a really long time, but I don't really like the Aurora decks like Sivir, where like you're all in on Aurora. If you don't see the Aurora, your deck just dies. Volibear and Yi were really good at playing without it. You don't even need to see it. Volibear, I'd say, is even way better at playing without it. If you just curve like Rengar into Forerunner into Kadrigan, draw 3 cards, ramping every single time you're playing these guys, like that's just a really strong curve. Not a lot of decks can deal with that much might, and Forerunner's still a monster even with Starcross running around. So yeah, I would say just lock in on your favorite guy and really just understand what your game plan is into the rest of the field, but just know that like you're not always just going to play meta. You could play against anything, so just specialize on your thing.
Specialization is key, and practice makes perfect, just as you have perfected the art of the bear. And Volibear, I think, is not going anywhere, at least when I think of you specifically, Billionaire. So thank you so much. Congratulations
Thank you, brother.
on your win here, and good luck with the rest of the 4 rounds that you have, but we're going to send it back.
Welcome back and goedendag to Quick Decks here at the Riftbound RQ in Utrecht. The format where players have 30 seconds of time to tell me what their deck does. Next to me is Nixus. Why did you choose your deck and what did you choose to play?
I choose to play Kha'Zix, the best bug in the whole game. He's awesome, and I play him because his playstyle is very unique. I love it.
All right, very unique playstyle. We like to hear that. You have 30 seconds. Are you ready?
Sure.
Go!
So, first of all, we have our signature ability. It's basically a charm that we can use, and it's a Ride the Wind. It's one of the most broken cards in the whole game. I have only 30 seconds, right? Okay, we gotta go fast. Irresistible Faithfolk. It's a 2-drop that's basically a charm. It's really good. You can oppress your opponent really good with it, and that's the whole ability with Kha'Zix. And I've almost forgotten his legend ability. It makes you capable of moving your unit, your exhausted unit, back to the base. And it's also capable of buffing. So
and we are done. Thank you so much. So, to summarize this, everything in your deck charms and you're taking away the main strategy of your opponent by just pushing everything into your battlefields.
Right, exactly. 30 seconds were really quick.
All right, thank you so much, Nixix. Yep, that's how Kha'Zix does. It just lures you in, gets you singled out, and then wins the game versus you. Thank you so much. We're going back to the broadcast with haste.
Thank you very much, Leonard, as we close in on round 10 for RQ Utrecht. James and Bandit here to take you through the action. And in some players' minds, you might think we have a treat for you. And in other players' minds, you might go, ooh, I've been trying to avoid this deck all week long. I think our matchup will feature the Infinite Lux loop. So we'll walk you through what that means if you're not paying attention. If you're not terminally online like us, we'll get you through the action.
Here, when they say that somebody is cooking, right, it's like, oh, it's a little spicy. Loop Lux is higher gastronomy. And it is an acquired taste.
It certainly is. Are we cooking with lasers? I've heard
No. It's foam. Everything is foam.
Everything's foam. Okay. So we'll get into it as we progress. To peel back the curtain a little bit, we were like, let's see if any make it, because it has been the boogeyman of the weekend where people are like, oh, how many people are going to be playing the Infinite Loop Lux? Quite frankly, don't know that we've had enough time really to refine the deck for most players. So we were saying, hey, we only saw it for the first time last week in China. Now people have had a little bit of time. So if any make day 2 and start looking like they might actually progress towards top 64 and top 8, we will pick it up and take a look. And that is the moment that we find ourselves in, as of course round 10 means we are determining our undefeated players, our top 8 players. So, Bandit, do you want to give us the like one line on the Infinite Lux loop as we take a look in a moment? In fact, you know what? Let's wait for the deck list. And I'm actually really surprised and happy to see a player I know as well, Pentastag from Rift Labs, one of Jib's teammates. We had Jibs yesterday. Pentastag up on stage now for a feature match too.
Once again, and we've already been impressed before by those who are more well acquainted with James. So is that... Are you directly influencing them, or do they have a good role model?
No,
what's the deal there?
It's actually a surprise right now for me, which is nice. At some point,
nice.
No, I mean a surprise that I didn't know we were getting this on stage.
Oh, I see a new card. I see Fiora in my Yi list.
Yeah, I think we may. Talking about Lux, I think we may end up seeing that perhaps as a later matchup. This is a Master Yi, of course, that we're looking at. I'll just get confirmation exactly of the matchup that we're going into. Yeah, but as you said, Fiora in this deck list, not something that we see very often.
No, it's the one spice. There's a main deck disarming rake for all that gear hate that you want to push through, and in general, not too many things. I think the one outlier here is the rune split and the fact that they are running, in fact, the Zon Warrens, where usually Arena's Greatest or something of the like would have taken the preference. Now, very important that you have to keep your eye on. We are playing overnumbered Poros. That pleases me.
Now, I will say that is all good to keep in mind, but we're in a moment where I'm like, this is the one time where I'm like, I do know the player on stage, and that's not their username, and I know that they're not playing Lux. So I think we need to...
We're keeping it easy.
We may come back around and revisit that. So we were talking about the Lux. So if you don't mind me jumping in as we make sure that we're in the right place. So the way that the Infinite Lux archetype works is essentially you're trying to create a game state where you can produce at least 2 and if not 3 loops of infinite creation. First of all, you end up creating infinite energy, then you create infinite power with a lot of recruit tokens, and then eventually one of the ways of winning the game is with Renata Glask, the one that taps to score a point. And the way your hand and deck is set up is like you can continue to replay it, score a point, replay it again, score a point, and it comes in ready, and you win the game basically.
Ready it with Fiora.
Exactly. One shot,
every time.
one shot, you win the game. I will say players have been cooking, looking for other ways of winning, and we'll jump into that when we do end up seeing the deck list, because there's a couple of tricky little ways. So that's the really quick way of telling you how it works.
Yeah, ironically, unlike the Lux deck itself, which is not quick at all.
No, it is a little bit Solitaire-esque, where you're like, I just need to draw through my entire deck in the first 3 turns.
And you need to be... It's very fragile in the sense of if you need to establish the loop first. And if you fail to do so, right, that is the way your opponent can now kind of have to punish you.
Yeah.
Be like, all right, are you really going through all the steps in the right way? And is there any moment for me to gunk up the gears?
Yeah, and there's minimal interaction in the early game, so a lot of people wonder, can you go quicker than it and come out ahead? There are a few different tools that people have been hypothesizing on ways to deal with it. If you're in purple, you can play invert timelines, for instance. Like, that's a way that it comes out. So it's not unstoppable. It's not the point where it's like, hey, you have to worry about this and everybody's going to be playing this deck, because there's quite a window in the first few turns where the deck just says, yeah, I'm drawing cards. That's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is I draw cards, I play cards that just fill my hand, and then suddenly, okay, cool, now I can do the thing on like turn 4, turn 5.
And there is that momentum that it carried with us, where it really became very notorious in a very short timeline.
Yeah.
Where people were like, oh, should I be main decking interaction for this potential matchup?
I'm going to tell you straight up, no.
But that is the emotion that runs wild, right? Because it was everything that everyone was talking about.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Lux Infinite? Have you seen the Lux Infinite? So does that take into account the fact that we do have 2,000 players? Well, for day 2, it's around 300 that are still remaining. The decks, the matches are only going to get harder with players that are more savvy.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think the counterpart to that, though, is that any player that has made it this far is now very refined with the loop. One of the other things at competitive level that people that maybe have been trying this deck at home, if you, as I said, if you're terminally online, you may not quite be familiar with the idea of presenting a loop, because you actually don't have to play the loop out at a competitive level.
You have to establish it.
Exactly. You establish it, and you clarify with your opponent, like, hey, this loop will end at this point. Like, this is the moment at which I will win the game. And we're not going to force you to go through the motions of every single thing to end up winning the game. You just have to present the loop and then present your win condition. And at this stage, everybody knows, once you see the loop, you're like, yeah, cool, that's fine. Let's go to the next game.
It's part 1.
Yeah, it's part 1. Getting the loop is another factor. We'll talk about exactly the way that it works as we go into the game. I see our players are drawing their opening hands and mulligans, so we may end up going directly into the action. As I'm tentatively excited about this. As yeah, we're into the game. Sinan on the Lux against Pentastag on the Master Yi. Yi does have a decent amount of early game tempo. It's like you want to see a 2-drop, you want to see it get out onto the board.
And this is why I really like Sinan's battlefield selection. By running the paper tree that ramps both of you up, you both get to channel a rune when you hold it, really goes for it. And all right, do you want to score early points? Well, that will mean you're ramping me up as well.
So, of course, has access to like Color Week and that type of thing. I'm interested now to see which version of the Lux deck this is, because I have seen a couple players in here. So we'll find another 2-drop as Pentastag even finds another early unit. So this is one of the ways that you can go under the loop and really talk about it. So I want to take a moment, if you don't mind, Bandit, of introducing the main cards that we're watching for in the Lux loop. So you're obviously looking for Forge of the Future as the first big key part. You essentially need a Forge of the Future in the trash, and then you need a second one in hand, and one is in hand. The other card, the next card, Sacrifice, is a really important way of not only drawing your way through the deck, but allows you to establish things back into hand. You're essentially getting all the way through your deck and refilling your hand to get these very specific cards. Shadows.
And most importantly, you can't really react to it.
Yes, exactly. It's very quick. Shadow's Call is the next one. It's going to allow you to, again, draw more cards. And also, that temporary trigger is going to allow you, when units end up dying, you're able to get a little bit more from doing everything within one turn. And then the last one on top of that, as I am going through my notes, it is Echo, of course, is the last part, because you need to be able to untap all of your runes, get your energy back, and just keep looping, because in Riftbound, if you run out of energy, you basically run out of the ability to do things. So those are the cards that we're looking to establish in hand, and there is a very specific board state later on that we will look for. Sabotage on the progress day could very well be one of the things, which, as it's not one of the cards I talked about, seems strange, but you have to be able to loop the cards I was talking about, which means you need no other cards really in your deck other than one or two, just so that you don't end up drawing your deck out.
And because once you do, and you continue to draw cards, you're just donating points to your opponent.
And importantly, your deck would then get your trash shuffled into your deck, and you can't continue the loop.
Exactly. So that's why you really have to prioritize the Forge of the Future, because that makes it so you can select which cards are going back in your deck.
Yes, exactly that. So, if it happens, which I will say, having a progress day now put to the bottom of the deck does make the ability for the Lux to play as quickly as you'd like. It makes it really quite tricky. But Yi is just going to be happy to tick the points up, keep going, keep moving forward, and keep the pressure on Sinan.
So what you have to prioritize on the Lux deck is it's all about you. It's all about how you manage the early game with your resources. So investing in early culling the week to slow down your opponent, you really have to ponder that. Make sure that, all right, how many victory points would he gain from having that one turn earlier, and mull over your options like that. So the card sharp here, introducing more and more gold, safeguarding your runes available to you, are key pieces for the early game to kind of make sure you are reaching that 9 to 12 rune power spike, I'm going to call it.
Yeah, of course, which then turns into infinite energy power spike. Because essentially the way that the infinite part comes through is every time you're trading like one recycle with the fact that you're going to end up channeling a rune. Like that kind of turnaround ends up being important. So every single time you're just neutral on those resources, but getting a recruit token for it and just generating constant recycle, lots of power into lots of energy, energy into power, then into one of the ways out is a Renata Glass. There are a couple other win conditions that if we see them, I'll talk about them.
So it's all about getting to that point, and managing your gold will mean we're going to reach that a little bit faster. Yeah. Now, it's up to the Yi to already mount the pressure, and we are scoring both of the battlefields as quickly as we possibly can. Now, it is a little bit tricky to start leaving battlefields open, because in the loop, that is what they need also.
Yeah, that is true. Is this the first time we're getting it on a featured match? So I'm interested to see the way through. So Sprite Burst is another card that can, of course, be a way out. It is another way of ending the loop by creating infinite units and just kind of like saying pass. One of the other ways that people have been playing it is around hand disruption as well, of saying like, hey, if I can just take all the cards out of your hand infinite times with the likes of Ash, that is a way to just say, I'm going to pass and I'm going to say I have 3,000 tokens on board. And I will just do it again the next turn, and then do it again the next turn.
That's a lot of temporary triggers.
It is, but you can do it every turn. You can just keep going. Just go again, go again.
So, from the Yee's point of view, you're going into this matchup, a matchup that you might have practiced here and there, but it's not your Diana matchup.
No,
right?
of course.
It's not the Yee mirror which you have grinded till oblivion. Keeping your head cool. What are the keys that you are looking out for? The key cards for a Yee to really ramp up that tempo, not give a moment's rest to his opponent.
I mean, the sabotage has to be one of them in the moment that we've seen already. Just destroying the hand draw as much as the hand size and the ability to draw as much as possible. This is quite a stacked battlefield, so you can see that Sinan is having to scrap for this. I have to feel like Sinan probably hit a couple of Yees on the way here as well. So the amount of Yees that are in the room, you have to feel like probably it feels okay in this match. I think outside of that, the Lux isn't a deck that really wants to fight you very much. So I think there's a lot of things like the pump spells, that type of thing, that probably, I will say, we haven't had enough time to be totally experts on this, but I feel like you probably don't care too much if you're Lux about like Yee having things like discipline in hand or you know, anything like a punch first. You're probably not in most situations, unless you're only slowing the Yee down, like in this scenario, you probably don't mind too much.
Not really. Lux is really, in this iteration, a deck that walks to the beat of her own drum. And will be trying to maintain that throughout the entirety.
Maybe not. I'm going to send in 2, and I'll play On Guard to give it +2.
Penta just trying to go through the battlefield.
I have to pay for the On Guard. There we go. I saw one rune tapped, I was confused. Pass action.
Sure.
Let's kill your card shop and scout, please.
Yep, just clearing out the permanent units so that the temporary ones will end up falling at the beginning of the next turn.
Is there an argument to be made?
First mate here. Cool.
To let, you kind of want to score as much as you can. But when they can reconquer it, that means that is another card they're seeing. It is very minor, but that is the scale of skill expression where you have to keep in mind. Is that one extra card really going to bring it all down?
It's a good question, and the Sunperks map is a card that I opened so many from this set, and I was like, I'm not going to play that card. Now I might end up playing that card. But it's one of the many tools that Sinan has in order to continue to draw. So 2 sabotages.
And now is a very critical moment, because Lux is not at terminal velocity.
No, and far from it, to be totally fair.
Yee is starting to threaten game 1 when he gets the turn back from Sinan.
So, Rally the Troops goes, as that is one of the parts necessary later on. I mean, this deck, once you do get to the end of your deck, you're like, I've drawn everything I need.
And that is that point. It can get out of hand so quickly when you leave the Lux to be.
Pit Rookie, and I'll buff my Master Yi. And I will end turn there. No cards in hand. You're
up to 6. I feel like Sinan has too much work to do at this point, with 2 sacrifices in hand, 6 points for Pentastag already. This is one of the problems with this Lux loop decks, is if you can't draw your entire deck, it's really hard to establish the loop. You're relying on cards. I didn't see the top deck, but I'm seeing Ruination in the bottom right.
Yeah,
it did get drawn.
There's no such thing as a little bit infinite in
Yeah,
life.
yeah, exactly. The Ruination being drawn into hand is pretty important here. Sacrifice is going to end up taking out the Echo, give card draw, plus also, of course, ready the rest of the runes. So has Sinan drawn the option just in the nick of time with that Ruination?
Everything before these results.
You really have to. You really have to because the win is on the board currently.
Power.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the
Results.
first real board wipes that hits everything in Riftbound is Ruination.
Stupefy over there.
-1 might.
Needs a target in order to stupefy. So doing it now before the Ruination is played.
Three, 6, 1, and 2.
It's not even waiting for a response. It's just defeated. All right, there they all go.
Yeah, I mean, no chance there's a wind wall in the main deck for Pentastag, so that is getting taken completely. So Sinan, is that enough? Is that enough? Because I haven't seen Penta's hand in a little while. 2 quick units would keep the game in Pentastag, like an untapped unit, you know, first mates, that kind of thing. May very well be enough, but it's going to be another sacrifice on the Echo.
And this is how the snowball starts rolling. Now, we are not looping just yet.
No.
So we are burning through our cards right now. If we cannot stabilize, kind of like nuclear fission, right, where the explosion keeps itself going.
Yeah. It's a forge.
It's a race to the bottom right now.
Into one draw. So the other one was Singularity that came out. So that's not what you want at this stage. You need to keep drawing at this point. Might be helpful next turn.
This 4.
Sure.
There.
So sacrifice 2 Shadow's Call, attack, Shadow, and this Forge. Okay.
So those are some of the important points of the combo, and there is still a Forge of the Future in the trash, which is necessary, because of course one now goes to it. You need to be able to loop them. One recycles the other, which recycles the first when you draw it again and play it.
Themselves out.
Exactly. That's one of the key parts of the loop, is you need that one there.
That's right.
Making sure they're the right way around. When 2 sacrifices come out, we'll know that we're at the bottom of the deck regardless. But Diligence in play is...
No pass.
Oh, that is not what you want to see. But that does reek of Rengar. This reeks of Rengar from a mile away.
Sure.
Okay, Sprite Burst.
Throw.
Sure.
But we know there's also a Singularity in hand for Sinan, so this could end up being... If you move to the battlefield, is it just a bait? Oh, this...
I mean, if there's a prize defender there, they're at 8, right?
But then you are just fine losing your unit, and you just say, okay, I'm going to Singularity you after the combat, right? So you're just like, hey, I want to bait the unit out of your hands so you don't have it for any time.
And this is the moment where it can get a little harder to deal with it, because Yi hasn't been spending the combat tricks at any point in the game. You can only assume that that hand is filled to the brim with steroids.
I mean, at this point, it looked like it was so good for Penta, but Sinan drawing that Ruination at the right time. Thinking about it.
So this really kind of highlights the dire straits that Pentastag is in, because I believe it's his turn currently.
It is. We are in Pentastag's priority in Pentastag's turn, and clearly did not draw an option that is viable at this point. Pass.
It really
2
felt
turns.
like the Rengar, but he's not getting there. no disciplines coming out either to see more cards.
The problem is, you know Sinan has seen so many cards since. So playing a Rengar to base is going to get killed. You've already seen a color week. You know that there's things. Oh, and a progress day is going to be enough to draw more of the deck. Is just going to finally resolve. There's a Ruination. Wow. That Ruination top deck for Sinan, the perfect time to absolutely turn this game around. New players might say, hey, 6 points to 1 point. Like, this looks so favored for Yi. And maybe there's a narrow window to sneak through. But look at how much control Sinan has on the turn, where you sacrifice again. And we know that the sacrifices are being put back into the deck. So Sinan suddenly now has drawn like 10 cards since we thought it was a dire situation.
And this is that terminal velocity that we talked about, where it is really close to self-sustaining and where they just keep drawing the answers. Even if they're not looping just yet, they can efficiently address any threats that are coming out whilst giving minimal openings for the Yi to take advantage of.
Sure. 5.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see the end of the loop main board for this deck, because I think it's just a board state that says I have a crazy number of tokens and I'm going to pass to you, and they're on a battlefield and you can't do anything about it, and then the next turn I'm going to do it again, and then the next turn I'm going to do it again. And when I say crazy, when you define a loop, generally, players will say, yeah, I'll make 1,000 or like however many. It doesn't matter. You'll make infinite. You'll make infinite, but you have to basically like
you do have to
define a number of like, hey, this is how many I can make, and I know you can't beat that.
And you know, there have been moments where a lack of imagination have costed players the game. So don't be humble and say like, oh, I'll do 100. No. Please go for the 4 million.
Charm into the Rengar, takes out the card shop. If there was a way to get to the other battlefield, there's going to be a Zorn Warren's draw discard. Is there anything?
7. And to trigger the Zorn Warrens, discarding my primal.
Discard draw, apologies, in that order. Is there anything that can take?
Use 1 power to hide a card and end my turn.
Okay, so Zhonya's will save the Rengar once. But we've seen Sinan having multiple options. Color Weak, if it's in hand, which I'm assuming it will be, eats the Scuttle Crab if you use it first. There's a Ruination.
Color Weak.
Ruination.
Color Weak in hand.
Color Weak in hand, but you need to be able to... So you can Singularity Color Weak is the way to clear the board. And you look at the number of cards in hand. You're
like that is your problem right there. The options available right now are staggering. And even if only 20% of the cards in hand are not direct combo related, that's still going to be 5 to 6 options available to you.
Yeah. And now it's just a case of looping into the end state of the game for Sinan. Can't quite see how many cards are left in deck.
Results. Red 2.
And that is an important part. Sinan at some point will, if you can't already see it, will count just to make sure that as you draw for the loop, you don't end up decking out.
Because being a single point away, the slightest misstep here...
that would be... Yeah.
Not to take away from any of these players, but I don't think Pentastack will be giving a backseat on that one.
6. Okay. 6 and 6.
I'll respond with Zonya's Hourglass. I will trigger my Scuttle Crab for the biggest note-taking session you'll have seen in your life.
Draw card from Lux.
Yes. Wait. What happens first? Death Knell or draw?
Say again?
Which happens first, the Death Knell or the draw?
Draw first.
Okay.
So, of course, with the Scuttle Crab falling, will be a reveal as Penta's going to look through. I wouldn't be surprised to see a concession here as soon as he sees a Color Weak. Counting the amount of removal that's left.
Understood.
Oh, look, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. I thought for a moment he was looking at his trash.
Not going to even begin to write that down. It's like, you have your whole board. Yeah, it doesn't even do it. You're like, yeah, fine. We also saw Pentastag count the number of cards left in Sanan's deck. So saying, okay, I know that this turn, right, this second you aren't there, but I get one more turn. Don't really know what options are left.
Elemental.
Pass, and now it's just up to Sanan to demonstrate the position to be in the loop.
Because how many more opportunities will Sanan be given?
And
how many more does he need?
You know, I know it sounds... I mean, it doesn't matter, but I was going to say this won't end the game this turn, of course. We are limited by the having to score both battlefields every single game. But once Sanan demonstrates it once, I'm pretty sure Pentastag is just going to say, yeah, there's literally nothing in this deck that is going to bypass infinite sprites.
And as Pentastag, you also kind of have to keep in mind that you are on the clock.
Yeah.
If you want another game to be clutching here, you kind of don't want to stay too long in a losing game.
Just the Sanan's like near perfect amount of interaction in the early game of just to take out a couple of units and slow Pentastag down into that ruination.
And now it...
Rally the troops, triggers and buffs?
Sure.
I'd like to react.
Sure.
Discipline on Echo, please.
Yes.
Gets one more draw. Didn't see it, but don't think there's too much that'll help from this situation.
Float 2.
Okay.
Top 12.
No problem.
Float 1. Float the power.
Okay, so
whilst Sanan is moving things along, I think like the one miraculous out is like a double Rengar turn.
I don't think we're here. I think we are actually into the first loop. As typically when you see the float the rune, float the power, is pretty much the moment. Without knowing the exact number of cards, it's rally the troops again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Draw.
Yep.
Then it should be Forge, right? Is the next step because you recycle back in. Oh, it's okay. Lecturing your.
Yeah.
And that was the last card.
So Forge has to come. You have to recycle back into the deck at this point.
Make a guy. Use the Forge.
And James, I'm not feeling too well.
I'm gonna return these 3.
Not sure about you, but I'm feeling a bit loopy.
I'll let Sanan walk us through.
Okay, and I'm gonna explain the loop to you.
Yes, I would like you to. So I'm just making sure that I get it right. So Forge, puts back, Forge, Shadow Call, and Sacrifice. And just shuffle that for you.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna draw all of them. Can we show them so it's gonna be more clear for everyone?
If you're gonna draw it anyway, just do it.
Okay. 5 for Echo.
Echo.
Sacrifice.
Yep.
Gonna float 1.
Yep.
Gonna float another 1. Float the power.
Okay.
Channel. Draw 2.
Alright.
And then I will use Shadow Call here to draw the other 2.
Okay.
I'm from here, just repeat. Do this again, make another guy. Use it, return the same 3.
Okay.
Then play Echo, which is 5. And the power. Play for 2 Shadow Call on Echo. That's gonna draw me 2 cards, and then sacrifice after on Echo, which is gonna draw me the other 2 cards, which are gonna be these 4.
Okay.
So I'll draw these 4. Get to untap everything.
There is a point to this because you generate infinite energy.
Rinse and repeat
And
from
there's
here for infinite energy.
A second loop of generating infinite power by you have copies typically
and
of
this loop every
retreat.
time is gonna.
This is loop 1 of 3.
Yeah. I heard the sequel is not as great as the first one, but the third part makes it all up for
The
it.
important part is then you make power by retreating your recruits or electring Yordle.
Played Echo, this and this, to draw the 4, which is Echo plus the other 3. And these 2 are played, go there. And every time I do this loop, I will generate 1 energy. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah?
That is correct.
I'll generate 1,000,000 energy.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, conservative, just 1 million.
Yeah, 1 million. He has the token. Sinan. Oh, that is perfect. It's not an arbitrary number. It's written on the card. So 1 million energy.
Retreat this guy. Float the power.
Then you do the loop and I can't wait for this.
Infinites of these guys as well, okay? There's,
Yes,
there's 1 million of them.
1 million
okay?
tokens, understood.
There's 1 million tokens.
Now that is what I call a power play.
And because you're floating, eventually,
Play that.
yeah, because you'll channel rune every single, like at the end, you float one at the end of the loop, and then you'll generate an additional power for each time the loop happens. I wonder what number Sinan has picked for infinite power.
1 million power.
It is another loop. I'll show it to you.
Oh,
would you like to?
I mean, demonstrate, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna draw 3 cards with this. This on one of the 1 million tokens, and this to make 2 sprites, which is gonna draw me another card.
Oh. Okay, it's important. Sorry, yeah. The power version is the Renata version.
Yeah, sure.
This is just to make sprites and take control of the battlefield. Apologies.
I'll retreat on the Yordle.
All right.
Floating a power.
No, it is okay.
Channeling. That's gonna make me another power.
Yeah.
This is used. This goes to my hand.
Yeah.
Then I will use Forge.
Yeah, okay.
Return this, and this.
Yes.
Play Yordle and Shadow Call on the Yordle to draw 3.
Yeah.
I'll draw these 3.
Okay.
I'll play on the Yordle and make a power. So I can do this infinite times.
Yes, yep.
I'll make 1 million.
Yep, 1 million power. There it is.
Power.
There it is. 1 million power. Unlimited power.
Well, I don't have yet.
But actually 1 million. Millionaires at this point. Now demonstrate the third loop.
And this is going to be the most important one.
Unchecked power.
Because what is incoming will be demonstrative of the killing blow.
Yeah, that's what you need to see. At the end of any loop, you have to show how the game ends.
Shadow Call one of the tokens.
Sure.
To draw 3.
Because currently, if they were to keep going like this, the Yi is up in points, so that...
You get this.
Which, to be fair to Pentastag, he hasn't seen the Renata glass in this deck list because it's not main board. So you must demonstrate a game-winning loop.
One of the tokens. Draw 3 cards from Lux. Draw these 3. And then repeat this 1 million times with the same 3 cards.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So I make infinite of those.
Infinite tokens, yeah.
Right.
The thing is,
Like 1,000.
Sure.
if Penta
1,003
spots at the end of the loop results in Sinan having no cards in deck, and Sinan passes and comes back to turn, that would therefore attempt to draw a card, right? If you're not winning this turn, is there a window to deck out? If
I mean, if you have...
Sinan does not structure the deck at the right way at the end, you have to imagine he will.
If you have a Force of the Future, you're good to go. No?
As long as you end the loop in that state, is my point. You have to pass the turn at some point.
But you have to be mindful. You have to be
Exactly.
mindful. There's no room for error.
Fourth card of my choice, which could be any. Let's say this one. Then I'll use this on 2 of my tokens to draw 4.
Yeah.
Right? So I have an extra card I don't need, plus 3. This is that. Then I can do the same. This forge returns these 3.
Yeah.
And these 2 cards draw me these 3. And then when I do it, I can return as many cards as I want from my trash to my hand.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll return everything.
Sure.
Except for any 3 cards. Doesn't matter. This goes to my hand.
There's a white card in there.
Yeah.
Oh, Lux, of course.
So at this point, I think this purely comes from the iteration and not having the Renata Glask in the main deck. Because I'm sure Pentastag is familiar with the original loop that we saw. I know people have been talking about it a lot.
People have been adapting and trying to innovate.
Be a forge in the...
And despite the fact that the Renata version is very...
I'll return
I will just say, TCG historians know that players have won games by presenting an infinite loop and not having the winning condition accidentally in their deck.
Yeah.
That has happened historically, so I don't blame Pentas for saying, I haven't seen your win condition yet.
They are just making Sanan play by the rules set out. The judges are next to it, vigilant on exactly just that.
I think if Penta had seen a Renata Glask, the concede would have happened.
But they haven't presented a game-ending.
Exactly. You've presented an impossible board state. Apologies for talking over. I didn't see how many sprites actually ended up.
900,999?
Well, it's every unit at this point now. The nod of the head from Penta saying, okay, so you are just going to stack.
All right. Cool.
And this is the thing, is the turn has passed. There are cards in deck, so Sanan is going to be able to lock this up. But
stop the time. I think we had a 14-minute turn. Not quite 1 million, but it's getting up there.
How many million recruits?
Well,
I mean, surely there's no out, right?
Temporary dice.
Yep.
Because now the recruits just like 500,000 move to one battlefield, 500,000 move to the other.
Just temporary dice. Draw.
I guess if we're being pedantic, a few have been retreated.
Yeah, that's not a clear game state anymore, is it? we kid. Obviously.
Get these 3 back.
I will say,
but aren't you getting nervous as you just with the time remaining? Or are we really banking on a slight misstep?
10,000 of those there.
Sure thing.
5.
I think it's important to note what's on the line here.
And 10,000 here.
Top 64 is on the line. And being 8-1 at this moment means you are still alive for it.
Definitely.
I will play a Discipline on my Rune Runner and draw a card.
And the problem is Sanan has not demonstrated a game-winning loop. It is an impossible board state.
I'll let my turn.
But a game win right now, it is not.
I mean,
you still need another of Sanan's turns to happen, which is fine. You just move the units and pass. But
yeah, like that's the point. The extra fireworks of winning in a single turn are nice and all.
Yeah.
But like we said before, it doesn't matter if you win in 100 turns or in 2.
Yeah, there we go. We are going to game 2 from Pentastag. So yeah, getting to the point at which the game actually was over. Sanan does have options in the sideboard of ways to end the game on that turn. It is a little bit of the clunkiness of a loop that does not end the game. Is if you're not presenting a demonstrable game-winning loop, your opponent, to some extent, is able to say, yeah, show me.
Yeah.
Keep going, like, get there.
Okay, you have the units and you're just going to win through holding. That is fine, but you're going to have to go through every step. There's no shortcuts here.
Many players would scoop. If you're like, hey, I just don't want to... Sure, you've got it. You are within your right to see the end of the game come through. We knew there's nothing in Penta's deck that will actually turn that back around.
Penta's deck is just keeping Sanan honest. Just like, all right, just show me that you can win the game. I did, and now we're moving on.
I don't think we need not so fast.
think
flavor text in this deck, just as the name of the card, because if that was fast, I don't want to see slow.
that was a blistering speed. I'm not sure about you, but...
Yeah, the Sabotage is likely to come in, you would imagine. Again, I felt like the start from Penta was almost as good as it was going to get. Things like sabotaging the progress day initially out of hand, removing it from there was an important moment.
Despite running into an early Calder week, right? And we saw how, I mean, in the end, despite the fact that Sanan did snatch back that game, the margin was thin.
Yeah.
On 7 points, if you brick a single turn or that Calder week at the very beginning wasn't played, that is the margin of error you're working on. And in those early turns where Lux hasn't acquired all of the options yet of interaction, not all of the Ruinations in hand yet, that is the time where you have to capitalize on a restrained Demacian pupil.
Yeah, that is fair to say. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on this beautiful Sunday morning.
On Loop Watch.
Loop lots of cards. I will say, it's a deck that we've only really seen for a week. We here in Europe and North America haven't really seen it at a competitive level. This is the first opportunity
This is the big
for
test.
it to actually come out. So we are also learning the different variations with you alongside. We hear from testing partners. We hear from the teams. We hear little snippets of things. But actually seeing it happen in a day 2 scenario is a very different beast where people are running different variations.
And unlike many of other iterations, I feel like the Loop players have been playing their cards relatively close to the chest. Lots of foreboding statements out there, but none of them really keen to tip their hand too early.
Yeah.
There's element of surprise, which is diminished a little bit with all the exposure it had before. But these new iterations, you do want to verify what you're working with. And the fact that we haven't seen Renata just yet, could that be a tip-off for Entesec to be like, what am I really facing?
So a lot of people are running it in the sideboard just for like, hey, I'm going to run out of time, so I need to end the game.
So walk me through, why don't we just main deck it for the first one?
That is a great question. I'm assuming it's something to do with like the reliability of it. I know people, for instance, are. Yeah, you know what? I actually don't have an answer to that. I'm not even going to try and make one up. No. It's totally fine. This is one of the things I was thinking through of like, is it that it's vulnerable if it's a one-of? And then I'm like, no, because it just goes back in the deck and you just draw it and you loop into it again. Yeah, it's a really good question. I would love to hear potentially from Sanan.
Yeah, well, now I'm kind of wanting to win, so Barrett can ask it for us.
I was talking to some of the team at Challenger who have a different variation on this as well. I will say it's not an easy loop to appreciate if it's a different variation or something like that and you're seeing it for the first time. Once you have it in your head, you're like, okay, I kind of understand. Explaining it is another thing. But of course, being at this level, you have to be able to explain it to your opponent and demonstrate it. But it's not intuitive to say, yes, I'm going to win the game from this position, though. I think at the point where you're like, oh, I'll create 1 million energy.
Yeah.
Tends to be like, okay, I see where we're going.
I have 2 gigantic cannons now.
Ooh, and they're not cannons, but they're 2 progress days in hand. That is good for the card draw, but
a little too soon.
Gotta get there. Gotta get there.
You don't necessarily want to put them on the bottom either.
Yeah.
No, it's okay too.
Did we catch a look at what went out of hand? I know there was a Promising Future, which is a card we don't see too much in the hand of Sanan, which if we see it, we will end up getting. Of course, Pentastag will be looking for that Sabotage in hand early on.
Yep. The window to interfere with Sanan's plans is small. It comes in the early game, and you're not really closing it, you're merely delaying it.
No 2-drop from Penta.
Oh.
Both progress days kept in hand. Sanan must have drawn it off. Sanan ends up with some stupefies, wasn't able to utilize them on Sanan's turn. So we're essentially like half a turn behind for Penta from where you'd want to be.
And we saw how it ended when he did find the turn 1 play. So needed every little boost he could get in the early game. So this will definitely leave a bitter taste. Once again, we are lacking a bit of the extra card rotation through a Zaan's Warrens.
Uh-huh.
So the amount of cards you will see will be limited.
First Mate Starspring combination, however, is going to get Lonely Paro over to the Treasure Hoard in order to score to the second point.
No, I won't.
And Sanan's next turn is likely to just be Progress Day. Or at least it is an option. There is a Sabotage in hand. A challenge
and your looks, please.
Played.
And just pushing Sanan back whenever they can. No, you're not getting that extra energy.
There is the Sabotage. One of those Progress Day is likely hitting the Recycle. This is the moment where you really wish you weren't seeing a second Progress Day.
Echo.
Do you, at this point,
Scout.
try and defend your own progress by taking out the Cold Week so you can keep holding on, you can keep the tempo going at the very least?
I think you might be more scared of Progress Day into the following turn, Singularity or Ruination. Like, Color Week on its own, it's a little bit slowing down Pentastag, but I think you need to cut that card draw. You need to keep Sanan's options. To be frank, and maybe it's not as definite as I'm saying it, if Sanan had not drawn into Ruination in the last game, the very last opportunity to play it, Pentastag basically had that game wrapped up, right? That had to be exactly like the ability to clear both boards. So maybe there was like another Singularity there, but the card draw is so key in this early game. And Sanan, will it be like Card Sharp, which came off the top? Or will it be Progress Day? It could just be Stupefy into double check the option, just in case it was a Singularity. Then it's Progress Day with the remaining energy. Yeah.
Yeah, let's draw 5, shall we?
So saying, yeah, okay, my opponent's going to go up to 4. Now Pent is in an awkward situation.
Yeah, that's right.
Elaborate.
So you want to play out more units to protect from a Singularity, but if you play out all your units and a Ruination has come off the top, you're one turn away after that. Sanan cannot Ruination on the next turn, unless he's got a way of killing Echo and going neutral and getting 1 extra energy, maybe. I would have to take a look exactly.
Those margins are thin, though.
Yeah, they're very, very thin. It would have to be an exact way of weaving together cards.
That would mean that Sanan is really fearful.
Penta,
and he has time
passes, has the 2 units, did not develop a board into it, so potentially playing around the same thing. But then you're hedging your bets at that point. You're like, if my opponent has this exact answer, how do I play? And you know, I mentioned, I joked about Not So Fast not being an option, but actually, if you're protecting against Singularity, that might be one way in. Singularity would be a way of preventing that.
You are not
it doesn't do anything
equipped to combat this iteration of Lux. So every small little bit of help you can get can be the difference maker. We saw how close it was in the previous one.
Yeah. Card chop into Sumpworks map. When an opponent scores, draw 1. And I think the question is going to be, are you drawing 1 or drawing 2 on the hold?
I'll draw 2.
They're 2.
I know. I'm just saying that it's a no. I was just gonna say that was like the question that Penta is gonna ask, and Sanan says, "I'll draw 2." It's one of those things where, yeah, I draw 2.
It just goes to show that I thought it's always about me.
Actually, I'll leave that there.
Leaving it there, is that potentially a sign of like saying, hey, if you do contest this battlefield, I'm going to Rengar is one option?
The harder you make it for your opponent, the more possible game states they have to take into account, the better your position is going to be. But despite Pentastag sitting on 6 points, I am not confident. You are not comfortable right now.
We were in this stage in the last game. If this is Ruination off the top, that's heartbreaking. If you are rooting against Sinan. It's not. Is there one in hand? I didn't quite catch that, but it looked like there might have been one in hand actually for Sinan already.
And shuffle. More nervously, please. I mean, usually at the table, I'm not a fan of hand shuffling, but cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, there's already one there. I think that means at this point, it's tricky to play out from here. Sinan, I think, is trying maybe to bait out the Rengar, bait out the options. Pentastag plays into it as well, and I think that's exactly what Sinan wants, because it's like, sure, you can go to 7, you can score this battlefield, that's fine, because 7 does not win you the game. Ruination, is there a wind wall or anything that's come in? No, it's not. And there's no way of taking that down, and 3 units will fall to the Ruination, and it's a repeat of game number 1.
It's deja vu.
Is going to crush through the units of Pentastag and now have full control on the board, despite having 0 points. Pentastag at 7.
And the painful reality that Pentastag is facing is that almost winning is also fully losing.
At this point now, are there options? Are there enough ways of finishing either his turn or Sinan's turn with units on board to hold for a point? There is a disarming rake in hand. There is another unit. So Pentas are saying, I'm going to force you to have another Ruination or another Singularity. The Master Yi, of course, in hand as well. Has a Pit Rookie, an Akshan, a disarming rake. Like, there are units here. This is a little bit better than the last game, but they have to stick. And the problem is Sinan has been drawing into options to take them out.
They have been acquiring more and more cards throughout, looking for where the border ends, what the limits are, and he's been walking a fine line, but like a tightrope walker, never losing balance.
How long left?
And that does show what's on the mind.
Looking for what's already been used, what's been churned through. So Singularity obviously does enough to prevent Pentastag from outright conquering both battlefields on the following turn. Sunwip's map. It's a lot of the pieces of the puzzle, but not a lot of removal. So now it's down to Sinan to say, okay, how do I get there?
And the moment Sinan asks for time left, you're going to have to assume that he's going through my... If I lose this game, there's not a good shot of me winning the third one in time.
I think that's a Renata Glask in hand, though, for Sinan, which would mean the sideboard plan of bringing in Renata Glask Mastermind to win with the infinite combo on the same turn.
Draw 2 is fine.
And that is where the overtime turns are benefiting the Lux here.
Oh, massively, yeah.
Because they're...
You only need to get into one of them to lose, and then it's fine. You can take as long as you want, but preferably not that long.
Preferably, unless you're called Sinan and you'd like to go 9-on-1.
Preferably, you just reveal like the 8 cards in the Renata Glask and say, hey, you saw half of this in game 1. Now here's the actual game-winning part. But again, Sinan has to draw through a lot of the deck, but at this point, the Echo is going to assist, allow the Awakening of the Runes already.
We are in Singularity range right now, so at least calm a bit.
Do we have one in hand? Yet? I don't see one. Looks like 2 retreats came off the top recently. I thought that might be the Renata Glask, but it actually looks more like Ash. It might be the other version of this deck. They are tucked in there. And I do think the foiling is beautiful on these cards, but sometimes when there's a lot of scenics, it can be a little trickier.
All right, getting the pawns into position.
Well, this is all about drawing now. It's just having a target to be able to say, yep, draw 2 cards. I need to see more. I need to see more.
All right.
Retreat.
He needs to come up with something rather quickly, because Echo goes back to
another Echo.
that might be the safer. You have the energy for the sacrifice.
Yep, sacrifice. Then Echo's going to let you do it again, and you're just looking, just digging. There's one. They got to be in there somewhere.
Channel, red 2. 10 minutes or 30 minutes. So you said 30 before.
Oh, Sinan heard 30
out of 13. Yeah.
Instead of 13 is my point. Sinan understood as 3-0. That's not the same. As Sinan is just not finding the answers. There is the Renata Glask in hand, Sprite Burst as well. So now am I? How many options are in there to draw? There is a progress day, but if you progress day and don't have the echo on the back of it,
exactly,
you can't singularity following it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There has a decision to be made. Sinan either has to decide, I am not there yet, I need to survive, rather than acquiring more pieces of the puzzle.
Which would be a holding strategy, like getting onto the battlefield with like sprites, but does that do it? Are there shadows calling? You know, you've got to spend some units, so it's progress day into looking for an option.
So now we are in that similar position where Aurora players are, where they can't find Aurora, but that is
in hand, but is there a way to actually get to play them? Because there's no echo, there's no way of re-looping, right? So the echo is now in hand. This is what you wanted to see on the last thing of drawing. Scoops it up, and Sinan is going to get taken to a game 3 by Penta, and now the timer ticks. And the really important thing, the absolutely vital thing, is we go into overtime rules is what we're looking at. If Penta can establish a 2-point lead and the loop is not found in the 3 overtime turns, then Penta will advance, and this Lux deck does not take points early.
That is what we've seen throughout. Game 2 ending a dollar short and a day late. Now it is time to regain the tempo. And you can see the nervousness. We saw before the little shaking of the hands. What a disastrous turn. You saw how close that was. We saw how fine the margins were in game 1. And now there's no time to lose.
Wow, that's...
Is there a way to pivot? Do we throw out the combo knowing we can't acquire it in time and just fully bank on sprites?
That looked like thinking about a singularity out. I didn't see what went in instead. You saw Sinan contemplate it. There is a not so fast in the now post-sideboard deck from Pentastag.
I believe they had one main deck.
Okay, cool. I will say that the deck we showed coming into this was correct. The deck list was correct. Yep. Just the name. Sometimes there's a discrepancy in the data of usernames, and I know Penta is Pentastag.
And here you can see that Sinan is like, right, let's get going. He can't wait to get all the turns he possibly can out of this game. He will need every single one of them.
Yes, and this is the downside. I appreciate, I'm sure people will be of split opinion over playing the loop out in game 1.
It's
but
legal.
Without seeing the Renata. If Renata is in the main board, you just say, yeah, sure, got it. All right, let's go. But you have to get to a point where it's just like, so you're at 0 points or 1 point. You're going to pass, okay?
Playing the regional qualifier is more than about just playing the cards in hand and the resources on you. Managing energy, both in the game, but also in yourself, to play over 2 days. Managing the clock, setting yourself up in the most favorable positions. This is where it all comes together for Pentastag.
Penta now on to start at peak. Aspirant's Climb is not going to particularly matter. I doubt Pentastag is going to get 2-9. It is just a case of getting high enough on the board, like just getting enough points to go past Sinan's.
The one change from here on out is this is the first time Pentastag is not going first.
Yeah. That is very true. Does have a 2-drop in hand, though. That's really important for the pace of this match. Now, Sinan going first has to create some presence, stupefy, retreat, forge, pass. Cull the Weak is going to help. Is there a defy in hand?
Nearly pass.
Yours.
It's Lux. It's the importance of just having a unit.
We need digging. We need more energy. We need those progress days ready and up and running.
Now, Penta's options are multiple units or the Yi. What is the direction for this turn? Are there multiple units to play out? Start Tip Peak will at least help on the hold. That is what the Master Yi is going to want to do. Oh, there are multiple units. It can't play both of them, but at least you know there's some protection potentially
that is the
on
big
the Cull a week.
You both have first mate.
Readies the Poro. Is this now a
charm as
charm?
well.
Yep, charm. Bring the Lux in. Gets the Master Yi Legend ability, of course. Passes the turn. So, first point scored. Not enough to take this if we were to go to overtime with this difference, but the units in hand for Sinan, it's just a flat progress day saying, I need to get to my loop in the next 4 minutes so that we can go into overtime and I can establish control in one of those two potential turns that Sinan would have.
We saw how, from seemingly nothing, Sinan can build up an army and strike.
Hold to 2.
Yes.
Trigger starts at peak.
Yes.
Channel 2.
Startup trigger happens obviously before the channel. That's why just sequencing the start of turn.
Conquer to 3.
Holds to 2, now conquers to 3. So now the game win is active for Penta. If we end overtime in the current score point, a point score, I should say, Pentastag would end up taking it. That is a pass now. Sinan, Forge of the Future. This is mostly to get a body and to draw, you would imagine. Because we haven't seen anything like a Singularity come through. This is like trying to desperately... The thing is, Ruination is going to hurt you as well in this situation, so it's purely about draw, 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 draw. How do I get through my deck quick enough?
We are stuffing our bag with as many cards as we can, so that when we go camping in our overtime turns, we are as well prepared as we possibly can.
And Sinan is trying to just get these sequences done as quickly as possible of like, I have to draw basically 40 cards.
And props for Pentastag for not slowing down at this point and trying to play for the win still.
Yeah, thinking about the plays, obviously taking the time to think about it, but after an extremely long game one, now saying, hey, I need to keep pace, I need to keep going forward, and Pentastag will score up to 5. Again, the point does... Whose line is it anyway? Because the points don't matter at this point. Unless
rules are definitely not made up, though.
Penta can get... Yeah, no, the rules are absolutely in force. If Penta is able to get to 9, then yes, the points matter. But the entire point about this motion is when we get into overtime, it's either Sinan wins with the loop combo or Pentastag wins this match.
And facing the sabotage right now, you're going to have to at least... think through and be like, all right, what has he been doing up to this point? Draw, 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 draw. Can we slow it down? Even the tiniest bit. It matters, like we saw in the previous turn.
When there is, 3, 5, 8, 11 cards in hand, you are entitled time.
Plus, Fiora, worthy.
Writing it down. You're entitled time to think, is what I was going to say. Writing it down just to keep the information is perhaps another thing, but Sinan recognizes that the only way through this game is to draw the entire deck. Penta knows the same thing. There's no Singularity. You've got to just take the card draw. You would imagine. Oh, he's saying can't be this, can't be this, can't be this. Maybe he's trying to take some of the bodies. It's either the Shadow's Call or the Sprite Burst.
Because with the Sprite Burst, you can start fighting back. Up to a certain extent.
True.
Though you do have to contest with the Yi passive, of course.
Gives the Sprite Burst back. It is Shadow's Call. 59 seconds on the round. I will say, as always with feature matchups, yes, our timer is ticking. The judges at the table are the ones that will tell our players exactly the exact moment that overtime begins. So if we go to 0, and there's a little bit of...
So we need to keep track of the hand of Sinan. Are the pieces there yet?
The Ruination,
piece.
But it's too late, surely.
We are looking for echoes
exactly.
right now.
You're looking for draw plus echoes. That's the problem. The problem is it doesn't do enough on its own.
A ruined nation.
It does slow Pentastag to, when we're in overtime, not get to 9, probably.
And on the next turn, you do have the sprites available. If you can get up to maybe 3 or 4, at least you can force out a draw that way. But the pivoting of plans, it means that all those earlier turns are not really getting the result that we've wanted. You have to pick a lane at a certain point.
So is it horns or
0, 1, 2, 3, right? Okay. Turn 0 on me, then you have 1 turn, 2, 3. Okay.
So that's saying that Pentastag's turn is turn 0. 0 means this is the last kind of like regular turn.
After this one, we start counting down.
Sinan will have 1 turn, then Penta will have a turn, and then Sinan will have the final turn of the game. And importantly, now the time is off. These are untimed turns. So everything about decision-making and the amount of time, and that's...
I think he's going to write these ones out?
Well, most of them are already written down, right? So it's just new information. But that was what I was going to say, is anything here is now pure decision-making. You're purely thinking through...
And that is shifting gears for the players as well, because you've been rushing, trying to get as much out as possible, and now you have to take a few deep breaths.
You heard Pentastag say no ruination, right? And I think also clocking the echoes being missing means we're now drawing into untapping. You have to draw into answers, so Penta feels a little bit safer to play out units, plays 1, and we'll just say pass. Stupefy Rally is probably not what Sinan specifically was looking for. However, Stupefies are a cheap way of at least seeing 1 more. Is that enough?
He is guaranteed 1 more turn.
Yeah.
After this one. So we can set up this entire turn. Because at this point, trying to get a draw out of it is simply not feasible. It's all or nothing.
There's a really important card in hand that I haven't mentioned up until this point, and I realize it was the card that I was misrecognizing in the previous game, and that is Fiora Worthy, which is important to buff up the Renata to be able to untap it, like ready it and move it to the battlefield. Apologies for missing that on the previous game. That is exactly what was in hand. I wasn't quite able to sneak a vision of it, but it is there. Thank you to our team behind the scenes for displaying it as well. It's an important part on the Renata combo to be able to get that.
And you got to keep setting up as Sinan. Pull the trigger too early, and it's a blank. Pull the trigger too late, and you're giving the game away.
So this is turn 1 of overtime.
Correct. After this one, Pentastag gets another, and Sinan will finish out the game.
That's a lot of cards left in Sinan's deck. That is a lot of cards, like more cards left than you would like.
Still no echo.
Stupefy, trying to get just the last little look. Finds a sacrifice.
That is one piece.
It's a piece of the puzzle, but Sinan will get to draw off that. If it's an echo off the top to get sacrificed, then that is a different...
he has been drunk so many cards.
And how many
every card drawn?
You only need to... You get maybe 1 or 2 more looks with the other Stupefies.
The last turn for Pentastag.
Which means we're now at loop or lose for Sinan on the final turn. It is possible, I believe, from this situation with the cards in hand. If an echo comes off the top, I think it's the last piece.
The 6.
At least to create a board state where you can get the loop. There is a not so fast in hand, but that doesn't do anything to the loop. That would have just been to protect the units.
The first domino needs to fall. Once you have that million energy in the bank,
that also explains why Pentastag was double-checking why Sinan was where Sinan was targeting with Stupefy, which Sinan said card sharp, because not so fast has to be your own unit, right? But it would deny a draw. So The ready. Into hand. Progress day. That's...
But that is
Is there
six.
enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Are they on 12 routes
There
yet?
would be enough, right? Echo and a sacrifice?
That would make 12. And you'll be drawing a
No,
fifth
there's
card.
one left.
Oh, they're one short.
I don't think...
I have a sinking feeling, James.
Is there another way? Is there another way to draw? There was Stupefies there, right? So Progress Day is not the only option. You could just sacrifice one of your other units and say, okay, we're gonna get into it. A promising future, a card we have not seen in this matchup. They're gonna look at the top 5 of their main deck, choose one, recycle the rest. Starting with the next player, each player plays these cards.
This is 1 energy cheaper. If they hit the Echo,
Choose, but then you play it first.
we move on.
Oh, right. So
We choose at the same time.
sure. So I just look right and reveal.
You heard Sanan say we choose at the same time, but you play it first.
There's an echo. There is an echo.
An echo. Is there enough on the back end of this combo? And Penta has to play first. It's mostly units, not so fast, can't be played in this situation, of course. So it's just Ruin Runner or Rengar or Lonely Paro.
You want to shuffle or?
Sanahan says it doesn't matter. You're not gonna see these cards. This is the last turn.
I shuffled it after you shuffled. Could you shuffle that again, please? Oh wait, you tapped it, didn't you?
Second.
Just shuffle that real quick.
It's okay. I didn't do anything. You can go. Yep.
Is it
You
okay
can
with
put
that?
a bottom.
Okay.
So Sanan
Now.
will see Penta reveal
You had
the
to play
power.
power.
Sure. Any power.
Play Echo.
Plays the Echo. Surely that's
Draw a card from Lux.
got to be enough, right? We know there's a progress day in hand. So Sanan is gonna eventually end up sacrificing the Echo.
And there are more Echoes laying in wait.
Exactly. And that's
This
going to
is-
be
this is
enough
that domino effect
to
we were
draw
talking
through. Promising future, a card that is not played in the majority of the meta. Pretty much this is the only time I've seen it played at this level. Is looking promising for Sanan's future being a win
Promising.
in round 10.
One more time. We
This-
have the energy. We have the card draw.
And this is where the adaptation has to be Renata out of the sideboard for the overtime rounds. Because if this was the same strategy as game 1, Sanan would not be able to win. But Renata Glask can win on the same turn you loop by utilizing Renata Glask Mastermind's tap ability to score a point by recycling, I believe it's 4 energy.
But that's
Sorry, 4 energy plus recycles. Yeah,
that's
4 and 4.
that's a drop in the bucket when you
Yeah,
have
when
a
you have
million.
a million.
Okay.
Just 5.
This is the next domino
3 and 2.
that needs to hit.
Echo.
There's the other Echo.
Sacrifice. I'll float 6.
Okay.
I feel like we're there on the number of cards in the deck, or at least will be.
I feel that the
feel like
dominoes
it's-
are toppling over one after another. And to add to the drama, whoever takes the win kind of also ensures their opponent that they're not going to make the top cut. 2 wins is really tricky to still make it.
The difficulty with this is the one player involved in this board right now that is the one I'm just going to trust to go through is Sanan. Because knowing exactly the game state with this intricate loop is a little trickier than you might imagine. So actually just demonstrating a bunch of the cards that we're recycling here. And again, this is essentially the setup for the loop.
One second. These 4.
Sounds great. 2 sacrifices a... Sorry, 2 sacrifices Shadows energy. Okay.
It is tricky because if you're not super familiar, you haven't seen the Renata Glask yet. In all of the like sabotages and stuff like that, you haven't seen the finishing blow. Now you've seen the Fiora, so you can infer, if you're familiar with the deck list, that it is there, but you gotta have it.
And at this point, the people still playing that are 8-on-1, 9-on-0, you can expect from them that they will not be caught too off guard by being faced with a loopy-loop deck. Going over the top once more, another progress day. And we're just digging for the pieces to be connected once more. Keep everything floating, find the next echo, find the next sacrifice, do it all again. And well, we have the energy still, but currently no echo in hand, as far as I can tell.
Not that I saw.
But when you have so much energy still available to be drawing, but it goes to show that similarly to as when you're playing Aurora, if your deck is stacked in just the wrong order, it's not impossible to break.
Not impossible, but I think we're at that stage.
It's slim.
Yeah,
it's slim. I'll be very real, but we got to introduce some sort of stakes into this.
Yeah, you know, I get it. As again, I mentioned previously, I'm pretty sure TCG players will know that when I refer to LSV, did famously win without having the win condition. We've seen it in this, so I'm not worried that Sinan doesn't have the Renata, but it is valid for Penta to say, hang on a second, I haven't seen it yet. Show me the win condition. Show me the win condition.
Penta Stack's playing to win.
Yeah, exactly. Tournament Lifeline.
And that includes your opponent.
Sinan nods.
Going through till the very end.
Sinan's going to extend the hand! No way! Penta manages to actually make it! Deny the loop in overtime to go 9-1! Are you kidding? The loop wasn't quite there!
The resolve of Pantastag to sit through all that calm and collected, unbothered by what was happening in front of him.
And I know, Riftbound community, you're going to say, why force the play out of the loop? Why do it? That's why. Because if you don't see the game-winning loop, you are not entitled to the win yet. And that means if your opponent does not find the loop, your opponent does not win.
We have repeated it multiple times throughout, but this is the embodiment of making them have it, and Sinan didn't.
1 million energy and 1 million power was not enough to make it through round 10 with the infinite loop Lux as Pentastag picks up a 9th win. Sinan, I had to play so clean through that. Game 1 was the Ruination just at the right time, and it looked so good. I was like, okay, Sinan probably is making it through this. Now we get the Renata loop in. Game 2 was a lot quicker, and Pentastag just forced Sinan to have the loop, demonstrated. I even was saying, hey, we're done here. This is it. Probably we're going to get there, but no, not to be. Sinan could not make it as Penta picks up the win.
I have never seen a more devastating brick happen on stage in the feature match with a possible top cut probability still to fight for. Sinan had everything to lose here, and Pentastag makes him lose it all.
The consistency, even missing a 1-drop in some of these games on Pentastag's side, but just being able to outpace, knowing that the overtime rules favor a deck that is able to establish points. And when you're running a deck that does not score, the only ways to win in Riftbound, aside from a couple of Battlefield, like the Battlefield that'll do it by holding, the only way to win is just have that higher point score, whether it's getting to the winning point or end overtime with 2 greater points than your opponent. That is exactly what Pentastag did.
I have so many questions for Pentastag in the interview.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure eventually we will. But considering how long that round was and how deep in the tank we had to go, I think it may take a second or two to get there. Wow, what a round 10. I mean, to be candid, obviously letting the players talk through some of the loops I think is important in that moment. You can see just the communication of like step by step, show me every single thing. And Sinan, that's one of the problems I think when you're playing this deck is you probably have to explain that loop a lot every single time you play, especially in these Swiss rounds where your opponents, you don't necessarily know the matchups particularly well. They want to see them demonstrate the loop. We're going to take a breather because Barrett is standing by with Pentastag after that marathon win.
Thank you so much for that immaculate commentating and casting for an immaculate match, showcasing a deck that sure is the talk of the town, the talk of the regional qualifier. Like you said, for this past week, we have to talk about this Lux deck, but that's not what we're here to say congratulations to. It's Rift Labs Pentastag. Congratulations on your win with your Master Yi deck. So and not only just that, moving on and still keeping your top 8 contention alive here with 3 more rounds to go. How does it feel taking down what I think, as we've said, a lot of people talking about this deck, a Titan that people are thinking about? How does it feel getting that win?
It's terrifying. When I sat down, I was doom and gloom, but it feels amazing, especially when you consider statistics. I usually lose more than I win against that Lux Infinite combo, and I don't have a lot of practice against it. I know the basics, and I know somewhat, but I don't even know how it actually goes infinite, which is why I had to pay close attention. So it feels amazing that I was able to adapt on the fly, and honestly, watching it happen was, I thought I would be a lot sadder losing, but 1 million energy, 1 million power, do what you want. Yeah, pretty fun.
No, it was so fun to watch, and I feel more educated as well. Like, just being more informed into what that deck does, but also figuring out the keys to unlock the win of it. And this even specific adaptation from Sinan, huge shout outs to him, because, I think the version that we've seen going into this tournament is not necessarily what he's playing in the main board, and then brings it out for these other games. And that just has to be even more difficult to you when you have to address how to get this win.
So one thing I paid close attention to game 1 was what cards were being iterated and what was happening, especially paying close attention to, are they playing Renata? Because you can win from, nothing. So I was kind of curious as to if that was happening, but then game 2, luckily my Sabotage saw the Fiora and there would be no other reason to run it other than that. So I was prepared for Renata to happen. I had some very niche plays. I had some really, really niche lines going in my head that I was like, I hope I can pull that off and maybe that'll be good. But at the end of the day, I think I just play as best as I can. And there was a couple misplays. For example, I really probably shouldn't be holding to play around Sunken Map. But, taking the win, it feels good.
Good, and you should feel good, because I can't imagine being even a pilot of that Lux deck, let alone playing against it, like you said, and having to understand what's going on and having to assess what tools in my own deck or in your own deck that you can use to even try and slow it down. I can only imagine what your notebook has for notes now. We saw you grab it a ton during that match, but I don't want to hold you. That was a slobber knocker of a match. I want to give you a break, but we're going to go ahead and send it back because we've got another round of the regional qualifier in Utrecht coming soon.
Slobberknocker is the right word. Thank you, Barrett. That was a mammoth one. If you stuck with us through all of that, good job. Thank you. You earned a win in round 10 as well. You can chalk that up on your board. So because, of course, that was quite a significant match, we will not be looking at feature match 2 from that round. We, of course, do not want to hold the tournament up, as we still have more rounds of Swiss to play, believe it or not. How excited are you for 3 more rounds of Swiss?
Oh, it's going to be a thriller, because there are so many top 8 cut dreams that are going to be squashed in the next few rounds. And it's going to be heartbreaking for all of them.
Yeah, it will, but also some players will have things to celebrate as well, I'm sure. We will step away for a few minutes as we take a look around the venue here in RQ Utrecht and get ready for round 11.
All right then, Riftbound fans, I'm Shea Burton and we're here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. This venue is massive with a lot to look at, so why don't we have a look now? Starting off with the trophy, only one person will leave here this weekend holding that trophy and securing themselves a slot in the regionals later on in the year. Who will it be? Only one way to find out, that's by watching the rest of this stream. But there's also some other things that people are playing for here. This is your last chance to get the best of Legends cards for Origins. And we can see them all here. A fantastic, different way to play in the tournaments is to try and be the top legend for your chosen deck. Whew. Okay, so we finally made it to the prize wall. For the players who are in the side events, they actually get tickets which they can redeem for a multitude of different prizes. We have packs, we have sleeves, we have play mats, we have badges. So it's not all about the main event. And there's actually currently an event happening right now that players are competing for these points. And there's events happening right now, a Team 2v2 event, and then the pre-regional event as well. And quite honestly, the scale is massive. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of players right now, all battling it out. But it's not all about competition. You can actually open packs here at the event right now. And not only that, it's actually live streamed for the rest of the venue to see. We have to have a look at this. Come get involved. Okay, here we go. So we have two people opening their packs right now. They even have a big red button if they pack something good. Here we go. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Oh, here we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. Hey, we get the big red button hit as well. Come on, that's what it's all about here. Okay, so I was just catching up with our person who just opened up the pack there, and turns out you actually really needed this card, right?
Yes, correct. I want to play Ivan tomorrow and in the main event, and this is the Altart I'm missing, and I want to go to play this tomorrow.
Okay, wow, see, it was written in the stars. Best of luck for you and your event. And of course, when you're at these events, there's always cosplayers. We see one there. Let's see if we can quickly chat to him. Excuse me, excuse me. I must say, I love your cosplay. How long did it take you to make that?
Well, this is an amalgamation of 3 years to 4 years of cosplaying, continuously upgrading, testing bids. Sometimes something gets tatted, something gets broken, so I'm always working to improve.
For the people, why did you choose to cosplay Echo?
Well, everybody tells that I look like him, so I might as well commit to the bid.
You definitely do, you definitely do. Why is Echo one of your favorite characters?
Echo is maybe one of my most respectable characters, mostly because we share a lot of ideas and opinions about a lot of things. Yeah, I can respect him a lot.
There you go, playing the character. We've got some fantastic advice there. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. And here's something I love about the Riftbound events, the community aspect. And I think that's immortalized perfectly with the graffiti wall. You can come over here and write down anything and everything you like, and it will stay there for the whole event. And you can see card shout-outs there. You can see people saying that they was here. And quite honestly, it's a bit of me. I'm a big fan. Look how colorful it is as well. Who doesn't love colors? But of course, the main event, it has to be all about the stage with 2 feature tables, so we can feature 2 matches per round and the interview area as well, so we can hear from the winners. Now, at the end of this weekend, our finalist and champion will be crowned here. Who will it be? Who will be getting the last of best ofs from the Origins set? Only one way to find out, and that's by getting back to the stream.
Hello Riftbounders! Are you wondering how the game developed with Unleashed? Let me give you a little introduction. The Calm domain has reinvented its defensive capabilities. With powerful pump spells and counter spells, Calm decks were already good at contesting their battlefields, but with Unleashed, holding the field becomes a whole lot stronger. A standout example for this is Back Off. 3 energy, no power. This card on action speed stuns a unit and draws a card if played from hand. Incredible! But leaving 3 runes open isn't always an option. Luckily, you can also hide this card if your runes are exhausted, or you want to keep them open for another card. Fury, on the other hand, brings plenty of new ways to assert pressure onto your opponent. Every jungler's dream is coming true with Smite, finding a new way to remove units. It simply deals 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield for 2 energy and 1 power. While those stats are not too impressive, the unit will also be banished when it would die. This takes powerful death knell effects out of the equation and can also remove follow-up if your opponent relies on resources from their trash, like Fiora Worthy that can't be played through Spectral Matron anymore. Order has been known for its hard removal and kill spells. Now what if I told you that you can remove your opponent's hand as well? Ash Focus gives you full information about your opponent's hand and lets you banish a card of choice for 5 energy and 1 power. They will get it back as soon as they hold a battlefield, but with full information and 1 card less in the opponent's hand, it's now on you to not let that happen. Chaos has been chaotically bouncing cards left and right, pushing them front and center. And now you will also be able to reach the opponent's units in base. Starcross's reaction speed removal is revolutionary, especially when it hits the base as well. For 3 energy and 1 power, you can return a friendly and an opposing unit back to the owner's hand. While this can give you an incredible advantage with play effects, it also disturbs your opponent. It slows them down massively and can sometimes deny powerful effects, like Elder Dragon's passive kill ability. While this domain has already been good at controlling the opponent's units, the mind is now finally greater than the sword. The mind domain receives a fantastic gear removal card. Turn to Dust will turn any gear into a temporary problem for 2 energy and no power cost. While it does not immediately help you remove units that are boosted by equipment gear, you can easily take care of seals, dazzling aurora, or other great gear that stands in your way. Now what's scarier than body units that are standing on your opponent's side of the field just waiting to overwhelm you with their physical prowess? The ones you didn't see coming! Rengar Trophy Hunter has to be on your opponent's mind at all times. Every time your opponent feels secure about the board states, the Apex Predator could be played on a battlefield where they have units for 5 energy and 1 power. Either as an ambush or reaction speed to support your other attacking or defending units, or as a lonely attacker straight from hand with its powerful 6 Smite. What cards do you think are going to see the most play, and which domain do you like the most after Unleashed? Show us at your next tournament.
Right then, Riftbounders, we are back. I'm not sure how we can compete with 1 million power and 1 million energy, but we're going to try our best. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Leo. We're getting to the business end of the tournament now. What are you thinking?
You know, Shay, I don't think you actually need to have 1 million power, 1 million energy, and 1 million tokens. I think you're going to be just fine without those. Sometimes, you know, about 20 is enough. But yes, we are nearing the end of the Swiss stage of the tournament. And this is where the top of the crops is sitting. We have some players still undefeated after 10 rounds of Swiss. And again, we have Squirtle on top on Azir. Pedro is undefeated for 2 tournaments in a row so far.
I know, he's doing a fantastic show there. Obviously, our little champion, winning it back with the same deck and doing fantastically well. But let's consult this. We do only have 2 undefeated people. It looks like Alan ZQ has taken a loss there now, and so has Prismatism as well. But this is a pretty star-studded top 10, though, Leo.
And look at that. Mice Diamond Head.
It's about to, yeah.
Still in there with Darius. We still have the Rek'Sai, of course, as well, and Alan ZQ there on the 9, who lost to Squirtle in the last round. So I think we need to start broadening the GOAT debate in Riftbound, right? I know the game hasn't been around for too long, but people are still already starting to discuss, hey, is Prismatism maybe the best player in the world? Maybe it is Alan ZQ. So far, nobody has been beating Squirtle.
Oh yeah, no one has been. But the thing is, when you only have 2 undefeated 10-0s, at some point, they're gonna have to match each other. And that's exactly what we are gonna be seeing here. Squirtle with that Azir versus Great Pona on the right. Worth noting, it is Great Pona's first time at an RQ, and they are currently 10-0.
You know what that means?
What does that mean?
None of these players ever lost.
Yes. That's incredible. And they've finally matched each other here. Looking at it, it seems like it's going to be a very fair matchup when you look at the matchup percentages there as well. But what achievement so far there, if you are a Diana player. at your first ever RQ and you just, you win 1, you win 2, you think, okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then somehow you're at a 10-0 record. But that's going to get tested now because you were mentioning, could Squirtle get starting to be in that GOAT debate? And he's playing that Azir deck, which he has won an RQ with before.
You got that double back of that card. Can get nasty versus Diana, but it doesn't have to. Sometimes Flash or Ride the Wind just save those units easy peasy. But here we are seeing a deck list that has 1 acceptable losses in the main deck. Of course, a good card versus the Azir strategy to get rid of those equipments. But acceptable losses a bit less strong than compared to something like Turn to Dust, because you can't just choose ABF Sword. You really want to get rid of that. If you're getting rid of an Eye of the Herald, I don't know how impactful that is.
Yeah, it's interesting because, gear hate is rather high, mostly for that dazzling Aurora, but they only tend to have 1 Aurora in place. You can play something like an acceptable losses and it will get the thing you want. Azir will have a cornucopia of equipment and gear in play, so you won't be able to pick off the best one with such that gear hate.
There's also more interesting interaction in this matchup. You have Moonfall, the powerful signature spell of Diana that is against some decks used in the mid-game to gain some advantages. Versus these token-heavy decks, I would think that it makes a lot of sense to wait with those until the end game to actually get to those big points where you're trying to hold a little bit with some unit, maybe a Kha'Zix, maybe a Hui, maybe a Vex, and then wait for your opponent to push in multiple of those Sand Soldiers. On the other hand, I can see Azir player going to stack up multiple equipments on 1 unit and then starting to push with multiple after another to play around possible Moonfalls or just Slam Defy.
But here we go, our Swiss Round 11 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. The battle of our only undefeated players left is kicking us off. Great Proner has put down the Titan and passed it over to Squirtle, who's going to put down the Dorian Sword, activate that legend ability, and the Sand Soldiers are coming down.
Got that Doran's Shield start. Best 2-drop in the game. However, so far, things are going decently well for the Great Ponderer. He can take that Ravenbloom Conservatory. That is always nice. Develop the Diana already. Does not want to take it. Does not want to give up a unit for a potential spell. I can see how it is. You would just negatively trade into one of the Sand Soldiers, so I definitely support that decision. But the deck of Azir is not the best deck at handling a Hui on site, right? You can drop a Hui, and then what outs do you have? You have Hidden Blade to kill at the battlefield, but that is not on site. Then other than that, you don't really have anything except for back off and the Vi, except for heavy combat. So I think having a Hui early on versus Azir is powerful.
I think you are right. There is another Doran Sword coming down. Remember, those Sand Soldiers will have Weapon Master, so you can equip that if you like. Oh, we're going to see a double. I'm going to charge into the top battlefield there, the Hall of Legends, and you will get some recruits as well.
Hall of Legends really multiplying your value that you get out of the Azir, readying it again for 1 energy, and then playing in another one. Another Sand Soldier token. One of the strongest battlefields for that deck, by far.
So look at this. 3 Sand Soldier in play as well. Great Pona currently not on the board via the points. Only has Chaos Runes, it's looking like right now. Is that something to keep an eye on right now?
Yeah, that is honestly incredibly unfortunate for Great Ponderer, because developing away early can be really strong in that matchup, and you are not allowed to do that. So that is absolutely huge for Squirtle. And I think when he sees all of those 6 Chaos Runes, is that 6 Chaos Runes, or is the one on the right side maybe a Mind one? I mean, the colors are matching quite a bit.
Oh, no, there is. You're right. There is one blue one there in the middle on the right-hand side. And because here comes the Way coming down as well.
I get 1 point from holding.
Ty Turner did accelerate, well, not accelerate, but move into the Ravenbloom Conservatory. That is a great battlefield for the Diana players, of course. But as you say, that Way, which will be the way for Great Ponderer to win this game, that wasn't intentional, but it sounded good, didn't it? Has come down.
Phenomenal.
I try my best, Leah. That's why I'm here.
So quite curious to see how we're going to approach the point scoring game here, because, Squirtle has 2 Sand Soldiers in base. None of them have an item equipped themselves.
Uh-oh. There's the big one, though, that BF sword. That is the great equalizer right there.
Going for 5.
So we have to expend a power to push that Sand Soldier into the Titan. A Stupefy is found. That's always nice to have. No, it's not going to have the biggest impact right now. But who knows?
No, that's going to go through. I think you're not really going to try and defend this Titan, but you want to try and stack those resources, right? So having that Stupefy nice and early for Great Pona, I'm sure that it's going to come back up at some point.
One great soldier.
It's going to be impossible for him to make another Sand Soldier token in this situation because he cannot ready that Azir, Emperor of the Sands, and then use it again. Only one rune up. And now it's on Great Ponra to deny points that Skrtl can score. Right now, quite chill, actually, since he's at 3 uneven scores, so he's not threatening those Mighty 6 just soon. So there's still a little bit of time. 4 would be a little bit more urgent. However, the thing is, how are you playing into this now? Do we start using cards like Ride the Wind? Do we set up for bigger turns in the future? Or do we just go way into this, discard a unit, don't get the next draw, then Ride the Wind over? Because Skrtl does have quite some resources already built up. And from the way he's playing, could be in a Rise coming down quite soon. Already has 3 equipment gear on board.
Let's move.
Okay, so Hwei is going to move into that Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Defend trigger.
Oh, and there's, of course, going to be the Ravenbloom Conservatory trigger. Can we find a Defy? Guards!
A guard! It's not currently live, though. You need 2 to play that. So that is going to go through. Hwei will take the Ravenbloom Conservatory back for Great Ponera. Second point of the match.
One of the big downsides of the Ravenbloom Conservatory is that, yes, you are playing a deck that almost always hits a spell with this.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's barely a deck that doesn't really play spells. It's good against some things like Rek'Sai, where you rarely hit, or something like a Darius. But most of the other decks, especially those Calm Domain decks, they run Defy, On Guard, Discipline, all of that good stuff. We're going into the Hall of Legends now.
Just find a Moonfall. Not useful, I think, this turn. Oh, maybe it could be, perhaps. Oh, there we go. We're going to immediately come into play there. That signature spell.
Play and guard on this one. Response.
In response to the Moonfall?
Yeah.
Really nice response. So the On Guard gets the full 2 might instead of just 1 when it has resolved.
So, well, this will get, it's +2, -2, so it stays, and this has -2.
It's fine.
So we do see the reaction now of the On Guard.
Does Great Ponera have immediate might modification here? Is that perhaps a rather difficult... Oh!
It's
resolved. Considering to go for the right, though, and another question is, do you just...
There is a Stupefy.
Save the Diana, or do you shove over the Hwei to keep more units on board? Or are we trying to dig a little bit deeper just with the Stupefy here?
Sure.
Now I think we would have an even trade.
No actions?
I think you are correct. See how this pans out here.
Because the other Sand Soldier on the side is not...
Yes, it's just there for vibes at this point. He's just cheering on his mate.
But you can't kill it.
Okay, resolves.
We are going to see the Eclipse.
Yeah. Also, you can't kill it because you have to assign damage to it. So if one unit is at 3 might and the other one is also at 3 might, if there's a 0 might unit, 1 unit will not die.
Hide a card here.
Yeah.
And we are going to hide a card there as well. Tapped out, though, is Great Ponera, though. Going back into Squirtle's turn. Did essentially remove all those Sand Soldiers from play. We know Guards is in the hand. Can use that to get some in play, I guess.
I mean, there is one playing it in
there
the
is
turn.
one. Sorry, yeah, I missed him there in the base.
Hard Bargain is an insane card versus the Azir strategy sometimes, but if you can basically guarantee that your Arise resolves, I think there's a good argument to be made that you're just
Yeah, you're at 3, right?
pressing it immediately.
If you see your Dana player is tapped out, could you BF Swords your Sand Soldier and just charge him on in? That would be a trade, right? Seems like an easy.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a hidden card. So you have to take into account that there could be a possible tie turner.
Yeah, tie turner. That's most likely what it's going to be, right?
Gonna still get a point then if you push a
True.
Sand Soldier in there with a BF Sword. And then you can Arise later on. It's actually a very, very solid point. You're threatening a double kill, then you can arise later on when the Hui has already gone over to the Diana. There it goes to 11 might, and after arising then, it's a good question if you can then actually just still overpower it if we're playing versus 11.
And you could also double equip a Doran's shield if you wanted to not trade. But here we are. We are going to see Ravenloom Conservatory trigger. Oh, that's going to find a Stupefy. We are out, though. That is a 5v5 currently.
I mean, it has to be a Titan, right?
Yeah,
what
it
else
has
could
to
you hide
be.
there?
Yes.
So that is going to bring extra value, but as long as you are tapped out, that is still rather tough. And I think if you are predicting a rise to come, you're definitely going to try and discard a unit. Don't even know if you have too many units. That might look like a Kha'Zix on the hand from Great Pawnerer. So
that is an interesting one for this matchup, though, that Kha'Zix. Or you can fly in with that ambush.
Also, wait.
Okay.
So we're going up to 11 might on the Hall of Legends. And now, of course, the interesting thing about Weapon Master is that you can also steal from your other units.
Okay.
So you're ready to, and you use the Weapon Master ability of those two to grab a Doran's shield and one of the BF swords. So that's 4 extra might. That's 8 might in total. You can deny the Weapon Master ability of the other one, float 1 more energy.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Important. So I do 1. And I need to
equip Doran's and then Discipline to at least trade with Hui and Diana and then take away all of the units on board for Diana.
F1 and 4. I'll play Azir accelerated.
Oh, Champion Azir.
It was the one floating. BF short.
Oh, we didn't have enough runes for that.
Champion Nazir, normally we see for a big late game push. This is
5-4, that's 11.
Definitely a bit earlier than you'd like normally.
So you can now
equip.
Give this one tank. That is huge already, if you can boost it up even more.
Yeah.
Eye of the Herald.
Okay. That means you can get some recruits down as well. If it moves. Well, if it's attached to it does move.
3, 6, 9. 6, 9.
Wow, this is a good turn.
Move trigger. I will go with both.
Wow, okay. And this is the strength of the Azir deck. You can just spawn in Sand Soldier.
And 4.
Currently 13 to 11, and we know Great Pawnerer is tapped out.
9, and they have to.
I have to get they tank.
Both Sand Soldiers go. They have tank.
Wow. Big turn there, Leo. Clearing off the battlefield.
Azir surviving there. Question is also, we have seen that the Hui was discarded to grant 3 more might. So the chances of a follow-up Azir there is pretty low. We picked up a Wages of Pain. That could potentially be very, very relevant if we Wages of Pain now and Stupefy.
Yes.
So we at least get rid of that Azir. What are we finding now? Starcross, Smokescreen, and another Stupefy. I think we're good on Stupefies for the moment. Maybe not.
Smokescreen. Was it Starcross that was taken there?
Might have been the Starcross, might have been the Stupefy. I'm not too sure about that. Yeah, it was the Stupefy.
Oh, I think you're right. So it's going to be the Stupefy into the Rages of Pain combination. Oh, Gust. Oh, that works as well, I guess.
But then, yeah, he picked up the Vex Apathetic together with the Stupefy, so he knew, okay, if I don't Wages of Pain, if I just Gust this, I can't develop this big unit, because you need to get something on board.
One is out here.
And a Vex already immediate Arise tapped out. That is so big because the Vex couldn't move to a battlefield yet. You are going to be able to conquer 2. You're going up to 7. This is such an uphill battle for the Great Pawnerer here. This Arise was so confidently held by Skirtle, really showing why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
That was the perfect turn for that Arise. You don't want to let that Vex Apathetic get onto the battlefield first. You can go up there with your Sand Soldier army that are all equipped with their gear, high might, and say, come on then, let's have a tussle, shall we? We're going to charge into the Ravenloom Conservatory. We know that Dana loves to hold that one. And we are going to go into Hall of Legends as well, so we have to draw one off that.
And I will hide a card.
Hiding a card, most likely Hidden Blade. Or it could be a Guards as well.
Was gonna say, good chance that it is actually Guards. Stealing the BF sword from the Hall of Legends Sand Soldier token. I feel like we should start giving the Sand Soldiers names.
What are the names? Individual names?
Yeah, it's so hard to always say the Sand Soldier when there's 4 with different equipment, you know?
Okay. Let's call one Timmy then, shall we?
All right. Bottom one is Timmy. Top one is Tommy.
See how long we can remember this.
Yeah, maybe that's done.
Back over to Great Ponera, though.
Vex is pushing. The thing is, with the Vex
Ooh,
Apathetic...
gets a Death Claw. Death Grip, I should say, sorry.
That one helps. So if you Guards here...
And it was the Guards of the Hidden.
That one is going to be stunned, though, but Vex would just recall and not conquer here if you bring out the Guards and give it a nice little item.
Guards letting you put 2 Sand Soldier.
That is something you could definitely hard bargain. There is no runes open anymore on the side of Squirtle, so hard bargain for full value there. Would help with the push because there's only 3 might hard bargain.
There it is.
Very easy solution to that. Uses the Diana as well. So takes the 4th point. Nice to have, but that does not quite help us here. Do we still have a Ride the Wind in hand? So we can bring over that Vex into the battlefield with Tommy, the Sand Soldier that has 5 might. I suppose that should be the BF sword, right?
Yes. Fizz. Where's this final? Moonfall then to move, was it Timmy off the... It is going to be the Moonfall to move him off.
And we get the Conservatory trigger.
Yep, and we get the Conservatory trigger as well. Top play there from the Fizz. Don't mind it.
No.
Okay, great turn there from Great Ponera, because my Squirtle's actually on 7 points, so it was snuck his way up there, as it were.
It is still going to be rather hard here. Yes,
no,
your opponent is going to struggle, can't really arise in anything, but if there's already 2 units developed in base, Vex is not the toughest unit to overcome. There is worse things in the world, but we have so many runes up still. That should be 5. Diana has been used, so we know what we're up against. Starcrossed could be brutal. Azir Sovereign is not going to help us much because Vex is sitting in a battlefield.
That Vex... You know, stopping accelerated units coming in play for maneuvering on the same turn they was played, effectively nullifying accelerate. That would be normally, this is where you would see an Arise plus Azir combination just to maneuver these Sand Soldiers.
I think Squirtle is up so much in points, he can just take a turn to develop stuff.
I don't mind it.
You can even consider playing the Vi in base. I don't know if that is what he's going to go for, but he is going to use that BF sword first, floats a rune here, and is now going to push into that Vex apathetic battlefield.
Yes.
Next trigger. Hey! Hello! No! What was it?
Was it that Wages of Pain? That looks like it was on that side of the hand.
I think we haven't used it yet.
Oh,
I think that was the one from earlier. I will figure it out. Okay, so Vex is still standing there, and now Squirtle is giving Great Ponera the option to use all of those runes that he left open in the last turn.
What do we have here? Ride the Wind.
Oh, Ride the Wind could be kind of risky. At 6 might on this Sand Soldier, 6-4.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give any. I wouldn't want to go any battlefields now if I'm Great Ponera, if I'm being perfectly honest. Those Sand Soldiers can just get out of hand.
Yeah, the biggest issue for Great Ponera is he needs to keep that Vex Apathetic around, because otherwise Azir Sovereign is just going to go completely loco. Stupefy. Now, does that help us in any sort of way?
What are we? What's old Timmy on there? 2, 3, 6, 5. Stat deck. I think I make that 5, right?
He's got to try and find something. Acceptable losses, usually so strong versus gear decks, but here it's going to just be the Eye of the Herald that's going to get sacrificed. Yeah. He really needed a smoke screen or an Eclipse just to keep that Vex around.
Yeah.
Now, the other option is to ride the wind over the Vex into the other battlefield.
Acceptable losses. That has to be Eye of the Herald, right? Yep. Okay.
Let's try Ride the Wind.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Ride the Wind. It's going to move Vex over.
That does cut it a little bit. That's going to give Squirtle a draw, though. He is going to conquer in the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Doesn't get a point. Is already at 7, so gets to pick up another card.
Oh, and I think that a concession there from Great Proner. A Squirtle will win game 1 here. Remember, both of these players are currently 10-0. One player will leave this with a loss, but Squirtle has won game 1.
And we also know why that is, because we have seen earlier with the Ravenbloom Conservatory that the Death Grip was picked up by Squirtle.
Yeah.
So after that, he can just go, hey, Death Grip, you are exhausted fully anyway, so I'm going to just kill my Sand Soldier at that battlefield at the Conservatory, put all of that might onto my Sand Soldier. If I really want to, I can put all the equipment on it as well, and then just run into that Vex with 20 might. You're not going to stop that, especially not when you're exhausted. So again, a masterclass of Azir play by Squirtle.
Yeah, watching Squirtle play Azir is just, so patient. Held that Arise, did everything correctly, played the equipment down, attached it when he needed to. Used the Azir Sovereign a lot earlier, I think, than what a lot of Azir players would prefer, but turned out to be the perfect way to clear that battlefield. And that is why he's 10 games and 0 losses.
I think the key to use your chosen champion unit in Azir versus Diana, or versus any Chaos deck basically, is use it when you really get the chance to do so, because otherwise, at some point when you're getting pushed out of, if you're just going wide in base and you're preparing for a big turn, your opponent conquers a battlefield and then slams a Vex down.
Yeah.
And then you cannot really go for your Azir Sovereign, at least not that easy. So if they can protect the Vex, you are lacking pushes. So you're making the most out of it as soon as you can. There we can see the deck list again.
What do you think Great Pronoa can be side decking right now to sort of help him in this scenario?
If he runs cards like Turn to Dust, those are a lot more helpful in this matchup. If you can get rid of that BF Sword, that is a high value target. Those 1-drop, 2-drop gears, it's not too hot to kill any of them. Acceptable losses really is lackluster versus the deck, because after the first turn, the first gear that is being played just counts towards a Rise that makes it better, and just there to give you a Sand Soldier token, basically. So I would leave that card in 100%. Can also be used as a nice combat trick very early in the game.
Yeah.
However, Turn to Dust, I think, would be a great idea. No, acceptable losses, a little bit better versus something like Aurora or Seals decks.
For sure.
But, I mean, also not too much better versus Aurora, because if you're playing versus something like a Sivir is going to have X amount of gold tokens lying around on the battlefield. And then if you acceptable losses, they're just going to sacrifice those, or the Scryer's Bloom, and then you're going to have a whole sort of other problems. Unless, of course, your opponent ride the winds, or just plays Aurora and then goes into a battlefield, and then you get to acceptable losses.
So it looks
or
like
salvage.
Our game 2 battlefields then will be Seat of Power and Targon's Peak. Targon's Peak is a very interesting one, letting you ready runes when you conquer it. At the end of
you're Annie then.
Yeah, you're essentially Annie when you conquer a Targon's Peak. Love that. And Seat of Power, a little bit of extra card draw as well. Can help out both players. Right, I think the Ravensbloom Conservatory was probably more so, I'd say, better in the Diana deck. We did see it obviously hit for Squirtle. I think both of these battlefields can be used by both players.
Ravenbloom Conservatory hit quite a lot in that game.
Yeah.
And still, it wasn't enough for Great Ponra to overcome Squirtle's Azir. It's remarkable to see how he pilots the deck. Just the patience on those plays. Oh, wow, is that a whiff? How he actually
I don't have any equipment in that hand, no?
Is that a Brutalizer?
I thought it was On Guard ×2. On Guard.
That is,
on
yeah.
guard,
And there's another card. Or have we not mulliganed yet? Because then...
No, he hasn't mulliganed yet. That's what
okay.
deciding what to mulligan. But I don't see no equipment yet, though.
Because On Guard is quite a good card.
No, it is. No, it is. But so is equipment when you're playing Azir.
That is a very good point, yeah. Great Ponera now contemplating what to mull. Keeping?
What is
I think that's a Brutalizer.
Yes, sorry, that is a Brutalizer.
Well, and if you are going second, then
he's holding.
It's a 1-drop, basically.
Okay. All right, then. So here we go. Game 2, our Swiss Round 11 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. Ravenblue student coming down. And it is back over to Squirtle. That Ravenblue student can get out of hand, by the way. But there is the Brutalizer. Azir Legend will activate Sand Soldier.
Master.
Coming in.
Squirtle is on a... We've just heard that 24-game win streak.
No.
There you go.
24-game win streak. That is
mad, isn't it?
That is mind-boggling is the phrase I'm going to use for that.
I would agree. I know that is a play that we have seen so many times from Diana. Just develop Diana, push a 2-drop into the Targon's Peak, and then sit there at the end of the turn with... You forgot your Targon's Peak there?
Yeah. I was about to say that should be ending it up here for lack of a better term, but okay. Is over to Squirtle now.
On stage, a lot of things can happen. The nerves up there, it's crucial. You know, so many players are watching. The mistakes can happen there.
Cameras, lights.
They're not. Yeah.
All adds up.
Watch out, Stupefy.
Resolves.
Plus 1, draw 1.
He gets a draw 1, but I don't think that's gonna. The Stupefy maps won't matter though.
No, +1. It's 3.
We have another rune up. We have just used Diana. Another Stupefy, and that's gonna actually cut it. Was that just a bait? Did we just mind game Squirtle into thinking he's safe to attack? On guard.
Oh, but the on guard.
Yeah, that cuts it.
Wait, so were you suggesting he missed the Targon's Peak on purpose to bait the Sand Soldier in and into the double Stupefy?
Maybe.
That would be one play right there. But unfortunately, it did not work. Oh, and Azir's Sovereign has come down.
Yeah, and of course, Squirtle has the Targon's Peak trigger, therefore can just easily ready to runes with the On Guard in hand. Usually this deck is not known for being too interactive on the opposing turn. Of course, you have a few, but sometimes there are just these big gear-heavy hands that are much better in other battlefields there. But, I mean, Squirtle, he's sitting on a Sand Soldier. 2 Stupefies are already out. You cannot underestimate in those mid-games how much of a combo trick Stupefy really is. Way is being developed, so I think that might cut it. A hole that early for Squirtle is huge when it comes to the points in the end game. Already has the Azir Sovereign developed as well. Big question is going to be, is he just going to push it into the Seat of Power to draw an extra card?
Drawing cards is good. I don't think there's any way for him to try and remove this way, though, right? There's no way to force it around, I think, looking at this list. No, I don't think so. So the way I imagine will be staying. But yeah, do you just start trying to hold at this point? Start trying to make your opponent ask questions? Is there... I haven't seen much equipment, though.
Does he have something like a BF sword? Another brutalizer that can just make another token. Pushing that Azir into the Seat of Power would mean that you're going to lose it next turn for sure. It's going to be one draw, and you really want that draw, but sometimes that guards!
Oh, here we go. Right on cue. The guards.
Go.
Well, it has an exclamation mark.
Okay, I have to give it a bit of gumph. I'll try that again. Guards! Is that better?
That's it.
There we go. And the guards are there. We've got Timmy, James, and Bob.
Love myself some Bob. All right.
Is over to Great Pronera, though. The way is out. So is it Diana. It's going to be a big turn here.
The deadliest triangle formation of the Sand Soldiers, just chilling in base. And that is one of these decks that can handle Vex just as it was nothing. You don't ambush a lot of stuff. Yes, you have Vi, but that's completely optional. You have big units in base already. Who cares about those? Seat of Power plus Diana trigger is going to be a lot of value, though.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Gust?
Yes, it is.
To
Gust,
and I conquer the second
remarkably
one,
strong spell versus the Azir strategy. Sometimes.
Depends if they got that BF sword equipped, though, right?
Yeah, but I mean, most of these units just go to 3 Might if they have a Brutalizer for longer, or Eye of the Herald, or the Doran Shield. However, if there is a Discipline or On Guard, Gust is really not the greatest card. It can be countered so incredibly easily. And a Vex is again developed in base. This is a story we have seen over the entire weekend. Very rarely people play Vexes.
And the hidden Titan, we imagine.
Oh, I think if you're hiding a card in the way battlefield, that might be Wages of
I think
Pain.
it's fine because Vex is 4.
Okay, yeah, no, you are correct. I think we did get the Targon's Peak activation there as well, I believe. Looks like it. Okay, big turn here for Squirtle. Here we go.
Tension is rising.
There's a lot of decisions to be made in that hand. I think I saw on a rise.
Cards? in hand.
4, 4.
What you said, guards?
Just yelling guards.
There's an exclamation mark.
One.
Here we go.
Oh, Vi Peacekeeper highlighted. I really do like that because the Vex is still in base. That might be a huge play for this turn. Might be a huge surprise. This is a big Sand Soldier boosted by Brutalizer effect.
Oh yeah, if it's attached on the same turn, it gives an extra one.
Wages of Pain would do nothing here. Wait, we're at 6, no? That is crazy. If we tie turner over and we Wages of Pain, then we still don't kill the Sand Soldier. 6 might be the magic number here.
Drop fail +3.
Yes. No action from my side.
I'll try swap this again.
Yo!
Wow! What a turn, the double move on the Hwei, the double tie turner. Into the moonfall.
That is a lot of movement for the opponent.
For the opponent turn, yeah. Playing musical chairs, as it were, with that Hwei. Saying, oh, I'm over there. Nope, now I've come back.
And now contemplating whether or not Great Pawner wants to discard a unit or a spell.
For 1,
Oh, we have discarded the Gust.
I'll play and guard.
We're at 10 might.
On guard.
That would be enough to take out the Hwei.
It will be, right now it's 6, so it will be an 8.
Yeah, it's okay.
Results?
Squirtle really wants to get rid of that Hwei. Great Pawner, on the other hand, of course, needs to protect Diana's queen, basically, you know, in Irelia. That's a different unit.
Yeah, there's very much similar playstyle. Like Hwei coming in like that wrecking ball, you know, gaining momentum, going from that battlefield back and then back, discarding stuff. Smoke screen.
Smoke screen from Origins, almost forgotten in Spirit Forged format, but one of the most impactful combat tricks in single combat in
results, I would
think.
That's a -4. Looks like that has gone through. Any other tips and tricks? Vi is in the hand, remember, but that would exhaust pretty much all your runes. Leaving you with 2, I think I'd make that. But sometimes, if needs must, Leo, if needs must.
Wow, a Vi here would actually slap really hard, I think.
I mean, it's in the hands. When you've invested so much resources, you can't just let your opponent win like that. Okay.
I mean, there's still 3 runes open for Great Pawner. Who knows what he has in hand? If you commit a Vi here and you're not 100% sure that you're going to win that combat, you're opening yourself up to a massive risk.
It's an 8.
Oh, the double brutalizer, though, on the next Sam Soldier. Here goes Timmy, getting ready. And here we go again. The Hwei is in trouble.
I'll try going.
So this is currently, what, 8 on 8? That's currently a trade at this moment in time.
Love that, because Squirtle, he does not care if he wins this combat, he just wants it to happen. He wants to get rid of the Hwei, doesn't necessarily need the Conquer, because you can always take that with the other Sand Soldier and then push it into the Seat of Power as well. With the Azir Sovereign there, just forces Great Pawner to react to this. But is there even anything he can do?
I'm not sure.
Sorry.
3.
3.
That does look like a Moonfall.
It does look like a Moonfall.
And we cannot defy that right now because we do not have Calm Runes. Great Pawner has to take that into consideration, that this cannot be defied right now. One of the biggest risks of playing.
Oh, actually, it's just going to go through. The trade. Timmy's gone and done it. Hwei has been sent to the trash.
Gone away.
Love that.
Thank you.
Squirtle's done it. That way.
Oh, wait a second. Is that the moment for...
Are you thinking a Rise?
No. I think if you arise here and you get hard bargained, you lose the game.
True. Yes, there is still enough runes open for that. You are correct.
I think just pushing the Sand Soldier into the Targon's Peak and then going into the Seat of Power with maybe...
4.
Does he have a BF sword?
There is a BF sword in hand. I did see that before.
That would be really nice because you do have Order.
There it is.
Yeah.
That BF sword, honestly, you give a Sand Soldier a BF sword, it becomes a Titan. 6 might, everybody. No, 5 might, I should say. Could even give it to your Sovereign. Now, going to protect the Sovereign, of course. That is going to get attached to the Sand Soldier. Currently a 5 might unit. Of course, we have played in equipment, so we can get another Sand Soldier down, of course.
I'll try to go here for 5.
Goes into the Targon's Peak.
Conquer, go to 3.
Oh, I like that. I think he's trying to go for the draw on the Seat of Power, pushing Azir's Sovereign, and then just perhaps using the Sand Soldier that has just been equipped by Brutalizer into the Seat of Power to be able to get a draw? Or are we just taking everything to ensure that we win this combat?
Here, I'll do it right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Azir Sovereign will grab the other Sand Soldier, moving it to Seat of Power as well.
We have seen Smokescreen. I think we have seen an Eclipse as well already. And usually Diana does not run so many different kinds of those.
We know Moonfall did get taken, though.
A Starcross could be.
Oh, it's going to move over the other BF sword Sand Soldier as well.
Oh. Look at the Moonfall in hand. Let's do the math together. Please help me. Oh, that would be 2, 3, 5. That would still.
Results. So.
This is.
3,
3,
5.
Yes.
Yeah, 8.
Let's do it.
Does still lose the combat,
Nice.
but takes out the Azir and the Sand Soldier that has the BF sword equipped to it.
Equip.
Oh, wow, okay.
We're trying to hold.
Well, when you've got Vex Apathetic knocking on the door now, you have to try and, you know, present some kind of offensive threat. Because what you can't have Vex Apathetic do is catch you lacking, for lack of a better term. Especially if you haven't got units in your base. You have to present some sort of a threat to deal with it. Here is a stacked deck, though. Great turn from Squirtle. Great Pona. We've seen a lot of resources being used now.
This one.
You know, I think that was exactly the Moonfall that Great Ponera needed. That was one that couldn't be defied because there were no Calm Runes anymore. And as we said in the beginning, it is about those big combats where multiple units are involved. The maximum amount of might that you get out of that Moonfall.
All turn to dust. I imagine that's targeting the BF sword. Yep.
We already put it to trash. It's not going to do anything anyways. And now we're passing on that turn. I think that Great Ponera is in a phenomenal position right now to win this game.
I think so.
It's just slightly behind in runes. Did not use a Gust on that Sand Soldier. Well, he couldn't because it was when the temporary trigger happened still at 5 might or more.
Vibe Peacekeeper coming down.
And passing, just developing here. So far ahead in runes. And keep in mind, Great Ponera does have Hard Bargain in hand. So next turn when Squirtle is at 6 and wants to go for this big Arise turn, that is the freest Hard Bargain that you can ever imagine.
Hard Bargain increasing the cost of your opponent's spell.
Yeah.
So the tools for Squirtle in this game are limited.
Ooh. What is his Vex? What is his Fizz going to take, I should say?
Do we have something like a right one? Oh, a Moonfall.
Moonfall. So is that going to bring in... That's going to bring in the buy.
Fish, that's
Fish dice.
And yeah. And that gets immediately sent to the trash.
5, your turn.
That Moonfall is just so deadly, isn't it, Leo?
With Divide going down to 3 might.
Couldn't have taken the Fizz then if it was down to 3?
I'm also quite curious.
Get confirmed.
Any sort of buff? Was it stunned? It wasn't stunned.
Maybe because of the Vex effect? Does it not do any combat damage? Or?
No.
Well.
It's just stunned the turn it was played out. Well.
Either way, it's been sent to the trash now. And looking at that hand here, there's not a lot of options. Just Doran Shield, the Arise. So we can use our Azir Legend here if you like, after playing that equipment. Or is this going to be the Arise turn? Okay, we're going to move it over to Seat of Power. Conquer there, going up to 6. A relatively close game, all things considered.
And Squirtle can smell that hard bargain. He has played this matchup so many times before. He knows if I slam this without enough runes, I'm going to lose this game. But also, next turn does look quite dangerous. Is only at 5 runes, so it's going to be 7. That does not play around hard bargain even a little bit. Great Pawner, I think, equals up to 6.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Does have another fizz in hand. That's what Squirt was checking for. What could any potential fizz be taking? Here comes that fizz. What are the options?
I don't think we have seen a Starcrossed.
No, I don't think there's another Moonfall, so it's just going to be a Stupefy. Get a draw 1 at the very least.
Yes, Diana held to 6 at the beginning of this turn. Is that setting up a Ride the Wind turn?
I was about to say, do we have a way of sliding the unit over there? Ride them would obviously do that.
Yeah, because Seat of Power, the Sand Soldier there now is only at 3. I think that's double Doran's Shield attached to it, or 1 Doran's Shield, 1. Yeah, and we gusted. Don't even need to Ride the Wind necessarily. It's something we could do on the opposing turn. I think at this point, when you are at 6, you just want all the flexibility. I don't think it's the moment for offensive push.
Sorry.
You can only go up
Yeah,
to 7 at max. You want to stay at that 6 and have offensive / defensive capabilities. Now, the big question I'm asking myself is, how is Squirtle going to handle this? Because the Arise in his hand is also absolutely useless as long as that Vex is on the battlefield. That alone, the hard bargain in hand. So you would think that the way to play this is to buff up the Sand Soldier with as many equipment that you can have and then just run into that Targon's Peak, right? But when that happens, a Ride the Wind into the Seat of Power would immediately threaten game for the Great Pawnerer, because you get that conquer point on the Seat of Power, and then you're holding there as well. And Arise is still shut off. So it's a 3-card hand, and you need to play basically around 2 of those cards. Arise just plays into all of them.
Yeah, this is looking like a dire situation, but I think here we go. Double was that a double Doran Shield? Was that a brute?
Oh, I think he found a Defy. That is a massive rip off the top.
That is huge.
Being able to stop that Ride the Wind is so much stronger in this scenario, so much more valuable. Question is, how many runes does Great Pawnerer have open? I think it's 4.
Yeah.
Be 3.
I'll try and Ride the Wind.
So we have 2 left after this, so we can cast 1 hard bargain if this is defied.
That would be an amazing turn of events.
I'll try to play Defy.
There's a Defy.
Nice.
Does he see it?
He's contemplating over using the hard bargain to possibly take away some of the runes that Squirtle has to his name right now. But I think keeping it to bait your opponent into using the Arise and then hard bargaining, that is the much better play here. Take out the hard bargain, you out-tap them for the next turn, and then you can possibly try to win the game off of that Fizz.
Okay. It's such an interesting turn of events here.
Does Squirtle play Arise? 2 runes still left open. Hard bargain casted immediately.
Wow. What a play. The hard bargain coming in at the correct time. He was holding it for the longest of time, Great Pawnerer, but really stung it right when he needed to.
That is no runes almost anymore on the side of Squirtle. Squirtle can trade this off with both of these Fizz and then threaten a hold. So now goes into the Seat of Power. What else do we have? Do we have something like Starcross bounces the Sand Soldier. Token Great Pawnerer takes this game, beats Squirtle. The first one in 24 games.
Wow. That's not bad for your first ever RQ, right? And we're going to a game 3. Remember, both of these players are currently 10-0. The winner of this will advance to that 11-0 record. Great Pawnerer putting on a masterclass. Played that so patiently, Leo. Held those cards and use them on not only at a good time, didn't use them at a great time, used them at a perfect time.
Exactly, waiting for that hard bargain, knowing, hey, if I just hard bargain this Defy, I take 2 runes off of him and then he maybe switches to another play because he had the option to still develop in the base then. But this hard bargain was so incredibly important. Even though I do think the hard bargain would have also won the game on the Defy, could have just played the gear from hand and then developed a soldier and base. That would have not changed the way how the Fizz plus Starcrossed still conquer both battlefields. So I think just the existence of that hard bargain won him the game. It was cooler on the Arise though.
It was, and it's just sort of that sort of min-maxing, isn't it? Turning good plays into great plays and great plays into perfect plays. Just really, you know, as you say, if you was to Defy earlier, you would maybe be able to change strategy, but on that Arise just immediately shuts things down.
No, it was... I think it was important, because otherwise you just play that Sand Soldier token into that battlefield, trying to hold there, together with the other gear. And then you can also, like, suck in a BF sword. I don't think the BF sword was there anymore. It was turned to Dusted.
It was turned to Dusted, you are correct. But yeah, looking back, here we go. Win prediction based on Legend matchup performance and recent form does favor Squirtle. But you know what? When it comes to game 3s, I don't think favors and all that matters. It's just going to be who will win one game. Will it be our Lil RQ champion Squirtle or Great Ponera, even though it is their first time at an RQ, putting on a masterclass 10-0 and taking one game off Squirtle. So it's all going to a game 3.
I mean, looking at the accomplishments of these Riftbounders, both of them are first in something, right? We have the first place from the last RQ and we have the first time participant. So both are winners. I would say those are very equal accomplishments. Last game, Trifarian Warcamp and Abandoned Hall. We are going to see some mighty, mighty units.
Abandoned Hall in a game 3 could get a bit silly, but here we go. Game 3 getting started. Soul Sword coming down. Sand Soldier is over to Great Ponera.
That is very, very interesting because now you can see the Diana, but we have acceptable losses. Acceptable losses is an action. So once Squirtle pushes in the Sand Soldier into the Trifarian Warcamp, Great Ponera can use the acceptable losses to get rid of the sword and then next turn win a combat with the Diana versus the Sand Soldier without having to use any sort of combat tricks. Those small little moments in those games, they can really help.
Exactly that. Sensible losses come in, that is going to remove that Soul Sword immediately. As you do say, that Diana prevents much more of an offensive threat now.
Value-wise, acceptable losses is a 1-for-1 if you're not playing any items yourself.
Yep.
This time around with those Sand Soldiers spawning, it does really feel like a neg 1. Because the unit is still there, you're just going to perhaps get a favorable trade, but be aware there might be something to stop you, like an on guard. Only one rune left. Squirtle actually using the Diana ability, finding a Star-Crossed. Always nice to have. Great Ponera here with the extra cards. No Hui yet in hand in game 1 and game 2. We have seen a second or third turn develop of Hui.
Try to play on guard.
Oh, and there you do say the on guard has come up immediately. So now we're actually... We're leapfrogging now. Trifarian War Campers, I'll keep that into account.
He doesn't have a good answer for this.
Who, Great Ponera?
Yeah, he just has to search something with these tactics.
I was going to say, I think he reached over the top now.
And there he found it. But that is quite costly, actually. In those early games, using stack decks and stupefies, that does hurt a little bit, because what are you going to build up after this? You don't have the Targon's Peak to generate runes for you, so you're going to be defenseless afterwards on this Diana. Stupefy first puts it to an even 3 might, 4 might, Trifarian Warcamp.
Yep, Trifarian Warcamp.
And then the next Stupefy.
But then if you're expending 2 Stupefy just to get around a Sand Soldier with no equipment, as you do say...
It's good. I'm thinking about next, so I conquer.
And now, you know, I confused the 3 might with 4 might on the Trifarian Warcamp. That makes a real big difference in the next turn, because usually the Soul Sword, the Sand Soldiers, just have 3 might. But in the Trifarian Warcamp, they are on 4 might, meaning that he could go for an easy double kill without getting gusted.
Yep, you are immune to the Gust with the Trifarian Warcamp. We're going to see the Raven Bloom student coming down is over to Squirtle now.
I love how Great Ponera also identifies that and goes, yeah, well, it's probably the only combat trick I have in hand right now is the Gust, and that is not going to be relevant, so I'm just going to play that Raven Bloom, even though that does mean that Squirtle doesn't have to play around anything. He just plays a Soul Sword now and pushes it onto the Sand Soldier, loses 1 rune in that process. However, Great Ponera loses the Diana. We're going to be able to make a Sand Soldier token.
Squirtle immediately applying the pressure here. Oh. Going to be the Azir Sovereign coming down. I like this. Apply that pressure in a game 3. Force your opponent to answer every single question. Great Ponera now. Only has that Raven Bloom student developed, but we do have Abandoned Hall up, so we know things can get out of hand and get ridiculous with the Raven Bloom student there.
Squirtle is already up in points, and he is dictating where this game is happening. He wants it to be in the Trifarian Warcamp, immune to gusts most of the time, and of course Abandoned Hall is a nightmare to play against. Now Great Ponera takes the easy point in the Abandoned Hall, wants to say, hey, I want to play in the Abandoned Hall too. I want to make most use out of all of these spells that I have in hand. Stack Deck as a combat trick, for example.
Yep.
However, that is going to give Squirtle a hold before he goes for the next pushes.
Oh, okay. Vex Apathetic coming down. That is scary. That means units that come into play will not be able to move from the base. They will lose any accelerator or anything like this. That is a big card to find there.
How risky is playing Vex Apathetic into this battlefield? There is a Sand Soldier token, alive and kicking. There is the Azir Sovereign and a huge, huge token on the Trifarian Warcamp that can be pulled in. There is multiple answers on the hand of Squirtle. He does have 2 defies. That could be absolutely crucial. Pushing in to the Abandoned Hall with everything. Wants to take out the entire board state of Great Ponera. Wants to get the early head start here. This is 8-6 might. Great Ponera now might be able to respond with spells to push the Raven Bloom student. However, that won't happen if you have defies in hand.
As I was about to say, having those defies in hand might be giving us insight into why students do this. Stack Deck first.
And that is not something that you love to see as Squirtle. I can tell you that much, because that is not the card that you necessarily want to defy, because it is not a real combat trick. If your opponent has something like a Moonfall in hand, that is something you really, really need to stop. Or a Stupefy, because it also really hurts you. A Stupefy would tip things to 8-7.
But we did see 2 Stupefiers get used already, though.
Yeah,
right?
that is true. Maybe it was... Oh, yeah, it was.
There's a Hidden Blade in that hand as well.
Oh, but also Squirtle has a lot of cards in hand. One of those is Vi Peacekeeper.
Peacekeeper.
It would get stunned from the Vex. However, oh, he finds a Moonfall, actually. Resolves the Stack Deck. Now we're at 8-8.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Priority might go back to Squirtle. And then it's on to him to decide. Do I want to offer a even trade? Which I think he could be fine with. He has almost infinite value with those Sand Soldiers.
I think an even trade I'd be happy with. Or do you just pass priority back? Great Ponera could then opt to use the Moonfall that he found, but you could defy that.
Yeah.
And that would be an interesting turn of events. So Great Ponera was also eyeing up the Flash in his hand there, so could be used, opting to go for that as well. If it all, that's like your big emergency, big red button, isn't it, that Flash?
You can only use one of those. Flash will be defied. Squirtle is going in, and now he has used the defy. He can use the Abandoned Hall that is going to tip his might over the edge. Great Ponera should have taken that trade, perhaps. It's going to gust his own Raven Bloom student. Would still mean that he loses the Vex. If you defy this, your opponent is fully tapped out now. He is at your mercy, Squirtle. Do you want to defy this, or do you want to keep defy for the late game? Or is this the late game already?
I think this is the late game. We are going to see the double defy. This Abandoned Hall showdown has gone exactly how Squirtle wanted it to go. And I think you're so correct. Don't save him for the late game. This is the late game. This is a game 3 with only 6 minutes on the clock. Squirtle applying that pressure.
And look at his runes. He is sitting there with so much might. Is going to take out Vex and the Raven Bloom student at the cost of merely probably just Azir, the Sovereign. And then he can still develop perhaps a Vi in base, even though I don't even know if you necessarily want to do that. Oh, we do want to save the Sand Soldier or the Azir, so we're going to bring in that Vi. Vi is gonna get stunned, not helping with the combat, but is denying the damage from Vex. Everything survives. That is absolutely massive.
Leo, talk about a tempo turn in a Game 3 situation. Squirtle clearing the board. Look at those units. Can even preserve the Sand Soldier. There's a lot of might on board, Leo. Great Pona is out of a lot of resources. We see a hidden card as well, Leo.
Yes.
2 stupefies down.
That might be guards. That might be...
Hidden Blade was in hand.
Hidden Blade. I don't think you want to Hidden Blade your own units there, to be honest. I don't think you want to Hidden Blade Azir or revive this.
That's it. If you're going to start trying to get tricky with me, Hidden Blade, have some of that.
He is at 4 points. That is going to give him 6 points next turn with a hold. Then you can push into the Trifarian Warcamp one of the Sun Soldiers, retreat the Azir, take back the Sand Soldier, open both battlefields and say, hey, you know what? I give you no unit to trade away for.
Fizz coming down. It's going to be stack deck?
Stack deck.
Oh. That is... Look at the light smile on Squirtle's face in this situation saying, hey, you spent 3 energy just to resolve a stack deck.
Carry on. Yep. Keep doing that, my son. Keep carrying on doing that. Forcing the Fizz down as well. And the Traveling Merchant. Not the most explosive turn there, Leo. Let's be honest. Squirtle going up to 5. He can easily get to 6 as well.
Now, the Hidden Blade hidden at the Abandoned Hall is still one of the reasons why I'm quite curious to see how this turn is going to go. Maybe we're pushing that Sand Soldier up into that Abandoned Hall and then kill it with our own Hidden Blade. Yeah. And then preserve Azir and the Vi. Yeah, contemplating here too. Squirtle not too sure about this. The Hidden Blade in a little bit of a pickle. Pushes up Sand Soldier.
Maybe you can just leave it there then. So you can threaten a double hold perhaps.
Azir goes back. Does Azir only pull units to battlefields? When I attack, yeah, okay, so it doesn't pull back the Sand Soldier. Sorry for that.
So threatening a double hold here with the, you know, the hidden Blade as well, and that Sand Soldier there who's currently, what, 2, 3, 4? Okay. It's threatening game if Great Pona can't answer these questions. Now, it shouldn't be too hard to push one of these off, but does have to do it. Here we go. Fizz being eyed up here. What have we got? Star-Crossed in hand, a Moonfall. Important turn.
One of the things that Great Ponera has going for him is that 2 defies have been used. You are in such a good state when it comes to runes. Your turns are
Here we go, Leo.
Stronger.
Showdown up there at the top. Trifarian Walkout, Moonfall.
And do you bring in that Vi or that Azir?
Sand Soldier.
Brings in the Sand Soldier.
Hidden Blade. So now you get the draw 2 at the very least.
Unless it doesn't resolve, there might be a Star-Crossed as a response, but what kind of Star-Crossed would that be? Picks up 2 cards. Oh my goodness, did he pick up Discipline? That is insane.
Talk about a time to have it, right?
This is 3 to 4.
Yes, wait. Moonfall resolves.
That is... Indeed, treat the 4. And the Discipline
There's the Discipline found off the Hidden Blade, Leo.
Okay.
Says, okay, so we're going to draw another card. More resources. A mast for Squirtle to win the game next turn, while Great Ponera will have to use more cards to even stay in this game. Does he have a combat trick? Does he have anything to fight back in this? The Hui in hand is way too late.
No.
Star-Crossed onto a Fizz, usually a powerful play, but...
Not in this scenario, though.
So thinking.
There's a good option that you kind of have to do that, unless you have another Stupefy.
Star-Crossed.
No, Star-Crossed.
Star-Crossed.
That is...
Who'd you return? What, the Sand Soldier? Decisions.
Short freeze.
Fizz and Vi.
Vi?
Yes.
The Vi.
Does Great Ponera find himself in a position where he doesn't see a way out of?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. This is looking like dire straits here. The Sand Soldier does survive at Trifarian War Camp. Traveling Merchant.
If that Sand Soldier survives, the Azir Sovereign attacks next turn with the support of a Vi, with the support of the Sand Soldier that is threatening the holding 7 point on that Trifarian War Camp. Way is discarded, tries to find another card that can help you holding. Ravenbloom Student plus a Stupefy in hand could cut it.
Good.
Okay, okay.
But that is the last Stupefy.
Dangerous cards in the Abandoned Hall. But are they enough?
Are they enough? The Ravenbloom Student against the Azir Sovereign, plus a Vi, plus Sand Soldiers.
It's fine.
Looks like that is going to go through, Leo. Is coming back down.
Oh, Fizz might be able.
Starcrossed.
Moonfall.
Moonfall?
Moonfall this year, right?
I dig it. Taking out
Yeah, I think you need.
that Sand Soldier. And Abandoned Hall is going to make the Traveling Merchant stronger. What does Squirtle have as an answer?
I'll try to play Hidden Blade on your
A Hidden Blade on the Traveling Merchant you're taking away.
It resolves.
Absolutely insane turn there, just closing the door for Great Ponera.
I try to give this one.
Anyway, he's got to get back into this game. Squirtle has denied, and Squirtle takes game 3, advancing to that perfect record and extending that perfect winning streak as well.
He is absolutely insane. On a roll, so many wins in a row. Undefeated in this tournament. Again, he's already a champion. He is aiming towards another champion spot.
Wow. Honestly, the Azir masterclass there. Playing everything so well. This is our game 1 highlights where he was just off to the races ridiculously fast.
Shay.
Yes.
He has played, I'm not sure about game 1, at least game 2 and 3 without a Rise.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. And he's still winning.
That is the most powerful card of the deck. That is the card where people say, yeah, if you don't draw your Arise, the deck is bad. No. Squirtle still overpowers his opponents.
I mean, how many times have you heard people say, oh yeah, Azir, it's just an Arise plus Sovereign, you know, finish the end game. Squirtle didn't have that.
Yeah.
We never saw that, you know, that tried and tested Arise plus Azir Sovereign to just move everything over. Because this was that's when it got hard bargain. This was game 2, I believe, right? Yeah, that was game 2. Where Great Ponera, let's not gloss over Great Ponera there. You know, it's his first time RQ and took Squirtle, the Azir god, I think it's safe to say, to a game 3. And this game 3, you know, Squirtle did get off to the races. Great Ponera did mount a decent comeback here though, with the Vex apathetic turn. But then this was the turn, though, the double defy, saying, Flash, not today. Gus, not today.
But I'll take the Abandoned Hall.
And I take the Abandoned Hall as well. And I think from there, Great Ponera was on the back foot, but Squirtle was just answering all those questions. And in the end, it's going to be a bit more than a Traveling Merchant and a Fizz for you to topple Squirtle as he advances. What's that, 11-0?
That is absolutely marvelous score.
11-0, that's more things. I can't even hold my hands up for as many as 11 wins as that. Hold a finger up for me. That's as many wins as Squirtle has. And how many losses? Insane.
Splendid. It's so incredibly strong, especially without using cards like Arise. And he had them in hand, right? In game 2, I mean, he was eventually losing game 2 because of that hard bargain, but still showing that the meticulous play of that deck, if you set your Conquer right, like every single, in the games he won, every single Conquer attempt was a success.
Yep.
And I love that Vi Peacekeeper just adds a whole nother layer to that deck. Before that, you had a lot of might, you didn't have a lot of flexibility. Now you can also play threatening cards from hand during combat. That is absolutely huge. Before that was On Guard, it was Discipline. I don't even think there were too many crazy other cards that you could drop for hand. Now you are threatening at least once in a game that a Vi Peacekeeper is flying in there just from hand and stunning a unit. Because when a Vi Peacekeeper resolves, really tough to come back from that.
It really is. It gives the whole deck a new dimension. But I think that's enough listening from us. Let's hear from Squirtle, the Azir Masterclass God himself.
Excellent cast there with our wonderful performance here, as now we have a finalized, currently only one undefeated player here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier, and it is none other than Squirtle, your reigning Lille Regional Qualifier champion. How does it feel right now at the end of round 11 to be the only undefeated player in the room?
I mean, it feels great, right? We are still doing it. We are maintaining the streak, so that's nice. You told me it's a new record, kind of.
You have a new record right now. Just a small thing that we're keeping track backstage. You had to go against Alan ZQ in Swiss the round before this one. Yes. You won.
Yeah.
You have proved that you are also here to compete in the European regional qualifiers, that you have a real name to stand for, and you beat our only two-time regional qualifier champion, making your own way to try and become a two-time regional qualifier champion. And now, with only a couple more rounds to go, yes, you have the current longest win streak for regional qualifiers of that you attend, of course.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to so many more. That's fine, of course, but that kind of that just shows how much the amount of work that you've put in with this deck, the extra tools that you've acquired from Unleashed, you know, the Vise, you know, being a little bit of extra pressure. But other than that, the deck hasn't changed too much, but the new tools are so powerful to help you in these decks like Diana.
Exactly.
You've now had to beat 2 in a row now. How many have you gone against all weekend?
3, actually.
3 total. So how it's not just about how you're feeling, but what's the game plan for next round? The same stuff? How do you reset every single time fighting against these titans of the game?
Well, I'm pretty chill right now. But as long as you, like in this case, for example, it wasn't my best games. So that's gets more and more tilted than losing or winning. So sometimes you play well and you lose, and it's okay. You still did your job. Sometimes you play bad and you win. That's nice. But if you play bad and you lose, that's something you need to work about, because it's your fault, not variance or whatever.
I think players just like yourself are your biggest critics, and when you do have those misplays, that's the biggest thing you have to consider all the time, but you have to keep going.
Yes.
And it pays off, because here you are, essentially, I can't imagine we don't see you in our top 8 already in this feeling, of course, you know. And so I'm going to give you some time here to relax, reset as well, because I can't wait to see more of you played later today. And I can't wait to see what our casters have in store for us. Thank you so much, Squirtle.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Absolutely incredible to hear. Man is 11-0, just won that Thriller Game 3 on stream, and he's as cool as a cucumber. That's why Squirtle is the titan that he is.
Got a big amount of confidence as well on him, but I mean, at this point, why wouldn't you just decimating everyone in your way to eventually another title?
But we're going straight into our feature match 2 here, and we are joining this live right here. Looks like it is a game 3 here. If you haven't had enough game 3, we've got some more for you. Good old fan favorite for you, Leo, that Raksai.
And Irelia, it's my 2 queens.
Okay.
I might pass to you.
All right, here we go. So it looks like we just saw the pass, so it is going to go over to Ark Gill, it's looking like. Oh, no, or pass the other way, I should say. So now it's Mice's turn. This, wow, I've never had a chance to look at this. We're at a 2 to 5 point discrepancy, and the board state definitely favors Mice. This could be a quick game 3.
I mean, there is so many runes open right now for Argyle. You cannot tell me that you think that there is not going to be anything to protect this tide turner.
True.
But is one singular tide turner enough to turn the tides for Arc 7 Gil?
I mean, as we look at the champion zone for Ark Gill, it looks like that has been sent to the trash, that Irelia. So Mice would have had
to...
There is the big Rengar coming down, and this is what you want to do when you got a big prize and for a point discrepancy. There is just load at the battlefield. Say, all right, try and battle your way through this. And don't forget, we've got a little cheeky Noxus Hopeful down there at the other battlefield there as well.
Thing is, if we're committing heavily into this with our units, cards like Defiant Dance just get even stronger.
True.
Battering this down to 3, and we have a 4. So we have 6 to 6.
If you pass action back to me, I might play something.
Yeah, I passed the pre.
Pass action.
Now, usually that sounds like a trait you would always want to take when you're just looking at the units on board. But if you are looking a little bit into the hand of Gil, he needs some units.
He does. He needs to keep something on the board to try and get out of this 2 to 5 point discrepancy. Do you see another Defiant Dance in the hand?
I'm a fan of playing the Gust here first because it's like the lowest investment kind of spell that you can have. Oh, plays the Defiant Dance first, wants to get all of that big might.
Yeah, so this is -2.
Puts down
+6. So this
token generator 3000 to 0 might. Faithful manufacturer.
Faithful
Yeah, sorry.
So we are going to pass priority back over. Currently 8 to 4. The tie turner that could. Oh, we're seeing something be used here.
I can try to play.
Honestly, depending on the hand, 3 cards being used.
With repeat.
Gets a blood rush here repeated.
One here.
Yeah. Give Assault +2. That's another 4 swing then. So now we're at a tie. And there we see the Gust at the end.
Thinking about the target.
Plays around the Gust really, really well here by choosing different targets for the Assault. However, he still needs quite a bit to get through this. We are at 8 might on the tie turner, 5. If you have another Rengar pouncing, this is the moment. Nope! All of those units die. However, Ramekiano still in a pretty decent position. Plays a carry on Dredger, pulls back the Noxus Hopeful.
I untap.
Gil
I
is
get
still
runes.
sitting on this tie turner. Really,
and then I
really
draw a
needs to
card.
find something else.
I go to 3.
Love the direct use there of the A, B, C, D there from Art Gil. Love to see that. So the tie turner stood the test of time there, Leo.
Going to play. Sorry, I'm going to play a Titan.
You are forgiven.
To change positions.
Yes.
Okay.
I need to tap 2, sorry. After that, I want to go here.
Sure.
I get my 4th point. Then I'm going to pass.
Okay.
Wow, I love that. He's doing our job for us, isn't he? He's illustrating his turns perfectly.
A little bit of a break here for us, but he's just really in such a horrendous spot.
So.
Oh, wow.
What are we all wearing? What are
a Void Rush or an Under Titan, whatever you prefer here. Both of those are real power plays now.
Try to play this.
Sure.
This is +2, this is +2.
Yeah.
Goes for the Titan, so if you try to conquer with the Noxus Hopeful, that plays around Defiant Dance.
I'm gonna go.
And the Titan giving everyone +2 might this turn.
Sure.
Almost pushed it into the arena's greatest, but now this is a draw for Sunken Temple.
Yeah.
Sorry. One question. I can put this in the pile, but no pay the one. This and this go to the pile because it's the conquer effect. So I can. Yeah, I can put this in the pile, but in the resolve no pay for this, or need pay in put in the pile.
Good question.
Okay, I understand.
Yep.
Now what is happening, because he wants to check if he finds something nice from the Void Burrow to play, and if there is nothing good to hit, you can still draw a card.
Good question.
So you cannot wait for one. Okay. For this, put this in the pile. I need pay.
You have to already pay, otherwise it won't be on the side.
Okay.
That is what we have our table judges. Everyone, thank your judges. Without them, we won't be able to win these events.
Absolutely.
You do a fantastic job. So we are just going to get confirmation on that one, it seems like.
I mean, my personal opinion, if you resolve the Void Burrow first and you find a 3 energy unit, then you just can't resolve the Sunken Temple anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that is also my way of thinking this as well, but I don't blame people for, wanting concrete information.
Okay.
Also, I think part of the question is if you find something that costs like 2, if you are forced to spend your last energy, or if you can keep it.
First draw and second this. Okay, so draw one card. And
Okay.
now this.
Well, he's going to do it anyway.
2.
Can play the Inferno, or can play both of them actually. As in one of two.
This for 2. And this go to the
Carry on,
bottom.
Dredger.
Or
A
as you
sticky
called
one,
it-
that is.
As you called it, what,
right.
the bird
Over
token
here.
generator 3000.
Thinking
That's
on
what he
this
is.
one.
And with that +2 from the Void Seek, not Void Seek, Underworld Titan, I should say.
That is a pretty strong carry on,
It is
Dredger.
Yeah. Not just about spawning bird tokens, is he?
Gil will need to find another unit off the top because maybe you can save the Titanner here by using Ride the Wind, so you do have a unit.
Oh no, it's going to go through. With that Under Titan boost, the Carry On Dredger will push the Titanner to the trash.
And I like that decision from Gil. Because if he saves the Titan, he has nothing to work with the top deck. If he finds a Stellar Converter now,
Yeah, sure.
he still has place with Ride the Wind.
So
I will.
your is turn 1, right?
Yeah. So I will untap this time properly. Then I will ram 2 runes. And I will draw my card for turn. Okay. I'm going to play for 2 Scuttle Crab to draw.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I love this.
Me too. He's really turning the tides.
Titan has had his hands all over this game, it feels like. Bear in mind, Mice is on 7 points, by the way, threatening the win. So what do you have there? That. Needs to push off both of these.
Gil is trying to puzzle out a way to stop his opponent from winning, but with a carry on Dredger
Okay.
and base and under Titan, I'm assuming it's going to be quite hard.
Okay.
That is currently a trade right now if you ride the wind into there, right? Yep. We'll get the bird token, though.
You go 5.
But what is this Noxus Hope? What's going to do about this Noxus Hopeful, though? Oh, a charm. Okay, that's going to move it over.
He's having fun with it. Just
But it's
there's
still going to...
Draw 2.
Okay.
1, 2.
And Hidden Blade to draw 2.
GG's, man.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're always going to see the concession there as Mice will take that one, advancing to that 9-0-2 record, that rack side deck. A deck you were quite bullish on coming into this event, doing rather well.
pretty strong, I want to say. It's a really cool deck. It's a really good deck as well. But I also love the camaraderie here and how Gil handled that loss, right? He was just absolutely sympathetic and just having fun with it, saying, hey, GG, man, you got me. In this game where he was just really sitting on a bunch of Titanners, and while this is a great card, very flexible, doesn't really pack that big punch, no?
No, it's funny, when we hopped into that game 3 scenario and you can see the Aurelia champion unit, not there, and all you see is a Titanner on the field, you're thinking, this probably isn't going to go your way, but I think the nail in the coffin had to be the Raxai, getting that under Titan down, boosting up the Carry On Dredger and everything else to +2. Noxus Hopeful comes swinging in, Carry On Dredger swinging with his bird cage, knocking units about the head. So yeah, advancing to that 9-0-2 record, fantastic to see.
Also had a Void Rush in the hand. Yeah, could have played that one too, but I like it when people just play their win conditions that they have. I'm always a little bit more lenient towards just getting all of those value cards out, but that's just because I think I'm addicted to drawing cards. I really like drawing cards.
Yeah, we've seen drawing cards be fantastic. Speaking of drawing cards, we didn't see the Silicon Herder there either for our Aurelia player, so, just having it out there, having some fun. So talk to us a little bit about this Raxai deck then. Why have you, because you actually chose it as your cards of prediction coming into this event. Why did you like it so much?
Because the deck is just so ignorantly aggressive, right? You almost never whiff your first turn. You're playing so many different 2-drops, and the deck just has this way of being super aggressive, finding a bigger ceiling in the early game. If you are using your Raxai ability and you find an Under Titan, you can get to play cards for free. Some of these decks that are really strong right now, they, first of all, take a little bit too long to set up. Something like a Hook LeBlanc, something like a Diana from time to time. If you really get those favorable traits, it's hard for Diana to establish, and then you're just running away with those games. And we have seen that yesterday. You can absolutely high roll with this. I am of the opinion, while we have so many different, incredibly skilled players, Riftbounders that just go to the top card every event, you sometimes also, it's still a card game, need that little bit of luck to succeed. And if Raxai wants it to be your day, it's gonna be your day.
Yeah, we saw that in our feature match, I think, of our last one yesterday, wasn't it? When the rack side deck is just finding its stuff, the top decks and what you're seeing there, what you want to see, quite honestly, the deck almost a borderline unstoppable, I feel.
Yeah, and now in this game we have seen that you can integrate different cards like the Rengar pouncing into this deck, these different ambushing strategies. You have Inferno Rengar pouncing and Vi Peacekeeper Rengar pouncing, basically the OG ambusher. So we have seen that card for quite a while now, even in Spirit Forge. Why don't we learn a little bit more on how to use Rengar?
This is a story about a big meta upset. A story about technical precision. This is the story about how a Rengar changed the tides. Riftbound Regional Qualifier Atlanta. The last regional qualifier before Unleashed release. We are finding ourselves in the League of Draven. Chaos and Fury are the domains to beat. A whopping 211 of the 1832 players brought Draven Glorious Executioner to their tournament with the hopes and dreams to win it all. Equipped with Ferris Forerunner, the undisputed best unit in Spiritforged, and Rebuke as the best answer to it, the mid-range deck proved as the most dominant force in the tournament. Winning combats with sticky units and utility cards to profit off the passive card draw engine of your legend. A snowball that once it starts running, cannot be stopped. The perfect strategy? Not for Prismaticism. He found a way to play Draven's game, but more aggressively. What the Draven legend brings in value, and he doubles in tempo. The meta centers around powerful units and, most importantly, 2 energy cost chaos spells. Flash, Hard Bargain, Rebuke, and Ride the Wind. All of those cards provide utility on your turn and on your opponents. You can dodge combat, force points, or protect your units with all of these cards. While these cards provide similar amount of utility, they work in completely different ways, which makes it hard for the opponents to play around all of them. Annie the Darkchild readies 2 of your runes at the end of your turn, which allows you to always be able to completely exhaust your runes in order to play your biggest units and maximize energy usage, while still keeping your opponents on their toes with 2 runes up at least. But one card in particular sets Annie apart from the Draven decks. Rengar Pouncing. The OG Ambusher is an incredible offensive threat, coming in hot with 5 might on attack for only 3 energy straight from hand. While the offensive possibilities that Rengar as a champion historically has are quite obvious, Prismaticism finds more depth in the card, which brings us to the moment he won his first regional qualifier title. We are finding ourselves in Game 3 of the Atlanta Finals. The winner immortalizes themselves in Riftbound history. Prismaticism on Annie versus challenger TCG's Coco Lopez on Draven. A dramatic aspirants climb game in which both players reach 8 points.
Both players literally 1 point away from being the regional qualifier Atlanta champion.
The tension is palpable and the resources are few. Prismet finds himself with 5 runes ready, looking at a Ferris Forerunner previously established in Coco Lopez base. Both battlefields are empty, and Prismaticism only has a long sword on his side of the board. The situation looked dire. The options in his hand looked mediocre. A traveling merchant for 2 and a pass, immediately readying his runes again. After thoroughly thinking through all the possibilities and checking both players' treasures, he decides to only play a 2-drop with no immediate impact on the board state? It feels almost like a concession. GGs were spammed in chat already. Coco Lopez starts his turn by trying to conquer the arena's greatest to set up for a winning hold next turn. That was the moment in which Prismet with haste slammed down the Ride the Wind, pushing the traveling merchant onto the other battlefield. No answer from Coco. First, the move trigger of the merchant happens, discarding the Ferris Forerunner to draw another card. Then both players conquer in their respective battlefields and draw a card since they cannot get the victory point just yet. All of a sudden, the pressure is on Coco Lopez. He needs to deny the holding point or Prismaticism will be crowned the Atlanta champion. His out is just in his hand, a falling star that he kept in hand to get rid of the traveling merchant. But again, lightning fast, Prismaticism picks up his cards and throws down a defensive Rengar pouncing onto the battlefield.
Does Coco have the rebuke in this instance? No, shows it! That's it!
Immediately followed by a quick concession of his opponent who fought so hard to become a finalist. Instead of developing the merchant in another unit to then later on try and deal with the Ferris Forerunner. Prismaticism in this tournament displayed how a risky playstyle, playing the odds and bravery can catch your opponent off guard and win you a regional qualifier. Have you been feeling moody lately? Are you also tired of conquering for your points all the time? Do you not want to play a normie deck like the others? Then we got the deck just for you. Vex Gloomist appears in Unleashed, a legend that massively profits from holding battlefields. Stop your opponent from ambushing or accelerating consistently as early as turn 2 with Vex Apathetic as your chosen champion unit. Tell your opponents to back off by stunning their units when they try to conquer. Play your Shadow ready into battlefields to immediately use its ability on the opposing turn. Vex can rely on so many different defensive tools that the Calm and Chaos domain already have. Use Guardian Angel and Zonia's Hourglass to protect your units from dying. Not So Fast and Defy to counter opposing spells and deny their tempo. But also new defensive cards can be found in Unleashed, like Existential Dread or the Mutated Mouser. But in the Shadow Isles, a monster lurks supporting Vex, giving her near unlimited defensive and offensive possibilities. Enter Viamore. The Spider God has ambush, meaning it can be played offensive and defensively. With this powerful 8 might, it jumps into a battlefield that you are attacking and crushes any unit smaller than it without taking a single hit. If your opponent doesn't manage to push it out of a battlefield, an additional draw for holding is a free bonus. With these cards in your deck, you're going to be able to keep all the others away from your battlefields. Keep holding, Riftbounders.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of RQ Utrecht. We have a couple minutes before we get into our next round. As I'm sure you can appreciate, everything tidying up with the round is
These are my favorite minutes.
Behind the scenes. Oh, that we just get to talk?
They're free. We can talk about the things we love.
Okay. What do you love first of all about Riftbound? It's an open question.
Here's the thing. I just love that every time I get to look at more than 3 matches, I'm usually caught off guard by at least one of the decks.
Okay.
And how they are either building upon previous iterations or completely like scrapping the board and building it back up from scratch because they saw the new angle. And it always feels like I'm so hungry to really get into the meat and potatoes of what they have to share.
That's fair. We do get a lot of innovation. We've seen some innovation for this event around like the Loop Lux, but we've also seen some of that deck building iteration kind of pan out within each legend. People dropping cards, moving them around. When we look at the cards that are being played here in RQ Utrecht, a couple of cards do keep popping up. I mean, I think it is fair to say a lot of the body cards are popping up, and the Rengar kind of keeps ambushing everybody, like making an appearance.
Right, Vexus to build on top of that, and that is, in my opinion, fine. Because every good house needs a foundation to be built on top of.
Yeah, and if you don't want a foundation, you can just bounce it back with things like the Starcross. But yeah, there is the Vex Apathetic. Scuttle Crab, another unit that we're seeing a lot of, and one that we haven't seen too much of, because it's mostly in the sideboard, is Disarming Rake. Basically, every single Calm deck is going to bring options against the likes of Aurora. It also helps in your matchups with like Irelia and a couple of the other ones, Azir, just targeting out some of the gear. On the other side, down the side, you can see Tide Turner, Akshan. Again, Akshan for the gear. Fizz has just been an unstoppable unit since release, where it's just like, wow, you actually just get access to your entire trash for spells.
And that is really just the identity of Chaos so far, is keeping it flexible, keeping it unpredictable. One could say chaotic.
Exactly. A card that we haven't seen in the meta too much was the Thousand-Tailed Watcher up until now again. Origins meta absolutely was like the game winner, and now is coming back in while we have decks like Yi who they can present a big threat, but you know you need a finish against it to get over the top. When we look at spells specifically, well then, we're looking at Gust as one of the remaining post-ban wave chaos spells that is still run so prominently. Again, slows decks down, denies early showdowns especially, and we can just say, no, actually I'm gonna stop you scoring this point this turn.
And it actually, it's only been getting better, right? With how LeBlanc interacts with it currently, but also on open battlefields where certain cards will not trigger their assault clause and they remain gustable. It opens up so many options, and because a lot of the Chaos decks out there are paired up with Mind as well, the combination between Gust and Stupefy just opens up the door that, if need be, you can get those 4 Might units off of the board as well.
Yeah, we have a lot in there that was green and purple and a little bit of orange sprinkled in there as well for domains. From domains to the battlefields, we look at Arena's Greatest having the highest share. I think as people have kind of seen the way that the decks pan out, getting that fast out of the gates way through some of the later game decks, like the Aurora is one of the decks that doesn't like to play against Arena's Greatest so much. Same with like the Lux deck, I imagine you probably don't love when your opponent gets an early point. So many of the decks here can benefit from just playing out a bunch of units and getting those points early on, just jumping up towards a win.
And I like that in the top 5 battlefields, you can really see, all right, I see Yi battlefields, I see Diana battlefields, there is a little bit of LeBlanc in there with Aspirant's Climb in certain ways, and then the drop-off to Sunken Temple is quite sudden.
Yeah, as the other half of that as well with Aspirant's Climb. We're talking about the decks that don't like playing against Arena's Greatest. Typically the ones that want to play Aspirant's Climb, they're like, hang on a second, can we just agree to play to the number I want to play to? So 9 most of the time if you're on it. But it's always funny when you get an Arena's Greatest game and an Aspirant's Climb game at the same time, and you're like, so we're playing to 8, but we're actually not playing to 8. We're playing to 9, but you started one ahead. Foiled me. Sideboard cards. Nothing surprising in the actual cards listed here. I would say the usage stat, every deck is basically going to be running one of these cards.
I think the most surprising part here is how diversified the sideboards are. Like where we previously saw numbers around 30% of all decks are playing it.
Yeah.
In the sideboards, people are getting a lot more creative, and you can really tell that their read on the situation varies a lot from deck to deck, where the most sideboarded card is coming in at 7%.
But it's Anti-Aurora Disarming Rake, Anti-Aurora Ash, Anti-Aurora Action, Anti-Aurora Salvage, Sabotage hits it as well, Turn to Dust, like all the way down the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sideboard cards and slots across all decks are basically saying, yes, I don't want to deal with mostly Aurora, and as said, they do help in other matchups too. But that tells you how afraid at least people are that you have to pack answers to this deck, otherwise it will just wipe you off the table.
And the added benefit to this is with the success that Azir has been seeing as well.
Yeah.
All these cards will do tremendously well into that as well. And we had some discussion before about for example, with the acceptable losses. How efficient is that really into the Azir? But keeping the Azir on the back foot and contained is such a big part of not allowing them to snowball to hit those 5-6 gear Arise spells.
Yeah, which we have seen Azir a little bit today with Squirtle's big win, staying undefeated. Yesterday, I was like, Alan's undefeated streak, it's going to last. It's going to last for a long time. No one's going to beat it. And then I walk in today, and everyone's like, hey, Squirtle's undefeated, by the way. He beat Alan and is now undefeated.
And that is really the magic of it. Like, there are so many talented players out there. There are a few of them really have that character and claim up that spotlight. But throughout it all, and we saw it in previous as well, in Vancouver as well, right? Where Sam D. Sherman reached the finals. And it was like, oh, yeah, we were so occupied with what the Wally and Alan were doing that we kind of forgot about that these convention halls are filled with champions.
Yeah, filled with contenders, and that extends as well to a little bit of news while I was looking through the results of the last round. I believe Alan has a second loss. If I read correctly, it's Challenger TCG Billionaire on the Volley Bear.
Oh my.
Billionaire's tweet, from what I saw and looking through the results, seems to have handed Alan the second loss. And we know historically at an RQ, being X and 2 at the end of Swiss is not enough to make top 8. I will not say that definitively until we have run all of the numbers and see how
it's outside of your hands.
But it is typically too little too late at that point. We will revisit the stories officially, but as we're kind of in that end point of the round, I think it's always good to keep an eye on what exactly is happening out in the playing space. Always as we said, enjoy seeing different decks, different players. What I don't have so much in my heart is the flavor. The cards for me kind of end after the rules text. Sometimes I'll like look down at the artist and I'll be like, yes, you did a great job on that one. Thumbs up. But what I don't know is this one. I'm going to guess this is an easy one, actually. I think this is
Irresistible Fey Folk.
This has to be Irresistible Fey Folk, right? I'm like...
Wait, no. It can also be the one that you hide. The one that you hide, and then when you... that's played in Rankbards, the Habitable Cub.
Oh, the...
Yeah.
Packer... Is that
Pekka Cub? Pekka Cub. I'm going to go with Pekka Cub.
Okay, I'm going with the obvious choice and saying Irresistible Fey Folk. And I'm... Let's play, Jeopardy. What is Irresistible? You were right. See, I don't know it. I'm glad you're here for this. Okay, like Fey Folk, I got charmed in.
Yeah.
The Fey Folk ran by and was just
even when they're not there, they're still in your head. Like, oh,
living rent free. To be honest, that Fey Folk does live rent free in my head. I do think it is one of the best things. But Packer Cub, not something we see very often.
It
give me non-meta cards.
It was for a while. I ran it in Rengar lists, and. My opponent was taking really long, so I was starting to read the flavor text on my cards. And I was like, it is really cute. And it stuck around. It was a memorable flavor text.
A head full of bravery and not much else.
That sounds to me like a Noxus Hopeful.
Okay, I was just going to make a joke about Set. Because all of the energy goes into the aesthetics.
So
at that
you're
point.
telling me that he took over an entire Syndicate ring because he has oily muscles. and
stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
Honestly, now that I'm saying it out loud, I do see how that.
You can see how that happens. Yeah. I actually don't know. My lore is so bad. You wouldn't know that I've worked on like League of Legends for like 15 years off and on. People are like, here's a really simple layup lore question, and I'm like, yes, that's what that is. Noxus. So you're saying
Noxus Hopeful because I feel like they do have that naivete to them to be like, for the greater good, for Noxus strength.
Okay, let's see if you're right.
I'm not feeling
behind
as confident.
door number 1. A loyal Paro. We were way off. I had Set in my head, and it was actually a Paro, which is a very different.
Very much like the Irresistible Fey Folk. You just couldn't get it out of your head.
No, exactly. All right, let's take a look at what the last one is. Okay, I'm wondering, did we get baited here? Because it's changing over. The guitar isn't the only thing he shreds. I can see the art on the.
That is not good.
I can see the art in my head, but the art is.
We are a team. I think we are a team on this. So,
are we?
Yeah, I've decided we are a team on this. Welcome to the team.
I'm 0-2. Do you really want to play 2v2 with me as your partner?
Well, I mean, I'm 1-2.
That's better. 1-1 for now. It's better than me.
A shared loss is only half a loss, right? And a shared win is double a win.
Well, a draw in Swiss is only 1 point, and a win is 3. So I don't think it works quite like that. See, you're giving over way more points.
Damn, I think you're right. Maybe get it.
I think we can only buy so much time before we realize we don't know this. Do you have a guess for this?
I mean, when you go down to Musical Champions, I'm just gonna say this is Alt Art Sona, where she joins a metal band.
Well, a lot would have to change.
Where they join Pentakill. I'm kind of down for that, though.
Let's go for the reveal. If it's a Pentakill champion, I was gonna say something punk. I was like, I couldn't remember. I should have gone with my instinct because the artwork is so like synonymous.
Yeah, that's useless.
Yeah, it is useless. Secret to being on broadcast is you just say useless things for a little while until you say something.
Don't expose us
until
here.
You say something useful, and then you're like, cool. We get to move on.
It is that we're teamed up. Otherwise, we'd have to separate ways from here.
Okay, all right. So we.
I'm glad to have you here.
3 points out of 3 rounds on that one. Not the best points total for us. So let's take a look at some people who do have a good points total as we take a look at the current standings from round 11. Squirtle 11-0 at the top. Bias 10-0-1, and then we hit our X and 1s through the bracket. So. Big names. Prismaticism still in here. We saw Punara there as our Diana player earlier, picking up their first loss, but still in contention. Colin's there. Colin's there.
Yeah, I was about to say, he is pulling through in a big, big way. And the only maybe downside on this one is the fact that he did lose to Alan, who is now losing as well. So that might influence any tiebreakers if he gets unlucky. But losing against Alan is also kind of an upside, because what are the odds he'll lose 3 times in a row?
Some decks here, though, that you might not expect. Diamond Hat from Mycelian, Darius in current 3rd place in that 10-1 spot. As all of the players, of course, have tiebreakers. We have a Rek'Sai in the mix that we've seen a little bit of, and a Victor for Red Naxel at the bottom.
Yeah, primarily the Rek'Sai is something that really catches my attention time and time again, because I feel like we're finally starting to wake up to the power of a well-piloted aggro deck. A deck that can really mount the pressure up early, and if you are too slow and you're spending too much time and resources developing your board, that can leave you in the dust effectively.
Yeah, it can. I was talking actually to Extasio, one of the players from Spain that has a following and some good results. Was talking about their Rek'Sai build. Unfortunately, didn't pay off. It happens. Tournament structure, it can be really difficult. If you hit just 2 bad matchups in a row, it can kind of unsettle things. But talking about how important that aggro is and that build coming through, if we do end up seeing Rek'Sai, we will, of course, go through that. I saw the Victor at the bottom. I actually believe we're getting Victor on screen for our next matchup as well.
I mean, that would be very exciting, because I feel that both the Victor and the Rek'Sai do have similar-ish game plans. Not necessarily what they're trying to do, but in the manner in which they are doing it.
Okay.
That's overloading the board, presenting too many threats to be dealt with efficiently, to the point where you either have to give in or be run over.
That's very fair. We've seen so many wide board states come from Victors and Azir's in a slightly different way. Azir's more focused on the equipment, so Victor doesn't have access to that.
Yeah,
you do get the spell package from Victor, right? That lets you deal with bigger units.
And not only that, but to build on top of that, just the efficient manner in which you can always use your energy, because you'll never be sitting with one random energy as Victor, because that will always go to making another recruit, which will always ensure you can pressure the battlefields early on, which means even if you don't have the perfect opening hand, you can either keep up or buy yourself time.
So, important to note, Wojtek was the Bologna best of Master Yi. At that point, slightly out of the meta. Like, not completely out, but definitely was represented less than the likes of the Kaiser that we were expecting back then.
The interesting part here that you have to talk about is the fact that a regular matchup between Yi and Victor is heavily favored for the Yi.
Okay.
It's so hard for the Victor to push back onto the battlefields efficiently, maybe with the exception of the Trifarian War Camp. However, when you adjust for the players, it becomes a straight-up 50-50, which speaks tremendously about the skill in which this Victor is being piloted.
Yeah, we talked there a little bit, and I was mentioning best of at Bologna. Of course, that was when we were expecting Draven in the meta and more. Kaiser was there, but Wojtek has the Master Yi. I will double-check the list as we go through. You did just see it on screen as well. On the other side, I'm interested to see what our Victor list looks like. So has this Xin Zhao that we've seen iterated on a couple times?
And the new parts from Unleashed that are coming through with the Sprite Fountain, with the extra draw coming through, you don't mind too much giving your recruit temporary, if that means you get to draw 2 cards any day of the week. Now, the card that has been seeing more and more love in the Order domain is the Xin Zhao.
Yes. Yeah.
Being able to come out ready while still having a pretty attractive might package attached to it, whilst also being that tank threat, which can really protect so many of your recruits if need be, makes it that you are getting more efficient trades than you have any right of having.
I know Leo in Bologna was telling me, he was like, Xin Zhao is going to be a thing in Victor. We're going to see it a little bit. And people were 50-50 on it at that time. I think that it's, as you said, people have been like, yeah, okay, maybe that is the best way to play
And
it.
not only in Victor, we've seen Darius has run it. We've seen Rek'Sai's run with it. Even it's really a complementary card to a more aggressive strategy.
So, wondering how things, for instance, like Call of Week end up panning out in this matchup when it comes to, Yi. If you get a Yi to not have units, if you can keep them on the back foot with units, sometimes that very much is able to take control. Imperial Decree, also another one where, the going through a big unit is not always about having more might. Sometimes it's just about having the right scalpel there with the Imperial Decree.
You're right on the money with that one, James. The only issue that you might run into where we saw the same with unchecked power, the Yi is very incentivized to keep units in base.
Right. Yeah.
So I am very curious how we will see a Victor pilot the matchup, one that he should be absolutely the underdog in, but has been doing incredibly well so far.
It's a very interesting setup as we go into our first game of round 12.
If you're looking as the Victor for what are we trying to get done in the early game, redundancy to come through is incredibly attractive in this regard. Having a unit you can throw out there, get a quick conquer for, and if it dies, you're not losing out on tempo, because when you get the turn back, you'll have a ready bird ready to go. Means you get to chain your plays together without ever having to take a breather.
Yeah, that's fair. That way of just saying, hey, these are expendable in some ways.
Pass. Conquer for 1. I'll play a recruit over here. And pass to you.
The other thing in this matchup, the Forbidding Waste, likely to have an impact. It kind of neutralizes Yi's, legend ability. I have to keep that in mind because Yi wants to get it 2 might higher.
And that is incredibly beneficial with the Yi field being as large as it is. But a Victor will rarely ever hold it with a single unit.
Okay, so maybe saying like, hey, this is a fine one because I don't know that.
Against Yi, it's great, and in any other matchup, it's still good.
Here? Yep.
The other ones are Rockfall Path and Arena's Greatest, so I wonder whether that does change things there based on first or second.
Now again, hold for 2. Channel 2.
So you were talking about, is it possible to see Yi bring things back to base? Would you say it's a little early in the game to be looking into that strategy? Because an Imperial Decree is a big turn normally later. You need units to kind of replace themselves and expendable. So for now, is the game plan just try and hold the battlefields early on? Would you say like try and post up and do Yi things for the next turn or 2?
Every point that you can scrape by with a, let's say, a more of a throwaway unit like the Pit Rookie is going to be very beneficial, because everything they have to spend to get rid of the chaff, so to speak, are tools that they then cannot use on your Rengar, that they cannot use on your Ruin Runner. So the further you can get ahead, the better it is.
And I pass.
Sprite can attempt to take the trade.
Discipline.
Of course, because of the Master Yi Legend ability, it's going to balance that out, force a discipline
reaction.
to be used.
I'll do Eclipse.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that resolves.
I'll do the Predict.
Now the question is, how much is it even worth holding this battlefield at this point? A punch first is brutal to the economy, so I think you just kind of let it go from here.
It's such a wild investment to keep around a chaff unit, right? Pit Rookie. There's a lot more yet to come still. And the turn where I'm looking out for is how well can they hold on.
We put the markers. So you're...
Yes, please put the markers.
-2?
So it's going to be +2, -2, -4, so yeah.
Is that the might ones? No, that's the dominatrons. Yeah.
So the Sprite will obviously win this exchange from here.
If they are letting it go. They are putting down the puncher. this is wreaking havoc on the early economy.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yes, you win this fight, but are you deramping too much? That's a question we won't be able to answer for another couple turns and see how this goes. But going down to 3 and then back up to 5 on the next turn is rough.
Yeah, and it only takes care of a Sprite.
Yeah.
Which next turn, there'll be another one.
And that's the thing. Expendable is the right word here for Red Naxel. So many of their tokens, their units are just like, yeah, I'll get another one. That's fine. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Deramping your 2 orange runes now coming over to your next turn, how impactful could that end up being? Because now you at most you can kind of afford Rengar if you're holding the ambush. It's not really how you want to play.
Your turns become so binary.
Yeah, exactly.
And where a Diana flourishes when she has options, a Yi does as well, and you are either going to commit for a larger impactful play or you can't. And even if you do manage to hold on in this regard, at most you're going to go up to 3 in your turn by holding and then maybe conquering the Star Spring. Is that really all that much to write home about? I feel that you're losing out, especially so early on in the game.
That is a great question. I wonder if there's anything you can kind of glean from that. I was wondering whether Wojtek was low on units in hand, but there actually is a couple in there. We saw a Lonely Power earlier. I know that we saw a challenge, I believe, as well. And
but the priority is clear. They want to stay in the race and preferably start overtaking their opponent from this turn on. But do you run out of gas too quickly? Because even if you do manage to beat them off the Star Spring, they will be untapping with the Sprite and with the Bird. How fond of you are holding on? Because that will go up to 4.
And then the follow-on from that is like, what is the replacement if you are expending units here? Here is the look at the hand. We can see that there is a punch first that is not something you can play. Only 1 body rune. So it's not an option in any of these combats. So you know that you can kind of go gung-ho this turn if you want to, but the Yi, of course, is another option. I'm there talking about the units in hand. Never forget your chosen champion from the champion zone is also essentially a card in hand too.
Part of the team.
Yeah, and exactly.
Here is really the painful point for the Yi, and also where the victor gets to shine. Because the interaction pieces that these players have access to are usually geared towards larger, more impactful threats, like, let's say, a Hui, let's say, an Elder Dragon, right? The challenges work wonders in that.
Yeah.
The challenge feels horrendous into Victor.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. You don't want to challenge a recruit, right?
Yeah, it's so hard to get an efficient trade out of that deal. And that is why Victor can catch you off guard, because a lot of decks are not geared towards dealing with this type of problem.
That's a very fair point. And as we looked at the deck list earlier, there are a few bigger threats in this deck. The Vi is there, and also there is a Thousand-Tailed Watcher run in the main. Now, very rarely do you get that ability to challenge a Watcher before that Watcher kind of decimates you. So
before the Watcher watches.
Exactly. So it's more of on the back end that you can utilize that.
And here is that clapback that we were talking about, where the Victor comes out swinging and just retakes what he wants. Now it's once again the Yi that is a bit on the back foot here and is going to be heavily reliant on getting a second body rune to even claw their way back to a battlefield.
Shadow's Call, temporary. You might think, well, why not just put it on a token unit? Well, you get a unit out of it if you use it on the carry. And
that will be ready on the next turn. Exactly.
Exactly that. You are able to maximize your unit efficiency.
So the situation Yi has in front of him right now is, all right, will I take another moment to recuperate some of my strength, gather a bit of a larger army, or is it pedal to the metal, commit right now? But if he does, and doesn't fast the punch first, or the challenge, it's going to be very tricky to get that done efficiently. Now you have an in, the Victor is tapped out. Is that a second body rune hiding in the calm runes? Can you verify that?
I believe it is.
Right, so the punch force is ready if you want to. But once again, you're trading into tokens.
Go here with the Pitruki and pass to you.
Importantly, Wojtek needs
You conquer?
Go to 3.
needs to use the Forbidding Waste here to give the minus to the sprite to win the combat, but couldn't go with the Master Yi
Pass.
because it had already taken damage from the challenge and
Right,
no heal
stun.
had happened.
Those two.
Ooh, Facebreaker trying to push the Yi at least back down the base.
Okay. Do we have stun tokens? Okay.
So I pass.
Pass.
Bounces.
So Yi can't get the showdown won, so it has to be routed back to the base. And this is another turn where you want to be clawing back, but you're falling further and further behind.
And importantly, Red Naxel noting about the stun marker, of course, if there was one for the Yi. That's because if there was, for instance, a first mate to ready the Yi would not deal damage in this turn because of the Facebreaker being stunned. It's not just for the showdown that you're in, it's the entire turn when...
Combat damage in general. A challenge would have been more interesting, but...
And there is the first mate. That's exactly what Red Naxel was just playing around, making sure, that's what that's going to be.
Okay.
And here you see...
Awaken everything.
How awkward
Die
the position
dies.
is that Yi is forced into. To play around the Forbidding Waste, now has to commit 2 units to get a respectable amount of might out on there, which is a rare occurrence for the Wuju Bladesman.
And draw for turn.
Yeah, it's never the optimal play. Whereas, as you say, if that hadn't been a stun, first mate may have wanted to ready the Yi and go, like, bring him probably back to safety would have been the thing. It would have been Conquer and then safe. Conquer, because we talked about how with Imperial Decree in the mix, you don't want to leave units unnecessarily at a battlefield, even though Yi wants to leave units at a battlefield.
Here we have the Sinza. We were talking about it earlier. Being able to come out readied is a pace of play that you don't often see from Order Mine combos. This deck gets out of the starting blocks a lot quicker than you might expect. Why is that such an issue for the... Look at the gap that has been created already by a cut here and a little shove there. We get Yi out of his rhythm. That means that we are not benefiting from the Yi bonus because we have to overload battlefields now. We are only trading into sprites from sprite fountains, which will spawn once more in the next turn. And you can really tell that they're now struggling to keep up with the tempo train that Victor is driving.
Do we trust Victor to drive the train? I watched Arcane. I don't know whether I'd follow Victor.
Machine Herald forever in my heart.
Ah, I see. Okay. I'm the other side of the fandom. Jace lost in the... Yeah, that's all I'll say. Those that know.
Here's the thing. He gets a little curious after that. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, maybe an intervention was needed somewhere.
An intervention might be needed in this moment as Red Naxel is going to pick up the Xin Xiao, put him into play. Readied?
8 over to your 5.
And keep in mind, there is a second punch force available, but not a second body room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We'll pass priority.
So that's 6.
Yes.
It does feel like Wojtek is starting to run out of options because Color Week's coming. And with Yi being the only unit here...
Color Week, sorry.
Yep.
And this is how the Victor chokes you out of the game. He takes away any and all oxygen. And we've seen plenty of times before how much Yi struggles to get back onto battlefields or even get ready units out without the first mate.
I've done that so many times. What Red Naxel just did, where you look at a card in your hand, I'm pretty sure he has one in hand, and you play a different card. The card is the one you mean to play, and you say the name of the card in your hand, and you're like, nope. Definitely don't have one of those. Yeah, I believe we're just going to the next game, right? Yeah, that's going to be Watch
Just
Tech.
ran out of options.
Yeah.
Tried to dig a little deeper, knew there was no way out anymore. And Victor takes it game 1.
Just keeping the units down from Yi and saying, no, you actually can't get to a battlefield.
And now is the time for the sideboards to shine. All right, you're caught off guard by the Victor. Fair play to you. But how will a Yi really adapt to this situation? Because I feel like they're so geared towards either dealing with gear strategies that are coming out. There is not a real bailout card in the way that, let's say, a Bellows Breath or the likes would be helpful.
Sure. So there are some options that get you a little bit there, right? We've seen Marcy's sideboarding Alpha Strike as one of them, where if you have a one big might unit, you can go, hey, Alpha Strike, and then 1 damage to everything that's 1 might, and, we'll distribute it whatever makes sense. That's one way around. I think one of the other directions you can go is like attacking some of the kill spells, right? Sabotage is great at saying, actually, I'll trade that for whether it's Kill the Weak or whatever version. Imperial Decree is always a big one to hit, right? Historically, it's like if you can sabotage Imperial Decree, you will take that in most matchups.
Any day of the week. And you also have to take into account Yi will be relieved a little bit now that the Forbidding Waste has been out-rotated.
Yeah.
You got to have your fun. Now I get to play the game again. On top of that, Yi gets to go first. So by no means out of the series just yet. Plenty of times we have seen Yi's claw it back from the brink of defeat.
Yeah, and these are 2 of our players in the top 10 currently, all vying for that top 8 spot. We do not have our top 8 locked yet.
By no
have
means.
to imagine they're in a great position for top 64. We'll have to find out about the math on that one. Now, we talked about the Watcher a little bit. We mentioned it, left some breadcrumbs in game 1, and it looks like it's coming out. It looks like it's yeah, I'm never going to get to doing that.
Yeah, because I feel like the game plan that has been working so well for the Victor is flooding the board, mounting the pressure early, like that early comparison we drew with the Rek'Sai, make issues for the Yi early on. Make sure that they can never get fortified onto those battlefields, and you will have a grand old time. If you can weed out some of the chaff and call the week the rest, then you are in an A-OK spot. And it's not just the call the weeks that the Victor has access to. There is call the week on a stick.
Yep. I don't know how safe it is that Safety Inspector is causing things to die in that. He's inspecting, but I don't think the standards are up to code.
It's like maybe a controlled demolition.
Yeah, that's a very different. That's when Ziggs comes into the game.
That is when you just know that Victor and Ziggs are all buddy.
Yeah, exactly. It makes sense in some regards. Again, lore, not my forte.
They both went to the same school.
Ah, okay.
Well, Ziggs got kicked out a lot, but
okay,
because he kept blowing up the school.
You're gonna have to send me their yearbook, and I'm gonna have to study and.
I will do a narration for you. But
cool.
In 30 seconds, where it loses all of the nuance.
As long as it doesn't lose the audience. That's the important thing. Thank you, those of you joining us here in the venue, and those of you at home watching on stream. We've had some fun games today.
We've been absolutely spoiled with the games that we've seen coming by. And I thought that the bar was already high after day 1, but my expectations have once again been surpassed.
Yeah, we had some very fun matches and some educational matches as well. I think this one is straddling both on that. I'm enjoying seeing Victor back on our top tables. We're used to it being Ghost to Driver.
This is...
Right.
I wasn't really expecting the Arena's Greatest to come out already.
Okay.
Because I feel that feeds more into Victor's game plan of roaming the board, finish the game out early, right?
Sure.
Rather than the Yi. And
Arena Trigger.
I feel like the Emperor Day is, it's not the best because you allow the recruits to double up in a way.
Yeah, they go through military training and become sand soldiers.
Yeah, they get promoted.
But the other half of that is we might have had the quickest game ever if Red Naxel had been putting us on double Arena's Greatest at that point, because Arena's Greatest is the remaining battlefield there as well. So Card Sharp opens things up on Red Naxel's side of things, gets the token.
And I love that the philosophy around Card Sharp has been changing over time, where earlier in the year There was the yes, I will always be taking the gold.
Sure.
And now we see a lot more of a conservative approach, as the Call of the Week will be kicking the Yi down once again.
And that is painful because no early drop into Masi out of the Chosen Champion zone, getting Call of the Week is exactly the interaction that WashTech would not have been wanting to see. Wow, is that all body runes?
Oops, all body.
Which means that even from now, you know that there's like no Defy coming.
It makes life a lot more easy for Red Naxel to come through. Sabotage is one of those cards we talked about, and so is Imperial Decree.
As a safety inspector there as well. Oh, that's painful. This is a hand that you feel pretty rough with.
Probably the saddest decree take we've seen in a while.
I want to take the decree, but you know this still isn't.
I will take the decree, but I will complain the entire time.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Facebreaker doing some work to kind of slow down WashTech in the last game. It's not on its own the best card in hand, but again, it's just another utility to say, hey, until I have the resources and cards available, I'm going to let you do nothing for a while.
And it is the same situation as why Challenge is such a profitable card as well. Where it is really efficient at just keeping off singular targets that carry a lot of might, that are proper bombs, keep him at bay. And also good to know, when you launch it onto the Quay, he won't be getting an extra move from that. It's a recall.
Sure, yeah, okay.
So like it's not opening the door for more move shenanigans against Telecorn Herders and the likes.
Trying to think of what the outs are for WashTech here. Got to establish a board. The fact that Red Naxel is already up to 3, now building the board in base, that Wages of Pain could hurt a lot if it's just the Pit Rookie going in without any additional benefit. You're essentially just like trading up on resources the entire time while ahead.
Yay, in dire straits. First Babe will be a second body, but once again, both of them definitely within that Wages of Pain range. Defy ready to answer that if need be, but that is still so many resources to keep alive chaff units. That is not the way you want to be going.
Does have the resources available for pretty much everything in hand. There was a Rengar in there as well. How much you spend on this turn, I think, is...
Auto mana, punch first the Pit Rookie.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Why do I like this in contrast to the previous turns? We need to make a drastic change in our game plan. We need to catch up. And that is coming at the cost of future liability.
Yeah. Yes.
I mentioned Rengar, Rockfall Path, not a viable way to play because of course it will prevent units being played there. So this showdown, it is not an option.
I'll try to stun us both.
Defy that?
Yes.
There is the exchange you were mentioning with Defy for the face break. That would have been
to Eclipse.
Brutal.
But the brutality is not done just yet. Oh, you can tell that WashTech is kind of fed up with that. He's repeatedly walking into wall after wall.
He has the resources for the Rengar, but you can't on Rockfall Path. The rest of the cards in hand. Yeah, there's one floating, right?
Oh, there's one floating. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Defy that too.
Yes.
Another Defy. So, has to drop down in resources. Will end up scoring to 2.
This is the most spoiled Pit Rookie I've ever seen. It has been fed 4 runes to get the job done, but they get the job done. They managed to get stuck on a battlefield.
Yeah.
Can they remain? And we know for a fact with the safety inspector, all right,
Best mate here, untapping.
we'll do a little bit to alleviate some of the pressure.
But the other half of it is Red Naxel has such a much better economy on the side of resources available, both access to a unit every turn, the recruit token, plus just all of the runes. We know that Wages of Pain is there in hand when it needs to potentially be used as well.
And it, like you said, the tempo that is coming out from Victor, the units that he's able to spawn, it is relentless. Every single turn, chugging out one after the other, if they have the room for it. meaning that every turn they can threaten a play, they can threaten a battlefield. However, the one downside is it's been a while since they've drawn any cards.
Yeah, that is very, very fair. Red Naxel, though, is refilling a little on the units there. The deck that's getting the units.
Go 4.
Already up to 4 as well. And again, fighting around the Rockfall path, saying, okay, next turn I don't want to give you the opportunity to put Rengar on a battlefield. I want to force you to commit more if you're going to end up playing the Rengar by putting a unit into, for instance, Arena's Greatest, or having to play Rengar out slowly, which is not ideal. It's never ideal when you play Rengar in base.
This is not the way you want to be going. Preferably, you want to surprise him as a surprise defender.
Yep.
But that seems like a ways away still.
Let me consider that.
Rarely do you see Victor actually coming out from the chosen champion zone. A lot of Victors I've spoken to said, if I'm doing that, I'm in dire straits. But actually, I think the opposite might be true here, where you're doing it because you want to use your economy. You want to use the resources you have per turn. It is a valid play.
They have bought themselves room,
you.
breathing room to be more open-minded to more expensive plays like this. You can afford to take a day off, relax a little bit, treat yourself.
Having spring break at this point as Victor makes an appearance.
Go here, pass.
Okay. Get that full arcane makeover.
Again now,
you deserve it.
No Rengar available in this moment. And is that... We knew there was one in hand.
Go 3.
Go here and pass.
Do this.
Sure.
Wages is a very fair response to that and saying, I'm not even going to give you the opportunity.
And adding ever to the economy of the victor. Once they hit a little top-up on the cards in hand, they can really start racing away with it. We are channeling currently, winding up our spring, and when we get to unload, sky's the limit.
There was the opportunity for Red Naxel to play a different way around it, maybe wait and bait out the Rengar like on a subsequent turn, but just saying, actually, you know what? Kind of just want you to stay in this situation, and you have to feel like the pace at Wojtek's decision making in this tells you that the hand is not as simple as just like playing the units out from hand and passing.
And I think to add on to what you had to say, by pushing Yi to either into the split of I'm going to allow you to run away from me by not conquering the battlefield, or I'm going to have to invest into, once again, these very binary choices that he is left with. And I feel it's just vulnerable. If you Wages of Pain into Safety Inspector is just such a killer play.
And now the other thing is the Wages is gone, but you've also got a unit and you've got an Eclipse that just came off the top. So it's the same thing, is you can Eclipse with the Recruit, go in, maybe, whether it's the Victor or the Recruit, take control of the one battlefield, Safety Inspector comes in, and yeah, sure, that's fine, I don't mind, I'll trade things here.
And usually, the option, the way he plays is he gets situated, he throws down the gauntlet and says, go and fix that. Pick that up, challenge me. And the challenges that he is throwing out there, not very impressive.
-4. It goes sub-0.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it can go to 0 at this point. The game will snapshot it and say, well, it's 0 now.
Okay, let's bring this guy over here.
If
Got it.
there are things later.
And that explains also why then the extra might that it gets from the Yi Legend is not enough to get it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now you get to Safety Inspector. which this is the trade that every victor is like. Is like, oh, a recruit. I can get rid of. Can I make one first? Is that how I do it? Oh, a tapped recruit, and I get to make a recruit, and then.
I don't blame it. That's a damn good deal.
Yeah, it's a very very good deal.
Recruit in the back.
Oh yeah, sure. Recruit in the base sounds good.
This guy.
It doesn't last very long. Okay, takes that one. Okay, of course, because you want to deny the Rengar to follow. If there is another one, you want to say, nah, actually, I don't want you to be able to do that.
Yeah. Pass.
Here we have Red Nexel threatening the game. He will be taking it down 2-0. And that is how you deal with the most played legend in Utrecht.
Red Nexel gets past Bologna's best of Master Yi and advances. That's got to be a really good position for building towards top 8. We'll now have to see exactly how the end of this round works out with the standings. But Red Nexel just saying, yes, if you don't have any units, that's fine. Your legend doesn't work anymore. And I'll make small units and just get out onto the battlefield, and that's fine. I'll take control of the mid and late game.
And here's the thing. When your deck, time and time again, feels like it always has the right answers for everything, and it just feels plainly unfair, like, oh, how are you getting so lucky every time? You always have all the answers. That's how you know you made a good deck.
It did feel like Red Nexel had many of the answers. As taking just a look at, I was going to say highlights. This is the opening turns.
Which
was a highlight.
Every frame a painting in this series. Do we already have confirmation on our second feature match?
I don't yet. I will as soon as I get whispers.
I'm just so excited. I can't wait because I want to see kind of more of the victor. I really hope they do make it to the top cut. One more round left to make sure that they're not missing out at the very last minute. They're not safe just yet with 11-on-1.
Yeah.
Do really need, maybe they can squeeze in with 11-1-1.
Maybe we've had people just be on the precipice to do that, and
you need a very good loss, so to speak, against a very good player to be certain you'll still make it through.
Definitely depends on the math in how that goes. Bracket math and Swiss maths of this many rounds, I don't even pretend to put it in my head. The good players are all like, yeah, are we through? Is that okay in the last round? If we're good, are we able to make it for sure? And I'm just here like, I have no idea. This is at this point, the bracket math is way out of contention. It does depend on tiebreakers.
And honestly, you kind of have, I do have respect for people who say, you know what, I don't really care about EV. We ball, we play, and if I lose, I lose.
Of course, we will continue to update you on the standings as we go through the rest of the day. We'll also update you on the meta and how things are panning out. I'll take you back to the beginning of the show, and I kind of put out that thing in the way of, I think Yi was due a big day 1 and a whisper of a day 2. Individual games don't prove it. I'm waiting to see the stats by the end. I would be happy to be wrong as somebody that does play Yi.
So are you willing to go out there and say not a single Yi will make that top 8 cut?
Oh, I did not say that.
No, I'm not saying that.
No,
I'm saying, are you willing to make that statement now? Honestly, it's even easier now because we've already gone through almost half of day 2.
I can answer your question quickly as we go to ask some more questions, and the answer to that is no, I'm not willing to say that. Barrett, what is our winner willing to say?
Excellent cast once again from both of you, but I have an excellent looking legend pilot over here, Red Nexel on Victor, in a dominating performance there. You have all but locked in your top 8 for here in Utrecht. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's strange. I didn't come here with Victor hoping to get this high. I was actually hoping to get 64 at best, but I guess, luck was on my side.
More than just luck. You said top 64, aiming for that championship obviously invite, but you are not only piloting a legend that we had a chance to highlight, but a legend that is now going to make another sort of, hopefully, a top 8 performance that we haven't seen since Bologna.
Yeah.
So it's just so interesting to me because the tools and the choice on Victor, because the representation going in, I mean, you can check the tapes. I was surprised that it's like the 6th most represented deck going into this event. But a lot of people have talked about the sort of aggressive potential now of this deck. And, you know, we talk about Sprite Fountain and how much easier it is to get on the board while still being a menace with order in mind, being able to remove a lot of your opponents. Why do you think that's being so successful right now in the game?
Well, the combination of having the consistency of Victor, you know, that one certainty of a unit every turn, in combination with, you know, the chip removal like Caldo Weak or Hidden Blade, any of that, it puts a lot of pressure on the opponent. They need to stop you from conquering. They need to put their units at risk, and Victor can capitalize on those units being vulnerable and take them out. And it can be played in a few different ways. I've chosen, you know, a build that doesn't allow room for the player to find his cards, because, you know, even with Imperial Decree, they can still abandon it or hard bargain it or whatever. So I'm just hoping to end the game as fast as possible before they find their probably better cards than Victor ones.
And I really do think even cards like Ash Focus that we've talked around for, you know, it's one of the highlight rares, I think, coming out from Unleashed. And not just your deck, but all the other order decks that we've seen, the high representation of even this card in the sideboard. But information is so important in this game.
Yes.
And having access to that with a deck, like you said, that is so consistent on having those units on top of being able to fight against your opponents. But I'm just so glad the deck has shifted toward this sort of aggressive nature now.
Yeah.
But once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
On your win here. You must feel amazing.
It is.
And I can't wait to watch the rest of your journey, because we only have so much left here before we move to our top 8. And of course, I hope to see you there. Now, we're going to send it back to the casters because we might have some more action to get to.
Thank you, Barrett. We do have more action to bring.
You don't know the half of it.
It's such a good match. When we got told, when the whispers in my ear told me, it's not just the voices. I promise. There's actual people telling me.
There are also little birdies flying around.
We are looking at more players from the top of our Swiss standings, and we're going to have Challenger TCG Colin, the basically best of set, going up against Prismaticism, the best Annie. Like, these two are both, like, undeniably, I would say, at least the community's opinion, and with results to back it up, the best of each of these champions.
Masters in their discipline.
Yeah.
These are the players that people lock up to when they are trying to dip their toes in. Now, Colin, we have seen before. Rough loss against Alan, completely recuperated from that, and is looking to get himself mixed up in that top 8. It's going to be not the hardest, I feel like, because I remember an earlier Colin match against an Annie, and that one did not go well for the Annie.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the archetypes that Annie can struggle against, and a player especially as well practiced, well versed in the set as Colin. You have to imagine this is a matchup that has been tested as well with this kind of meeting in mind. Prismaticism, on the other hand, absolutely one of the best players right now that we have across the board. This list, anything that you want to pick up on?
So the two cards that immediately come to mind when we're looking at this list is, first of all, to a lower extent, the Grim Apothecary.
Okay.
Just whenever set is trying to land a haymaker, try and bail out your units whenever possible. Second of all, Overzealous Fan, a remnant from the past for some. Back when Draven was still kicking it around. Now, against a deck that has so many resources tied up in single units, this can be quite a nasty position to be from. However, like most situations for the Annie deck, every situation, every card you play feels situational. And once the problem in front of you has gotten so big, it feels like there's no way back in for you.
Just to note, we are going into game 2 of this. So this is a post-sideboard game.
And to reiterate the stakes here, if Prismat loses out here, and he is fighting for his life currently, going 10-on-2, with some exceptions, is a death sentence when it comes to top 8 cut.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the reasons why we say that, like, top 8ing an event is a significant accomplishment and an achievement. So when you look at the history of both of these players, you're like, wow, these are literally two players that we expect to be in contention for that. Now, we'll see what Prismaticism has is will be going first in this matchup. Of course, game 2 of this series. Prismaticism has been counted out in times before, or at least, you know, like has flown under the radar and then just kind of had a monster performance that, I mean, we've seen the performance
in Atlanta.
Exactly, in Atlanta, bringing the Rengar to the dance. So we'll see what can happen in this one.
The only way you know you've won from Prismaticism if you've shaken his hand.
Yeah, exactly. Once that concession has come through. Lucian comes out for Colin. Is there an answer there? Nope, just fan into Noxus Hopeful. Going to develop units, gets the untap as well from the Annie Legend ability. That's the danger. We've said it since release. The danger of Annie is can never be counted out from having resources and options available going into the opponent's turn.
Yeah, as a child, there's some mischievousness there. A little bit of unbreakability. Lucian will be readying itself after the Conquer, looking to run away with just a little bit. One thing is for certain, you don't want to be leaving it around there. Won't any longer. And if we're fully committing, if we're fully tapping out, that will be the entrance of Fiora getting buffed up here.
Yes, and because Fiora is buffed, becoming mighty, now you get the keywords that Fiora brings online. And the important one, at least at this stage, about Annie is the deflect. You just want to punish them for targeting a unit like Fiora, which already takes resources to break.
Going over the options just a little bit more for Prismaticism. Will be taking the turn. Now, here's where it gets a little tricky. You want to keep up with points without taking unfavorable trades. That Lucian dooming and glooming in the background makes it a lot harder. Now, giving them the punching bag of a Ferris Forerunner, is that enough of a anchor to keep Prismaticism tied to that battlefield?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And people that perhaps haven't seen Annie in a little while may say, hey, where are the damage spells? Like, where are the things that just kill the units in front? This kind of build that Prismaticism has been running recently is a lot more unit-focused. That Ferris Forerunner still has massive value. And to be fair, outside of Starcrossed, the meta doesn't have too many ways of getting through a Ferris Forerunner still without giving you the units on the back end that the Death Knell breaks. Starcross is really the only way that you're like, yeah, get out of there.
So hard to trade efficiently into that. And that is what the Annie deck is all about. Efficient trades. And that is what Sat is so good at ruining. Because, oh, we're going to trade now, I'll just pay a power and recall my big, strong buff boy.
And that's something that we'll keep an eye on how many times that legend ability happens. Set does have to expend quite a lot to get over a battlefield like this, so the question is, how do you break it?
And you have to be mindful that you're not over-investing.
Yeah.
Because every time that you're going to come out swinging with a punch first and then you get flashed away, you're kind of like, yay, I won.
Oh, stacking the second battlefield as well. I wanted to say one thing that normally we need to keep an eye on is Hard Bargain is one of the spells that can be cast with Annie's untap ability. Like, having that too is always important.
We're kind of just telling Annie, all right, you can sit there all you want, but I am in the lead of points. When it comes back to me, I'll be going up to 4. Sure. And you have to deal with my battlefield rather than me having to deal with yours. And if you want to deal with my battlefield, well, there's 2 very large bodies on there, and I can save one of them. So trading efficiently is simply not going to happen.
That's a play pattern we don't often see. Right, that deck is stacked. Stacked, stacked, stacked.
Oh.
With the amount of times Prismats
stacks upon stacks.
had options to use that. That's something we don't often see. And you know what's better than 3 stack decks?
Oh, but this...
Game out where I'm playing her.
This is really a cause for alarm. Using your Annie to get the stack deck, sure, it's working as intended, but it really signals my hand is not good enough. I need to dig more. And even though there's still some time left, if you get to move one of those units from Set's battlefield, the Fiora or the Set, back to your base and then showstopper it into the arena's greatest, can be disaster.
What's the dig for? Like, I'm I'm looking through the deck list, thinking about it. Like, what if you're Prismaticism? What options look good for you? Is it Starcrossed? Is that one of them that you're looking at? Like,
I feel like
dealing with
Starcross,
units?
maybe Rengar.
Okay.
It's just so much might
Sure,
that you
yep.
get to introduce with Rengar pouncing. Anything to just clear out these battlefields and stop this murderous momentum that Sat has garnished for himself.
It does feel, though, that like even drawing that into hand, Prismat has to go into the next turn and be like, okay, well, if I am attacking, I have to have the units available. On 6 runes, kind of tricky. Kind of tricky to play anything that's quick enough to get in there.
And this is what we mean by every play that Prismat makes is costing him something. And it's just not getting a whole lot done on the board. If you look at the economy sitting on Set's side, they have a stacked battlefield, a base with 2 units in it that can punish any overextension if they want to, and a hand chock full of cards, runes for days. They are rolling in it, commanding where the game will go, leaving Prismaticism scrambling for answers.
Okay. I'll pass focus.
I'm really interested to know how testing has gone. Who's been playing Prismat's role of like, we'll just jam the any matchup again and again and again.
Yeah.
And now you have Colin at a cross-section where you can say, all right, will I mount the pressure upon the enemy's battlefield? Or am I going to let it fester? Give them, like, not punish their position currently, but just establish my own board even more. And with the first mate, untapping the Irresistible Fey Folk, we are whittling away at that previously well-established Arena's Great.
And Prismat doesn't have the resources available for the Rengar that has become synonymous with his win. Only has access to 2 runes.
He has a flash in hand, but it's really surviving currently, not thriving.
I'll flash her back out.
Does that, however, set up Prismat for the next turn for going offensively? That's a stacked battlefield, though. Is it even possible from here?
Has to be.
The good news is, if anything, Prismaticism currently has a little bit of time. We talked about Set before, the boss, how he has a titanic momentum. It is really like navigating with the Colossus, not very nimble. They're only scoring a single point per turn currently, and if they want to start really pressuring the other battlefield, they either need a showstopper or they need to invest a turn to correct course and set up the next assault. Annie on the other side, a lot more nimble, ducking and dodging, staying on their toes. But how do you overpower a Set?
That's a great question. And this, another Forerunner. There are some big units on both sides of this. This is an escalatory moment in this game.
And even though Prismatism is in a tricky position right now, where a lot of his turns are very high on the commitment that he has to put through.
Sure.
You also have to keep in mind, he is currently keeping up. He's not that far apart in victory points. If he manages to find an opening, exploit it, blow the game wide open.
Okay, and then I will play it.
Okay, just keeping track as Prismat took back, like a rewound from moment for the Forerunner, for the stack deck first, just to look for a different option perhaps, and then ends up playing it out anyway, which if you're Colin, you're like, oh, okay, that means your option wasn't better here. It does give you maybe more options for the next turn with stack deck to set up.
It really reiterates that Prismatism is scrambling. He's digging, looking for the solution to an ever-growing problem in front of them. But I'm starting to feel like we have crossed that point where Andy can find efficient answers into a Fiora buffed up, into Set that is growing bigger with every friendly unit that is getting buffs there.
Ready to pass.
Is there a way to pick it apart? I mean, if I was going to put my money on anyone doing it, Prismaticism on the Annie for this matchup, I'm like, that would be the player I'd think.
There's just so many moving parts to be keeping track of on the side of Prismaticism, because every turn you wait, every other turn, that the Fae, the irresistible Fae folk, will be trying to lure another one of your bombs straight into the waiting arms of, well, this cacophony of buffed up units.
And this is essentially for top 8 here at RQ Utrecht. So a lot on the line.
Come in here and pass focus.
I'll decline.
So we know for a fact that Colin. Let's see what they have to say.
Kill the fan. Floating in energy.
Pulling back the Kingpin back to the base. With the first mate, readying it, looking to seal the fate of Prismaticism on Arena's greatest. If they can separate right now, he's in a world of hurt. 2 runes, only way out.
Oh, Vi on top of it as well. Ganking with the Fiora. Brings the Vi out from hand. Looking to break the hold that Prismaticism had. And we were talking about how does Prismat break Colin's hold. The turnaround is the other way of Colin saying, no, I'm not actually going to let you do it. I don't need to weather the storm.
And it's so impactful that with the first mate and the mighty Fiora, that you get to bypass some of that rigidity that we talked about earlier. Oh, set's not too nimble. This is how they get around that. And this is how it catches even the best in the world off guard.
And Prismaticism now scrambling for answers. 1 and 0 down in this matchup. Now has a bunch of mech tokens. Paris Forerunner and an Annie.
And you got to keep in mind, he's fighting for his life because currently Colin is threatening the game. If he manages to hold, they can gank over. There's plenty of units to row around. Anywhere Prismaticism goes, there's 2 irresistible Fae folks to make life miserable. Slowly but surely, it has to start to settle in that this might be a position you simply do not come back from.
And Colin, this is going to be a massive potential scalp on the way to a top 8, potentially putting Prismaticism in a situation to not make it to a top 8.
And it's not just the win. It is the fashion in which he's looking to claim it, dominating 2-0, making one of the best players in the world look powerless. They're putting everything to use to find that one way out.
And as you said it, Colin already has so much utility on the following turn. I haven't seen what's in hand for a little bit, but there's still cards there. You got all the Fae folk, as you mentioned, the gank ability from Fiora, and this board state for Prismaticism. You'd say, well, yes, okay, I've got units, but a couple of mech tokens, not really what you want to get pulled around the board. A Ferris Forerunner on its own is not that great, but Prismat has to at least mount some attempt at breaking this board from Colin. But with everything, you know that Colin's going to be able to keep 1 unit alive at least with the set.
And
legend
how
ability.
Restrictive it feels. Even if Prismatism goes out for the hold, the fact that there are 2 irresistible Fae folks that can pull away the strongest units out there into their own demise by moving them to the arena's greatest makes it that you really are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I wonder if there's a way out with Starcrossed and potentially like looping it with Annie if there's enough resources there, or at least like playing it once then getting it back in hand, or if there's anything else. As Prismat's going to go forward.
Back to set.
Switcheroo comes out of the sideboard, targeting set.
That will have to make a dent.
So I have
keep in mind
against your 14.
16 is my 14. Okay. We will kill the Ferris Forerunner. Let's save.
It's going to highlight the readied set that has now been put to use to keep the Kingpin himself alive. Is this the way out? All the Fae folks are still sitting ready. And this is what we mean by the crushing tide that Set is bringing to a match where it's so hard to answer a problem once and for all.
And that's the thing is, it looks good on breaking that battlefield for Prismaticism, but has to be able to maintain this hold.
And
Rengar
even can get into the situation where you break open a single battlefield with, let's say, a Set Kingpin, then move your Faithfolk to that same battlefield one by one, picking your the Valley of Idols clean, opening up the gates to just simply walk in and claim your victory.
And Prismaticism even taking the opportunity to say, I need this Rengar one extra might. Maybe it's not likely to do too much, but just every little counts at this point, right? Like, have to do it, have to try. If there's one way out, I'm representing 4 energy available and both battlefields held, which does mean Colin has to answer both.
I think you did.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. I can cast everything in my hand anyways.
So the real value of a showstopper in here is now you can play a unit and then it's pseudo ready.
Yeah.
Targets.
With the Monk coming out, giving 2 more buffs to units on the board, giving insurance policy.
Lucian. These are my targets.
5 up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feels like this passage of play, Colin is just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and saying, okay, what is the line that is best for Prismaticism, and how do I avoid that? How do I pick my best line through this situation?
I'll come in here and pass focus.
Just the first mate goes, wanting to
Annie.
eat through the Annie first. Says, let's see what you got. Can I bait you in to give me anything? Now, trying to just go one over the top with Lucian.
And you're covering off angles for being blown out the water by a star-crossed in this case. But just landing little jabs, seeing, right, when will you say enough is enough? And up to this point, Prismaticism is taking the hits and getting bruised in the process.
And the thing is, Prismaticism's looking at a hand and saying, if I longsword, I can't star-cross. If I star-cross, I can't do anything else. And that means I'm running out of options. There is a set. There is 2 irresistible Faithfolks.
The line is there.
The line has to be there. Faithfolk is going to look to pull. Potentially, you would think it's going to be the token.
And that Rengar will be, if that is the next target, will be getting all of the assault bonuses. But that is a small price to pay if you're looking to secure yourself into the top 8.
Colin, thinking about it, thinking, do I want to even do that? Is it better for me to just go over the top while Rengar doesn't get those bonuses? Is that the best way? Will thinks about it, takes it back. Actually, he's going to pull Lucian away because he doesn't need to win the combat. It's fine. Rengar's just got to get out of there. If you're Colin, you've already scored the first battlefield and you score the win over Prismaticism, knowing both Conkers would come through. Colin will win against Prismaticism and again look to move forward towards that top 8.
Parading himself into another top 8. Here is a set that I want to see go further and further. Sadly, it means we most likely have to say goodbye to not only Alan from an earlier round, but now Prismaticism as well, which, well, the competition is being thinned out, and even the best of the best are struggling to get themselves secured in top 8.
Yeah, we're figuring out, we're running all the numbers to figure out who is going to be making our top 8. We still have 1 round left of action as we're getting ready for a video. In fact, it's an interview first with our winner.
Barrett Bryant here, and I am absolutely thrilled to be joined with another player who has all but locked in their top 8 until I see it on that piece of paper, but Colin Kaiser. Now, we had you on stream earlier, so first of all, we have to address that.
Of course.
You did lose to Alan ZQ in a great match. It was phenomenal. Game 1 and 2, whatever, but game 3 was so fun. So, and I had the pleasure of course, talking to him after that. So you've been X and 1 going into the rest of the tournament. But that win against Prismaticism, decidedly, powerfully, how does it feel to maybe basically solidify your second top 8 now with Set the Boss?
It honestly feels incredible to be able to have my favorite legend and just be able to play it at the highest level and be able to beat Prismat, one of the GOATs of Riftbound, you know. And it's, yeah, there's no feeling like it.
Don't sell yourself short. Not only are you goated playing people or playing legends like Set the Boss, but the Riftbound trend coming in, of course, you know. And I've got to tell you as well, because I want to update you, because you just got out of an incredible match. But what if I also told you that Challenger TCG is really showing up at this event? Challenger TCG Billionaire has all but also locked in his top 8 appearance on Volibear.
Volibear. That's my GOAT.
First time appearance in a top 8 essentially is this close to happening, and you both, hopefully, of course, don't find each other if that ends up. But
fingers crossed.
It's got to feel amazing, right? You both of you, just in general, putting the spotlight on you and this and even Prismaticism, your opponent. These specializations of these legends, and really showing that anything is possible in Riftbound if you put in the work and you put in the hours. Because, frankly, as someone who we talk a lot, I also love Set. But I'm not playing the same deck as you.
Yeah.
I play the Brawler version. And granted, every time I watch you play, I know that your deck is so much better for the format right now. And you have been stuck on Kingpin for so long. Literally the champion of the Kingpin deck. Why? How did it start? It started all the way back even before we got to Houston. And you were just showing the world that there are different ways to play these legends. And if you put in the work, it really pays off. Why Kingpin, and why has it come even now all the way to this point of just like, it's just the better deck, especially for you and your playstyle?
Yeah, I mean, obviously at this point, I've certainly proven it's the better deck than the Brawler variation. No offense.
No, none taken.
But yeah, I honestly just fell in love with the playstyle all the way back to Set 1 when I was still in its infancy. I was playing Primal Strengths as a 3-of instead of Punch First as my way to win in combat. And honestly, more so than anything, I just fell in love with the style of these hold decks that really have to predict what my opponent is going to do on the next turn. And that's what Set's all about, is knowing exactly what my opponent does before they even know what they're going to do, right? And then I can math it out in my head with all my cards, how my cards interact with their cards. And it truly is one of the most difficult playstyles in Riftbound, in my opinion. So, yeah, and I just love any sort of deck that can give me a hard time, that makes me think constantly, gives me a headache at the end of the event. That's what I'm looking for.
You don't know this, so I'm going to tell you this now, live, on air. I applaud you every single time I talk about you to other players and other people, because the way that this deck plays, the way that Set in general plays, you have to play your runes and power management and recycling so tight that you make people wince when you play, being so comfortable playing at only 5 runes, 6 runes in a game.
Yeah.
But that's how the deck and the way that you've piloted has been for so long. I remember when you were playing 1 billion 4-drops in your deck, because that's how important it was to find the key ones that mattered, and the way that you keep them alive with Set's ability. And especially back then when you could conquer and then ready Set again and have another use where you could aggressively trade into your opponent, but playing with your runes with such precision is a true skill that I think you show off more than so many other players in the world. So I applaud you.
Thank
you. Congratulations
Thank
on
you
your
so
win.
much.
I hope to see you in top 8 here shortly, of course. We have one more round to get through, but I hope you might have a little bit of a relaxation break to prep for that. But we're going to go ahead and send it back.
Thank you so much.
Alan's first rendezvous with league-based card games was in Legends of Runeterra. His commitment to become the best in the world paid off when in 2021 he won the inaugural Legends of Runeterra World Championship. 4 years later, Alan makes his debut in Regional Qualifier Houston, ready to show the world he still got it.
I mean, there were no believers in my version, but it's been proving back and back, running undefeated in skirmish back here, yesterday being undefeated again.
Alan not only makes it to day 2, but pushes eventual champion Diwali to his limit in their top 8 match, narrowly losing out in game number 3. Regardless, Alan secures himself a top 8 finish and the best of Kai'Sa, a feat that for many would be their crowning achievement. But not 2 months later, the beast from the east shows his true colors, as a flourishing partnership between Alan and Ezreal starts. Alan's loyalty to the legend he knows better than anyone else pays off, as he steamrolls the opposition at Bologna. Starting not only the longest winning streak in competitive Riftbound ever witnessed, he also becomes the first undefeated regional qualifier champion. 24 official matches in a row, Alan goes undefeated. In Las Vegas, he secures another top 8. A result that he mirrors in Atlanta, where he claims his 3rd best of Ezreal. The dedication is unmatched, as are the results. But Alan wants more. Unleashed releases, and with it, Alan creates a new deck. Staying true to the Chaos and Mind domain, he runs a spell-heavy Diana list that rivals the consistency of his earlier Ezreal, and secures him yet another top 8 in Sydney. Having found his footing on the Lunar Legend from Unleashed, Vancouver is ripe for the taking. Until a familiar foe rears his face in the top 4. Dawali is once again in the way of victory. This time around, Alan ZQ gets his revenge for Houston. In Game 3, he outpaces Dawali and finds himself standing in the finals, closer to a 2nd title than anyone ever before. Or is he? Because in the final, awaiting Alan is no one else than the final boss from Vegas, Sam D. Sherman, also on the hunt for his 2nd trophy. 2 titans clash, and Alan ZQ's dreams are hanging on by a thread as the Pride Stalker strikes first and takes Game 1. Game 2 has Sam 2 points away from greatness, but Alan ZQ gets to it first, equaling the score. Game number 3 is a statement. The best Diana in Vancouver ramped up through the entirety of the finals match. Alan ZQ rises above rivals, charges past champions, and becomes the first 2-time regional qualifier champion. Mateusz Jasinski, Alan ZQ. A 100% Day 2 conversion rate. 6 top 8 appearances. 5 best of medal cards. 2 regional qualifier trophies.
Welcome back to Quick Decks at the RQ in Utrecht for Riftbound. Welcome, I'm joined by Jabin. At this format, players are going to have 30 seconds to explain their decks to me. Jabin, what deck are you running?
I am playing Pike, the Blood Harbor Ripper. I'm just really obsessed with this playstyle. I've tried a bunch of decks in Unleashed, but the discard mechanic that Pike really abuses is just too satisfying a loop to play.
That sounds great. I'm gonna start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, core cards of Pike. Obviously, this is the big one, Bewitching Spirit. There's something particularly evil, I think, about making your opponent choose what they want to discard that is so much more fun than, like, Mind Splitter. So that's a really satisfying one. Obviously, Pike, the champion unit. I think a lot of decks, like, the champion unit's kind of an addendum, but this one is really, really significant. Accelerate out, get points like that, steal points, really, really valuable. And I think the last big one for me is Baron Nashor. I think Pike is probably the 2nd best deck behind Diana and playing it, but ramping to this, getting it out, and using it as a win con, really, really...
Stop! Alright, wow, that was really, really loud. Okay, you hit the 30-second mark, so let me summarize this a little bit for you. You like to discard cards from your opponent, you like to bounce those cards, you steal points, you steal their cards in hand, then you bounce them and you do it all again. Is that about right?
That nails it, yep. Bewitching Spirit, number 1.
All right, we got it. Thank you so much for your 30 seconds of time, Jabin, and we're going back to the action.
That's right. There we are getting back into the action here as we have our last Swiss round to get involved with before we get into our top cut action. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Leo. Leo, we are getting to the nitty-gritty business end of the event.
We have so many players already locked in, basically. We have a Volibear, we have a Set, and of course, Squirtle. I think he broke Alan ZQ's undefeated record now. I think he's still completely undefeated in this tournament as well, has never dropped a game. That is absolute madness. So, Volibear, Set, and Azir. Those are already 3 decks without the Chaos Domain. When has that ever happened?
Can't imagine that's happened terribly often. A couple of those decks are a bit of a surprise, as it were. So I'm excited to see how our top cut pans out. But there will still be some players jostling to try and get in and amongst that top cut. And I'm sure we're going to try and get some of those matches up coming up soon.
I think we have also some other decks. Maybe we are going to see a Rek'Sai. Actually, I can see that it is also already locked in.
Oh, wow.
So that's a guess. That's a guess. I think I've heard something like that, but I don't want to make any false promises. However, I would definitely love that, thinking about the predictions that we made earlier, where I went with the Rek'Sai Void Burrower. What a deck. It is so much fun to see an aggro deck also relying on the top deck, so you have this little value engine that you can always rely on every time you are ramping up the steam, right? You are still putting some fire on your opponent's seats, and you also get free top decks all the time.
Yeah, no, it's quite fun to see that aggro deck playing out. That rack site was purchased in motion when we had it on stream. One thing I want to have a look at, though, is our most used gear and what we have been seeing so much here in Utrecht. And it looks like that Zhonya Hourglass coming in at 20%, Guardian Angel there at 14, Sprite Fountain there at 14. Anything there that jumping out and surprising you there, Leo?
I don't hate it that Dazzling Aurora is only at 10%.
Yep.
I'm very, very fine with that. Last Rites is surprisingly low there, has of course also some of these Aurora situations, has lost its impact in most of the other decks. Before that was sometimes also played in some kind of Diana list, maybe Ezreal, that kind of has shipped away. Heart of Dark Eyes, kind of strong presence, and the Pack of Wonders of course in all these Ezreal, Pike, heavy decks.
Yeah, just so many there. Pack of Wonders, we did actually get to see that on our stream. And that can honestly start ripping cards out of your opponent's hand in used in combination with that Bewitching Spirit. But yeah, I think looking at this, no realistically big surprises there. I thought Longsword maybe could have been a little bit higher. We see that in quite a few of our decks now. But yeah, I think the biggest surprise to me was the Dazzling Aurora only, I say only, quote-unquote, speech marks there at 10%.
Yeah, it's quite healthy, right? I think people who have played Aurora previously because they said it had a good spot in the meta game might have shied away from it a little bit because some decks like Hook LeBlanc are around. This deck outscales Aurora sometimes, which is crazy to say. And of course, an infinite Lux loop that you really can't stop because you need a few turns before you can start conquering yourself, and then you're also still not very fast at that. You're just gonna lose those matchups very likely.
Yeah, so I think we have something else we can look at here next. I think it's going to be unit or spells. Let's have a look, and it is going to be spells. Okay, Gus there at 42%. Now, you did mention a little bit as we're talking about decks that could be locked up if our top cut and beyond. Haven't actually mentioned any chaos yet. In theory, don't hold me to that. But Gus still our most used spell.
I mean, Gust is a spell that the decks that we are seeing already being locked in, they can play around those quite nicely, right? Trifarian Warcamp is a battlefield that is utilized a lot, and of course also buffing cards with Set sometimes gets you out of this Gust range. So I think the matchups into those Chaos decks that are running Gust, that are trying to abuse other decks like LeBlanc, those matchups become a lot better. Also, Defy is a centerpiece of the metagame for Origins, Spirit Forge, and Unleashed. And if you're running these crazy aggressive decks like Darius that is also locked in, now I got it, I think it was Darius, not Rek'Sai.
Okay.
Maybe it's both of them, who cares? We're gonna see soon. People do care. But you are finding yourself with so many aggressive units. Your power plays are ambush units as well, and Defy loses some of its flexibility. Usually, against most of the decks, Defy will have some targets, but those targets are not as impactful against those Fury and Order decks, or against Fury and Body, or Order and Body. All of these different options, they play around Defy so well.
So yeah, we're looking at spells there. I think nothing too surprising, but let's have a look at the units. Let's see what there is. And to no one's surprise there, I think that Vex Apathetic, you know, when you see Gust as our most used spell, it wouldn't be crazy to think that it would be a Chaos unit as our most played there at 37%. But for me, the biggest surprise there though, Leo, that disarming rate coming in at third place there at 30%. Now we know that gear hate is rather good right now, But a 30% disarmament rate, that is surprising.
Yeah, people just want to get rid of Dazzling Aurora, and I kind of like that. It's also decent versus Azir trying to target those BF swords. What I really like to see is 19% on Ashe focused and on Vi Peacekeeper, because those cards are phenomenal. Vi Peacekeeper, another one of those heavy cost combat tricks that plays around cards like Defy, that does not get irritated by counter spells. And also, of course, the other cards in there, as you can see, Vex Apathetic, Scuttlecrab, Tide Turner, Fizz Trickster, all those utility decks, all of those chaos decks with Scuttlecrab, also Calm. You know, Aurelia, the top dog of the meta, together with Master Yi. And then Diana, of course, as well, abusing that Vex Apathetic. Those decks are phenomenal. We have seen them succeed already in Unleashed season. But Order is on the rise again. Vi Peacekeeper really showing that she is one of the strongest cards in the game. And I wonder when Vi is going to have the biggest breakthrough as a legend, because constantly having access to this legend, this chosen champion unit as well in the Vi Peacekeeper, can assert a lot of pressure on your opponent, right? So you try to stall it out as much as possible, not use it for the longest time, that your opponent every single time they are defending has to be super afraid of a Vi Peacekeeper, and then therefore maybe lose trades on purpose, and you can get points. More points, more points, more points.
Yeah, only a couple % there behind that Vi from the Rengar. And let's round off the list and looking at our most used battlefields. No, I find this very interesting because you've got the sort of tempo battlefields there of like Arena's Greatest and the Targon's Peak. But then you have, you know, the sort of defensive ones there in Aspirant's Climb and Abandoned Hall as well.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even call Abandoned Hall necessarily defensive, because in decks like Diana, if you're playing versus something like a Yi or a deck that likes to double hold, in Abandoned Hall, if you can somehow force them to sit in the Abandoned Hall, this is where you get your value trades. This is where your stack deck, when you have a Ravenbloom student, becomes a +2 might spell. In Diana, in Aurelia, when you try to overwhelm your opponent with those spells, you're not paying a lot for them. You are getting so much value out of those. And which decks can rival that? In mirror matches, okay, Abandoned Hall is a 50-50. It just makes the game way more complicated. But in decks that have less spells than yours, Abandoned Hall is just an absolute menace, and basically, in some situation, kind of fixes the disadvantages that you have from going second.
And Arena's Greatest there, one of my favorite battlefields, basically giving you a 3 point if you remember. Gotta remember that trigger there for Arena's Greatest. But while we're getting ready for our next Swiss round, we did actually manage to catch up with Diwali a little bit earlier. Let's hear from him.
Barrett Bryant here, joined with an absolute pleasure for Diwali, one of our reigning regional qualifier champion. And I still got to say it to this day, it's always a pleasure talking to you because you're the first one. And that will never be taken away. So, but not only just that, but you are the epitome of, you know, other players like Alan and Prismat, and we'll get to that in a second, but of this game is hard and the skillful ones continue to do well. You just came off of a semifinals in Vancouver.
Yeah.
How are you doing? That was a rough match. I mean, that's one of the strongest players of this game, if not the strongest player. How's your mental going is really where I'm at.
Mental's good. I mean, like, we both, you know, not to take anything away from Sam, but we thought, you know, whoever won our match is most likely to be the first two-time, just because we think we have a good matchup into Rengar. And, you know, that's a lot of pressure, I think, for one match, because I'm thinking, you know what, if I win this, I'm likely to win the whole thing. Obviously, it was a really tough loss, and I wish I'd won. But at the same time, you know, Alan's super good, and you know, I've been talking to him, and he told me, you know, in our match after he beat me, he's like, if we played 100 more games, we'd be 50-50. So
that's such an awesome thing to say.
Yeah, so I got to play a few more games against him, and then, you know what, maybe I'll get to 50-50 and beat him next time.
You say 50-50, but Diwali, I was there in Houston when you beat him.
That's fair, yeah.
And that was also an incredible match.
Crazy. Yeah, it was
going
crazy.
into your eventual win in Houston, because, like, let's be real. Like, I mean, the finals I thought was pretty fast. Your semifinals was a grinder, and then you had to play against Alan as well. So you won there.
Yeah.
And now there's this, you know, you're both playing Diana. You were playing different versions, obviously. So I kind of went, how about that? You know, like, do you think that version is better, specifically when it gets to that top cut situation? Because I think the Frigid Touch or the Frigid Jewel version is much better for the field.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So my question, though, is that, I mean, to win these events, Diwali, you have to beat those players that are playing the more specialized versions. What's the game plan right now? Do we kind of still tailor to that, or have we made some changes maybe?
So it's kind of like a give and take, like you're mentioning, right? You have a better shot at doing well on day one and like maybe the early rounds of day two if you have a more general version with Jewel. But my goal when I come to these things is to win, right? So I think, like, for example, this tournament, I brought one that I think is better for the top tables. And I hope to get a little bit, you know, fortunate, I guess, during the Swiss in terms of not running into anything that's like a really bad matchup. And then when I get to the top tables, if I can get there, then I should, in theory, have a better shot. So that way, you know, if I play against Alan again, I'm not slightly on the back foot. At least I can make it closer. And I think we're on the same list this time, so.
So, okay, so I do want to pivot that, because to me that's like one of these, I say the word rivalry, but at the end of the day, respect for each other, incredible players.
Yeah.
What about the rest of the people in the room? You know, there are obviously, you know, we talked about Sam a little bit. Prismaticism, you know, like there's this pillar of players right now, and you are one of the players on that pillar, but there's other people as well, and it's I don't know how much, you know, you obviously you haven't really ran into him in the tournament setting necessarily a ton, but what do you think it takes, when I'm fast forwarding a little bit, when we get to things like a championship? What's going to happen when you put all of you in the same room and you can actually start getting paired against each other in rounds 1, 2, maybe like 3?
That would be wild. So, you know, of course, it's not just me versus Alan. I think it's a bit of that dynamic because we played in top 8 now a bunch of times and we're playing the same deck. But, I mean, we have Prismat, right? We have the Challenger guys. They have multiple top 8s. You have Colin, you have Daniel. They're all great players, honestly. You have Sam, right? Sam's a repeat top 8er. He's won one. So you have these great players. You have, you know, there's Chinese players like Rico, for example, that's incredibly good. So there's a ton of amazing players. And when you get to that championship level where each round is a grind, you know, round 1 you're against Prisma, round 2 you're against Alan, I think I need to maybe up my endurance, because it really is a grind on the mental when every round you're getting put through the ringer. But honestly, hearing that makes me super excited.
I'm so excited.
Every round's going to be a banger.
And I can't wait to see that happen. But for now, we still have some regional qualifiers to go through, and I expect to see you at basically all of them.
That's my goal, That's my goal.
Making a name for yourself here in Riftbound, and it's just the first year. So much more to come. Diwali, an absolute pleasure, and I wish you luck in your Riftbound career in the future to come. Thanks so much. We're going to send it away.
With me, I have a very special guest all the way from Sweden, a familiar face to the league connoisseurs out there. Dad of the dudes, it is no one else than Spoosy. Spoosy, how you doing?
That was good. That's how I want to be introduced everywhere.
It is my pleasure. Now, we are at the RQ, and I'm very curious. What is your schedule looking like this weekend?
So, I went into this event. This is my first RQ. This is my first TCG. So I'm a bit of a noob, but I wanted to have as many fun events as possible. So I'm only going to do sides. I'm going to do a little bit of sealed, maybe try out draft a bit. There's some creator events that I can take part in that I'm kind of excited. There's like talks of a draft where you can play like a booster from each set, which seems kind of cool. So I'm just going to be doing that and then roaming around. There's a lot of things to see here, like, you know, all the vendors have some cool stuff. There's some photo booths I want to check out. There's the wall over there where you can like write your signature and stuff. So that's what I'm going to be jumping around. Sweet.
There's plenty to be looking out for. And any highlights? Like, oh, I'm really excited to get involved in either this one or that one.
I mean, well, first off, highlights for me is always like meeting people that has watched my videos back in the day or are watching them now. That's always like the best thing to go to any of these events. But I think I'm really looking forward to playing a lot of the games where you open packs. So whether it's draft or sealed. Or maybe even that box draft thing. That seems like a lot, but yeah, like opening cards and then playing out of what you get seems really, really fun to me. Yeah.
I honestly, I can't wait. A box is a lot of cards to be going through. It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
However, you have been putting in the time locally at your local game store with a streaming setup.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't encountered like that, anything like it in the wild. What was your locals' reaction to you introducing that to the store?
It was the best. So like Alpha Spel in Stockholm, where I play every week, they've been really supportive, and you know, I always wanted to strike a balance of making sure that everyone that goes there, because not everyone that goes there might want to be on a live stream, so we always make sure that everyone is comfortable with it. And if you sit down and you get match fight with me, you don't have to be on stream. I'll just go to pause screen. But that's only happened once, I think, since I got there, because it turns out everyone is just so awesome and loves hanging out, and like we're all nerds, so we're a bit introverted, most of us, but we're also really social at the same time. So it's just been a blast, and we've been steadily growing. So now we're about like 50 people every week who just comes down and plays Riftbound. Yeah, it's awesome.
It sounds like a real treat, and I mean, as any new project, there are some obstacles to overcome. What is the next iteration? What is something like, if I can change that, or I want to update to really pull it to the next level? What's on the menu here?
Okay, well, let me just first say that if you're doing Riftbound content, the glare, man, the glare is like the devil that you have to overcome. No matter what light you put on a card, it's just gonna glare out the whole card. So what I do is I come like 2 hours early before the event starts, and I put like, you know, paper bags over the lamps, and I like cover everything up, and it looks like a weird grotto cave in there, man, when I'm done. And then, you know, we get the game in. But yeah, I think something that's more interactable would be cool as an upgrade. Like maybe that you can hover over cards while you're watching the stream, they can pop up and you can read about them. That'd be cool.
I like that, just to get more in with the viewers themselves. So in your local scene, you have been seen playing many a legend. Now, just talk me through, what makes you stick by a legend just that little bit longer?
Usually, it has to be a legend that not everybody plays, that isn't the meta. And then I play until I win, basically. So right before I got here,
that does explain why you're so long on a chat.
Yes, it is true. But before I got here, I got 4-0 on Kha'Zix on my Nexus night. And that was like the highlight of my Riftbound career, I tell you. So now I might be ready to move on to something else. I've been playing a lot of Kha'Zix the past weeks.
Any teasers, maybe? Ooh, I wonder what that could be.
Yeah, you can figure it out. You can just go on that.
Now, I'm very curious, right? Because in my experience, you're always going into new games with friends. Which CG members have been accompanying you on this new Riftbound journey, if any?
So none, because I haven't reached out to them about this, because it's always been a little bit hard to schedule, because I play games during work hours and they work during work hours, and then, you know, we're all grown up now, so it's like a little bit hard to schedule. But not many of them live in Stockholm either, where I am. So it's a bit harder to sort of like get it going. They live basically across the whole world, but also like different parts of Sweden. So, but I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to reach out to them a bit more.
For the next CG meetup, is that?
Yeah, for sure. But I will say, the one thing that is so phenomenal about TCGs, which I understand now, I get it now, people have been doing this for years, is that you get to go out and meet a bunch of new friends. Which honestly, like I'm sporting my 40s soon, it's kind of hard to find new friends. Like, you know, I don't know what people do. I guess they have normal jobs and they meet them there. But like I have going here, traveling here, I went here with 10 new people that I call my new friends. And I didn't know them a couple of months ago, which is so cool. So, you know.
A one-of-a-kind experience. Now, to close it off, the people have been clamoring. Hypothetical situation. Planty is now a playable legend. What domains is Planty in, and what is the legend ability?
I mean, it's green, obviously. It's probably green, yellow. So we're probably thinking some sort of a jungle theme-ish, creating a lot of sapling tokens, flooding the board, swinging in for good damage, something like that.
I like it. I like it. Riot, you listening? Get on that. Subi, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in all of these side events, and more to come. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Bandit. Catching up there with people here, there, and everywhere. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Leo, and we are starting to get towards our top cut action. But now, we're going to have our last round of Swiss. We're going to have two players battling it out, trying to get their spot in top 8.
Yep, it's getting tighter and tighter. If you are new to the TCG world, top 8 is where you want to be. That is a massive achievement. Out of almost 2,000 players, I think we were somewhere over 1,800.
Yep.
being in top 8 is absolutely crazy. This is where the big prizes are, and this is where all the prestige is. Of course, top 64 gets you the invite. That is a massive accomplishment on its own. This is also what people are really playing for. But top 8, immediate legend.
Yep, immediate legend. You get, as you say, that increased prize in the money as well. And to be honest, just a little bit of bragging rights as well. When you say, oh,
a little bit.
Huh?
A little bit.
Yeah, true. A massive amount of bragging rights. That's what our players there are going to be gunning towards. And yet, in our next match, we will be featuring 2 players where it will almost be a win or go home scenario. If you win, you're in top 8. Then you could be in top 4, finals and beyond. If you lose, though, your tournament does end there.
Yeah, but still, if you are playing for a top 8, even if you lose, you're gonna probably get your regional championship invite. So that is already great. Also, top 64, nothing to scoff at. Many of these players are also still in contention for their best of legends. Also, local of mine still in contention for the legends. So that is pretty sick. Pretty excited to see how that is going. There are so many games that have high stakes now. I have just checked out all of the legends that there are in the tournament still left in, and there's so many match games. In this round, everything is on the line. It's those heartbreak moments, the high emotions. This is where you can make or break your weekend.
And what do you think, as someone who has, got these top 8 placements in card games and beyond, what do you think is going through your players' heads here where, your top 8 isn't confirmed, so you need to win this next match there? What do you think is going through our players' heads?
And that, I think, heavily depends on how many top 8s you've had before, because I think some people are strutted with confidence and they are just waiting, seeing, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But other than that, you are sweating. You have already had a great accomplishment, but it is a moment of, you got to keep it together. This is the high-stake moments. Not many times in life will you face the situation where you can achieve greatness or just very close to achieving greatness, fail. And those stakes, you got to have the nerves to play perfectly through it. In the end, Riftbound is also a game of mistakes. You have seen this time and time again in the last few tournaments. Even the best players in the world will make mistakes in the later rounds. There is fatigue as a big factor as well. You cannot play perfectly through 3 entire days if you're also playing the pre-RQ, but you have to make less mistakes than your opponents, and that can get you those metal cards, those top 8s, best of pricing. Overall, just maybe a title.
Yeah, it's so interesting thing you mentioned there about the pre-qualifier, the pre-regional qualifier event as well on the Friday. That, if players did compete in that and now they find themselves in this sort of last round of Swiss, that is essentially like 3 days of just non-stop Riftbound action. And if you're anything like me, try and play Riftbound for that long where you kind of consider, reaction chains and triggers and all that stuff, it might just come down to, as you say, just making less mistakes than your opponents. And something I want to draw attention to as well, when you are on those feature match tables, you've got lights pointing at you, multiple cameras, it definitely adds another layer of complexity.
Definitely. The stress is a lot higher, and then it comes down to, can you focus more than your opponent? Because the stress also applies to your opponent. They are also in their win-it-in match for top 8 perhaps, and then you will just have to see who makes less mistakes, who can handle the situation better, who can play cleanly. And then, of course, we're still playing card games. You might have an advantage if you're going first. So you also need a little bit of luck. You cannot miss your 2-drop there.
And it looks like we can get our last Swiss round started now and head down to our table. Both of these players will need to get a win to have their march into top cut and beyond. And the loser, their Utrecht regional qualifier run ends here. As Leo did say, still a fantastic achievement. They can hold their head up high. But I'm sure if you ask both of our players here, they're not satisfied with this potential top 64. They want to get into top 8. Let's consult our players' deck. So we have Bakura, who will be playing that Master Yi, our most played legend here, I think, this weekend. But rightfully so, did rather well in our Tanjing event as well. And look at this list, Leo. Anything jumping out at you in the main deck? Everything to me seems rather ordinary.
I feel like I've seen that list before. I think that many things in life are true, and sometimes houses are big. That is a list that is very, very familiar. Might be one-to-one copied from another event from a best of Yi, if I remember correctly. One of Grim Resolve, the one of Primal Strength, but one Sabotage in the main deck. that strikes out. Because many players have opted to play 2 or 3 in the main deck. I'm a big fan of that because information in this game is so important. And we have seen this before. As Colin has played, I think it was versus Alan ZQ, Sabotage, not always, if you use it in the right spot, only takes away 1 card from hand. Sometimes it forces your opponent to respond with everything they have.
Yep, so sometimes, you know, games can be made or broken just of the one-off Sabotage clinking the right card out of the hand. But then we do have Loria, and they are playing Severe, everyone's favorite deck in format. That Dazzling Aurora, hate it or love it, it is rather strong. And here it is, 1 win away from the top cut, trying to cheat those big units into play. Elder Dragon, Mind Splitter, and just make life hard for your opponent.
1 pack of wonders in that deck list as well, together with 3 treasure trove. You can loop some of that extra power, but it is a little bit slow, and you want to get there as fast as you can. Catalyst of Aeons, always a little bit dicey versus Master Yi. It's a card that you sometimes are not allowed to play if they leave open 1 rune. That is a possible lose condition for the deck.
Yep.
So therefore, people have started to play this Pack of Wonders, Treasure Troves package again, because they know if I'm playing versus Calm decks and they have 1 rune left open, my second play cannot be Catalyst of Aeons. I might get incredibly punished for that. So you rather try to build up other resources. But other than that, the matchup seems fine for Sivir, because Master Yi is not the most aggressive deck, even though with a first mate in Starspring, for example, you can run away quite quickly.
No, Tom.
Catalyst of Aeons will be a big one to see, as you rightfully say. If it goes for, going to be the double mulligan. They're not too rare, actually. Let's have a look. Okay, here we go. Double mulligan there for the Aurora player. Again, when your Aurora, mission number 1 is find the Aurora. Mission number 2, get the runes in play to use it. But we are going to get, here we go, our Swiss Round 13 feature match here. Let's make some noise, please. The winner of this match will advance to top 8. We are going to see the Pit Rookie come down, and it is over to Dazzling Aurora. What can they do?
Shay, are you seeing what I'm seeing? There is a Catalyst of Aeons in hand and no other play for the first few turns. If Bakura finds a Defy plus a first mate, he can exert absolute huge amounts of pressure. That is one of the ways you win these games. Puts it in the seat of power.
Well, there is a Defy in the hand as well, you know. There's the Gust. Could be baiting out something.
Oh, that is super dangerous here. If you do not respond to that, you of course lose that point that you want to score. If you on guard that, you kind of cannot play the first mate, because one of your win conditions, again, in this matchup, one of the best ways to use Defy is to steal an entire turn from your opponent. So you do not want to go down to 0 rules.
Okay, that's
ready. He just accepts it. Or we said it's fine to something else.
Yeah, I think we still, we are going to unguard there. That will push the Pit Rookie out of Gust range.
I think that is completely correct, and then you are not playing that first mate. You can still use that in the next turn. You can then just hold. Okay, you can also play the first mate, and then you don't have the Defy backup. And that is going to be punished by a Catalyst of Aeons. That is just going to resolve if it is played. Maybe Riva finds a different card. He also has the Sabotage that could do a little look-see in hand. However, that derams you, and that is not what you want.
Nope. Game plan number 1 for Severe is rather simple. Get to 9 runes so you can play that Dazzling Aurora. That is where the deck unlocks. Elder Dragons and Mind Splitters can come out of the deck. But that is mission number 1. We have to get there. 4 runes being tapped there. I imagine it would be the Catalyst of Aeons. Then you channel an extra 2 exhausted.
I believe in you.
I believe in you.
I believe in you. The mind games. Looks like that Catalyst of Aeons is going to go through, though, Leo. Back over to Bakura now. First mate in play. Pit Rookie in play. And for Bakura, it's just going to get points on the board.
Bakura has one of the win conditions in hand as well. He still does have the Akshan. Is going to go into Sigil of the Storm, and Akshan could steal a potential Aurora if it happen to be played, and that is a funny steal.
That would be disastrous. That actually mischievous. If you pay 2 extra, you can just swipe a gear from your opponent. And bear in mind, that's a unit. You can't sabotage that out of the hand as well. We are going to see a double conquer here, of course. You know, no, we can't issue a response here if we're Laurie.
Well, that will suck, because whatever I play now will...
First of all, Yoriva needs to find the Aurora.
Aurora is in hand.
Is it?
It is in hand. It is in hand. I'm sure it is. I'm sure I saw it, no? I guess when we consult the hand, we'll have a look. I think we did. But now, though, it looks like Champion Yi... Ooh.
This.
You? Ooh. It looks like it is going to come down. I'm going to get played there to the Sigil of the Storm as well.
The template
exactly,
like it that we are playing 2 into that battlefield, because if an Elder Drake was happening, you still keep it there. You get to hold there, and you don't have to play another unit into it. Now we're playing a 3rd unit in to the Sigil of the Storm.
Okay, let's have a look at this hand there. Is an Aurora there? Is Aurora alive right now?
I don't think it is. We are at exactly 9. And there is...
No, yeah, you're right. It'd be coming down if you did have it.
As soon as we activate the stack deck, I think Bakura is really chilling.
Yes. No, you do have a small window for Dazzling Aurora. You can get 1 turn off it, I'm sure, but you don't want to be falling into like 2 or 3 turns, especially he isn't to know that Bakura has an answer in hand as well.
Especially with that hand. An argument that you could make is Flurry of Blades. You have 2 of those. You can kill off the both pit rookies there.
Yeah, you could. But I don't think... Does he have access to 2? I'm not sure. There's stat deck, so Bakura can be a sigh of relief. No Aurora this turn. Aurora, of course, at the end of your turn, then you reveal the top card of your deck until you find a unit, and you can play it for free. That unlocks Iori's deck.
The second pitch rookie that Bakura played is really interesting for me. I would love to know what his thought process behind that was, because that's not really protecting anything from Elder Drake anymore. You already have 2, and you are again closing your window on a D5. If your opponent doesn't play Aurora on 9 and then starts with a stack deck, that is something that I would love to defy. Silver Mercenary gets into play.
And a challenge. So we can go 4 onto the 3 of the first mate. They're going to remove that from play. Remove it off that battlefield. Slow down the ramp as it was. I said a ramp, the aggroness, I should say, of the points from Bakura. But yeah, Bakura gets a turn of relief. It feels like no Aurora. And Bakura back on the board now. Let's see. 3 units in play. Let's consult this hand though. We know that one of them was the Akshan.
Yeah.
Draw for turn.
Akshan, unfortunately, very dead right now.
Oh yeah, well, this is not the turn for Akshan.
I don't think he's gonna hate that though.
No.
Now, what are we looking for? We try to find a first mate. I'm very sure of that. Scuttle Crab would be really strong. I think in those situations where Aurora doesn't get going, Scuttle Crab is also very valuable. And now we almost immediately wanted to exhaust our runes, and then we realized, oh, that's one too many that I need.
So we do have quite a few options in the hand. They're Discipline, Defy, Charm, all not super helpful right now. So we're also going to move a Pit Rookie back, 2 Pit Rookie back. We leave a Master Yi there. That will activate the Master Yi Legend ability, of course. Going to get +2 for what it's worth. Putting it to an effective 6.
Another big question that you will have to ask yourself now is, do you charm in the Silver Mercenary into the Master Yi?
I quite like that idea. You know your opponent's already missing Aurora. If they miss it again, you could just remove all options, but we are just going to see the pass.
I love that, because I don't think that the Silver Mercenary is doing a whole lot of work for Yoriva. If you get to conquer the Seat of Power, so what? But if you have a charm later on, you can push out a unit from a battlefield and then perhaps get a game-winning conquer if Yoriva needs more time.
Ooh,
but he found
top deck of the Dazzling Aurora. That is massive. We cannot understate that, folks, how important that top deck was. I think if we didn't see an Aurora this turn, The game could have slipped away. Do you ever... Oh, no, we're going to preemptively use a sabotage. We can't. So we are just going to have to free reign, put the Aurora down. That has stock, by the way. No response. Severe will advance the seat of power. And here we go.
Go.
End of the turn. Mind Splitter or Elder Dragon?
I think he needs a Mind Splitter, to be completely honest with you. It finds
That would find the action. That would be huge.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, and it was! Massive find. The answer of the action will get discarded from the coming into playability on the Mind Splitter. Yep, easy choice there. All of a sudden, I thought Bakura was going to be in the driver's seat, able to steal that Aurora. But without the action, this has become a very different game.
That is so huge. The one-off Mind Splitter hitting that battlefield, ripping the answer out of the hand of Bakura. And right now, the Elder Dragon effect wouldn't have done too much. Plus,
This was the cards from the
might
and put it down.
barely matters.
Wow. Okay, this is a very different game here, folks. Quite honestly, I thought Bakura was going to run away with this. Going to action away that Dazzling Aurora, and that would have been all she wrote for game one. However, now, this is extremely different.
How much XP are we at with the Master Yi template? Because this one has been sitting there for, I imagine, I think now 2 turns, right? It held 2 turns. So
I think 2 turns, that sounds right, yeah.
So not able to gank just quite yet. Discipline is a card that I could see happening just soon. You know, charm over that Mind Splitter, discipline your Master Yi, and try to find an Akshan before.
Discipline the E.
Yeah, I think you dig first.
Is there any other gear removal in this deck?
Thank you. I draw.
Doesn't look like it, you know.
Okay, we keep digging.
It would have to be action again.
I'd like to play a crab here.
He said, I keep digging.
Okay, that's not it.
My heart stopped for a second. I thought he found the action, but I do think it is a Rengar Trophy Hunter.
Yeah, it was a Trophy Hunter.
And now I think once you committed the discipline, you do want to get the maximum value out of it. So I think a charm taking over the Mind Splitter is not absolutely unreasonable. You would go down as a defender, would go up to 8 might, therefore beating that Mind Splitter. Then the big question is, can you get rid of that Silver? Throwing 2 Pit Rookies into it and then conquering with a Scuttle Crab is a possibility. And that is a statement. It is a possibility.
That's putting it lightly. There is the charm. They're going to move over that Mind Splitter. And that will be an easy 8-7 due to that Master Yi Legend ability.
I don't think...
Now I would like to send these to here.
Oh, it is such a tough spot. You can, of course, trade those off. You get a draw with the Scuttle Crab. That is huge. Maybe we find Akshan. That would be a huge, huge out here. Massive top deck, but one is already gone.
Oh.
Another unit is being fought because we know the next card is going to be the Elder Drake. I can imagine that Master Yi might retreat here.
Now, Elder Drake is devastating.
Master Yi will go back.
Then you put 1 damage on each of your opponent's units at different places. And remember, with the Elder Dragon in play, any amount of damage is enough to kill an enemy unit. So it basically can wipe 3 units at the same time if they're spread out, which is why we're going to see the Master Yi retreat, just to make that life a bit harder.
Play a Poro here.
Yeah. Trying to hold in that seat of power versus a potential Elder Drake.
Play. Go. Yeah, your turn.
I mean, potential Elder Drake, we're pretty much guaranteed Elder Drake at the end of the turn.
Elder Drake.
But with this Scuttle Crab counter, we got up to 6, and that is our game shot for the next turn.
It is, yeah. Okay. Do you have Flurry of Blades, though? There's a Catalyst of Aeons. So you get to channel 1, draw 1, because you couldn't channel the maximum of 2. Sabotage gonna come in. I don't know. Well, I can get rid of the Defy. I think Defy is the only target actually from that Sabotage.
I don't think you use that because then you're just deramping yourself for nothing. However, you're concealing information, and that can be quite crucial.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter, I guess, yeah. Yep, you can only take this. Do you want to note it?
That one gets
recycled. Should get recycled. Doesn't get sent to the trash.
So
can be rather impactful when you think about cards like Fizz, for example.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Classic body Fizz. But I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yes.
That is already the turn. Not much more that can be done. Elder
There
Dragon.
it is. The big, the bad, the scary Elder Dragon hits the field. I imagine Master Yi, Lonely Poro will get sent to the trash now.
Honestly, the Sabotage, quite impactful. Because now, you cannot defy the Flurry of Blades. And you only have 2 pushes into the Sigil of the Storm. You're going to hold up to 7. It is...
Yeah, this dies.
Ooh.
And you show me your hand from Crop. Okay, another Flurry, Challenge, Elder. Okay.
Uses a Flurry.
Probably.
Oh yeah, takes out the E, of course, as well.
Go ahead. Okay.
Okay, can Bakura score the extra 2 points needed? Iori has weathered the storm, has got an Elder Dragon in play now. This is what the Dazzling Aurora deck is built to do. It's a comeback deck. Can Bakura weather this Elder Dragon storm?
Big question whether you want to actually try and conquer here, because you just know the card is going to be traded away immediately, and getting 1 extra point doesn't really cut it. It's actually an argument to be made to keep that Scuttle Crab in base instead of hastily conquering. Perhaps playing a Poro and a Ruin Runner might suffice there. You have this Charm, which is a nice pickup for future turns. Doesn't help you now immediately, of course. But you have at least a little bit of time. So...
But the Elder Dragon clock has started, though. Once an Elder Dragon does stick, you haven't got a lot of game left. You have to quickly try and close it out, because once it gets rolling, Leo, very hard to stop.
Yep, that is why it's so important for the Aurora opponents that the Aurora player do not find. The Aurora. I said Aurora a lot of the times now in a row.
That is what happens when you're casting an Aurora game.
Gotcha.
Here we go. We are going to see some runes being used here. It's going to be Ruin Runner. Or could it be Rengar? Oh, no. It's going to be Ruin Runner plus the Lonely Poro.
And we don't push the Scuttle Crab.
I don't mind it, quite honestly. Okay, what has Iori got here? Top decked an Elder Dragon. Uh-oh.
That is catastrophic, no? That is the last unit. That should be the last unit in deck. That is absolutely catastrophic, because now...
You sure? Do we have? 3 in total. We've seen 1 Elder Dragon. Are there 2 in hand now?
Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 in hand now?
That is crazy, because now you can't put another Elder Dragon into the Seat of Power to protect yourself from Charm. You only have 1 Flurry of Blades. So if next turn Bakura just pushes back that Elder Dragon, I mean, you have full... You can play another one just from hand, right?
Yeah, you can play one from hand.
Okay, all right.
Say.
Sorry.
I mean, it's obviously costly, but you can do it, and I think if needs must...
Sorry.
That's okay, Leo. We'll let you off. You've been pretty sharp this weekend. We'll let you off this time.
I try.
You do a fantastic job.
It's play to base.
Oh. Did play it to base. You are correct.
That is.
I mean, you can obviously remove the Lonely Poro there. Can't target Ruin Runner, of course.
If he can't find anything else, that should be immediate game. 2 points left to go for Bakura.
It was Charm in hand for Bakura.
Okay, so you have nothing.
I have nothing. Shuffles the deck, of course. Bakura can now make that read that there is an Elder Dragon in hand. Once you got...
I think he's revealed it in hand, right? Just to show you, yeah? So you can see it face up there on the back.
Once you got through all the cards, you have to shuffle the deck when you recycle it. And now completely tapped out. Yoriva did not push the Elder Dragon into that battlefield. That could be a possible Charm to base. Conquer.
Charm in hand? I don't think I saw it earlier. Let's have a look. Charm would be... Charm is in hand. So yeah, you can just Charm back an Elder Dragon. Conquer with 1 Crab. Conquer with Ruin Runner.
Are we missing something? I do understand absolutely that you're taking your time with this move. This is
How many rounds are you on? Nothing? Oh, you're on 0 rounds, yeah? Tapped out?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he's just making sure.
Okay.
I don't mind it when you're in a winning scenario for top 8.
I would like to...
Here we go.
Charm the dragon off.
And we are going to see the immediate concession there from Iori. Bakura was able to weather the Elder Dragon storm and has won game up here with double thumbs up to the camera. He loved to see it.
What a win there. Aurora got going, top deck the Elder Dragon. How good is an Aurora? If you draw all of your units, you don't have any last rights, you don't have Lunar Boon to discard them. You're just sitting on a gear that doesn't do anything. I mean, it was still good to discard that Akshan, of course, because then otherwise Yi just gets to accelerate all of those units. I mean, accelerating is a keyword that means something completely different, but you know what I mean.
You know what we know what you mean.
Oh, and that is some nice side decking info. Not only the disarming rake that is going to be able to destroy gear, but also unyielding spirit to protect yourself from the Elder Dragon, from flurry of blades. More importantly, even more ways to counter that card. There is so much hate for Aurora in Bakura's heart.
Yeah, it's interesting because we saw on our most used gear graphic earlier on that what Dazzling Aurora was 10%. So not, you know, the greatest amount in the world, but every player, it seems, in this hall has a side deck and will have answers for it. They do not want to lose to that Dazzling Aurora, and it looks like we're going to see some of those cards coming in. Already dedicated 2 copies of the Akshan in the main deck, so already a decent amount in the main deck, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it looks like we can be maneuvering at least, well, up to 2 disarming rake there, and that unyielding spirit as well.
What I find really nice...
And more sabotage, or you can just snipe out the hand with that as well.
What I really like about this tournament is that we are seeing so many Aurora players also not immediately going Mobilize, Catalyst of Aeons, Aurora on 3. I think in the last few Riftbound regional qualifier broadcasts that I've watched, plenty of games were that way, that Aurora just happened on turn 3. But the deck does have consistency issues. If you need to find one card by turn 3, you're gonna have games where it just does not happen. Then you, of course, have to play to your best capabilities to play with the other cards that you're having, but your deck's just not powerful. And it's also nice to see the other side of the coin, right? Plus, what we're seeing is, even though it is not the best deck in the room, it's not the most played deck in the room, people know how powerful Aurora deck can be, and therefore every run is running so much Aurora hate. We see Ash Focus, Sabotage is to snipe cards out of the hand, Salvage, Disarming Rake, Akshan, all of these cards turn to dust, acceptable losses. Everyone wants to get rid of Dazzling Aurora, and who hasn't been there going to a card game tournament, playing a deck that you think is really powerful, maybe the highest ceiling in the room. I don't even think that's necessarily true for that deck, but maybe you think it's the highest ceiling in the room. And then you realize, oh, other people thought so too, and they are side decking so much hate against me, I barely get to play the game. I barely get to play my strategy. And you are getting cooked by your own meta call.
Yeah, because imagine had that, you know, Mind Splitter not come down, it was an Elder Dragon instead, and Akshan just swipes it. You now just have to get through, as I say, you just have to get through one Elder Dragon. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, of course, but that'd be it, though.
This is why, and now I'm of course just saying that because we already have a Volibear in top cut locked in top 8. This is why perhaps Volibear is a better Aurora deck than Sivir now. Don't necessarily quote me on that, please. But you also have other strategies, right? You have cards that reduce the energy cost of your other dragons. You have Ferris Forerunner, those mid-range units. You have pushes in the mid-game from Rengar. If you are, with this Aurora deck, on the rune, so you are going second, on second turn you can drop a Rengar. And that is already quite powerful. That stops your opponent from rushing through you. And I think that's why Billionaire is so incredibly successful with the deck. Volibear might be onto something here.
Yeah, it's just... it's not so one-trick pony, right? Like, you can actually put your units down for cost. You have many tips and tricks. We saw it in our feature match B earlier on, didn't we? And might I say, it's actually the deck I play as well. But here we go. Swiss, round 13, feature match. Game 2 getting started. If Ilori wants to win and get into top cut, he needs to win this game 2 and needs to win a game 3. For Bakura, it's simple. Whatever just happened in game 1, have it go again. No Aurora in that hand. We do have our Mulligan, of course, and the stack deck to get there, and the Luna. Is that the Luna Boom as well? Yep.
That is quite the hand. That is the Scryer's Bloom.
Scryer's Bloom, I should say. I apologize.
The Luna Boom is the...
Was that the action hand again? Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's trying to hide it from us as well. Surely you hold on to that, though.
One very, very specific thing about Riftbound that separates it from other card games is that your deck does not get shuffled during the game at all, basically, unless you go through your deck entirely once, like we have just seen with the Dazzling Aurora. Bakura barely finished the mulligan, and Yoriva immediately slamming down those runes. But what's very interesting is that once you mulligan a card, in the beginning, so you mulligan away your Akshan, you're never gonna see it again, basically, in Master Yi. And now you basically know if my opponent hits a Mind Splitter again, this Akshan goes.
Yeah, that's the same thing with the stat deck there, as you're putting cards to the bottom. That was quite a good stat deck. I think I saw a Gust, I think I saw a Catalyst of Aeons. I didn't actually quite get to see what we took there. Squires, Bloom, gonna come down, is over to Bakura. Let's see what we have. We see a Defy, First Mate, Sabotage, 2 Defy actually, and the Act. That's a stacked hand when you're playing against Aurora.
Yeah, you're not getting the most use out of that First Mate. Usually you want to combine that with another card and then make it ready to get some extra pressure on the Conquering front. Also does not have any Calm runes for a possible Defy, so that is not in the cards right now. So I think with this hand, with double Defy, you are just really scared of a Catalyst of Aeons happening now immediately. But Yoriva has other plans. Develops a Sivir Mercenary, de-ramping himself, but getting some pressure on the board all of a sudden. The tempo is on the side of Sivir. What is happening in Utrecht?
I think it's one of them. You're thinking, I am so far away from a Dazzling Aurora. I don't want to just let Bakura get some easy points on the board. But when you do have that Master Yi buff, you know, the First Mate, what comes in at 5. Currently, that's a bit more than the 4.
Yeah, I'd like to go here.
That's just going to go in there. Points on the board there for Bakura. And I think if you're Iori here,
Thinking about the trigger.
I just need to draw cards.
I might be grossly overestimating the impact of Catalyst of Aeons in these games. Because in game 1, I said Bakura needs to really play around it, and then didn't, and it was used, and he still won. And now Yoriva could play the Catalyst, and his opponent is tapped out and doesn't.
For free.
We're going to see that Emperor Deus there, going to get the Sand Soldier in play and return the First Mate.
Already this.
Going to ready up the Sand Soldier. I'm assuming it's going to stay there. You just want to try and force the Sivir to do something. So it's just going to be, yep, the pass over. All right, then. Are we going to see the Dazzling Aurora up the top? Nope. Was that Flurry of Blades? That was Flurry of Blades.
I mean, we're not even halfway there.
We're going to have to find it at some point, though, Leo.
That is true, but we are only at 5 runes, so we can chill a little bit.
But then again, I guess if you hold it in hand for longer, it's more time to get sabotaged away, so there is that to think about.
That is a very good point. Also, I kind of, the more I think about the Sivir, the more I like it, because if you do not have the Aurora, it does make sense to put some Sivir pressure on, maybe deny a few holding points.
Yep.
And then later on play around Sabotage, potentially. To just be able to ramp up so much that you can use draw cards and then draw into the Aurora on the turn you want to play it. But we're going to start digging with the Treasure Trove using the gold token.
Mobilize. Was found.
Yep.
Another Trove, and we're going to...
Okay, so that means the Sivir will get the +2 boost now, and we'll get ganking for what it's worth.
Treasure Trove.
Super needed. Well, I guess it is needed to go over the top of that Sand Soldier with the Master Yi buff, actually.
Here, right? Oh, yeah. Moving past.
Yep, it will die. You get a point.
The Sivir applying that pressure, just as you rightfully said. Well, if I haven't got Aurora yet, I'm not going to let you just sit on that battlefield.
Got that +2 might and ganking for what it's worth.
Oh, the Suntops.
So, Scry's Bloom is now going to be used to just take a little look-sees and finding, I think it was a stack deck perhaps.
Don't mind that stack deck. We'll take that.
Draw for
Next turn, still no Aurora turn.
Nope, you're right with that energy being used. We're not quite at the Aurora yet.
However, the hand of Bakura is also not the strongest one so far, so he's just... The Sivir is doing a really, really decent job at stopping Bakura from
For free.
Go first mate here.
I will rest
To ready it up, to ready it the Master. Yes, going to go swing it in with the Yi buff. That is going to be a trade. I should have. There's no buff. It's not defending. I apologize, but that is going to be a trade there. So I always pressure from that Severe. Immediately lost, and the first mate is going to conquest in the bottom and get a second point for Bakura. But I have a question for you, Leo.
Yeah.
Has Bakura taken enough points here? He needs to get points on the board quick. Ooh, did top deck an Elder Dragon there.
Yeah, that is
that can be impactful.
Necessarily the greatest, but a stacked deck. Are we finding the
Was that
Dazzling
Aurora?
Aurora? I think that
It
was
is.
it.
Now, this is interesting. It's been a mind game start now. As we are getting towards the Dazzling Aurora turn, do you try and fire off a Sabotage?
I think after a stacked deck on 8 runes, I mean, before that, Yoriva never even threatened to play the Aurora because he wasn't at the right runes yet. I think the turn your opponent, before your opponent hits 9 runes, this is where you Sabotage always, especially with a hand that big, and then you're just hoping that it is not going to be a hand with double Aurora just. Yet I also like that the Forgotten Monument was conquered last turn by the First Mate, because First Mate really is a card that you need versus Aurora. You can conquer the Emperor's Dais.
That's 2 Sabotage in hand, Leo, so you can actually go for it twice if you want. Obviously, you just play the first one, and if you want to see a double Aurora, you go for it again. That would be devastating. Surely one of those Sabotage is going to come down. We are going to see one, and the energy play. There is the Sabotage, and that means that Dazzling Aurora is going to get sent to the bottom of the deck.
Are we seeing putting that down? Doesn't even care to read more of these cards there to write them down. Actually, we do. Next turn could be Elder Dragon turn, if I'm not mistaken. So there's 4, 3, 3. So Elder Dragon could be just played there.
What a turn, though, from Bakura.
Think you are very much fine to...
Do we go for a Ruin Runner here, then, if you know that Elder Dragon could come down?
Yeah, I think you can go for a Rune Runner and then First Mate, bounce that First Mate, so you have it in hand.
Go here.
So you get to conquer here, and you get to put that card back to your hand as well immediately, just so that the Elder Dragon can't really hurt you anymore. You're safe here in hand, and you're already at 4. So with... next turn is going to be a little bit harder to conquer 2 turns, 2 points.
Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is going to be a Ruin Runner. Cannot be targeted by enemy abilities or spells. Will be safe from an Elder Dragon ping.
I think we're going to play this into a battlefield, perhaps? No.
Yeah, come
if the Elder Dragon was dropped next turn, you could have it in a battlefield, and then, when it gets readied at the beginning of the turn, First Mate, push it back, First Mate, conquer the other battlefield.
But this won't.
I think we might just be debating exactly where to play it.
I don't think if it matters at all where I put.
Yep, it looks like we are going to go for the battlefield. Bakura spotting that play there, Leo, that you rightfully said.
As the Elder, you can top deck Aurora, but that would suck. If you top deck Aurora, that would be very rude of you. Yeah, I will play it over here.
Yeah,
And
in
pass to you.
the Forgotten Monument, even then you can next turn when the Elder Dragon, if it is played, yep, immediate Elder Dragon here, trying to remove most of what could hurt you. But next turn, a possible double conquer or a hold plus conquer from the Rune Runner. And I think Bakura is at a point with runes. If he has 10, he can actually just bounce the Rune Runner and play it to base so it doesn't get combat killed by the Elder Dragon. That is crazy.
That would be a fantastic turn there. What do we have? Sabotage, Defy ×2, Pit Rookie, Burst Mate, and is that Akshan? That is the Akshan. Okay. No, I mean, obviously Defy is nice, Sabotage is nice, but not quite what we're after here.
The big question you have to ask yourself as Bakura...
Play A2 drop. Above this. We're here.
Okay.
Or maybe we are just gonna First Mate and push the Pit Rookie into the Emperor's Dais.
Resend that to drop.
I like that play. No? I love that play.
Go here.
6.
Yep, 6 point.
You go to 6, you bounce the Pit Rookie, you push back the Ruin Runner, and then you have 2 Defies open for the opposing turn, or for your next turn to stop your opponent from pressuring you.
I love that from Iori saying, I love that play. So do I, to be fair. This is looking rather good.
Yeah, I take him.
Gotta pay an energy for that, though. I think we played Pit Rookie and first mate.
I don't remember.
Yeah, we do need one more.
No,
You are correct. Do you get the Sand Soldiers come down, though? So worth noting, that Ruin Runner, that is getting up there in regards to might. Was that 7, 9? With the Wuju Blademan buff, that's almost taken on Elder Dragon on its own.
That's 8 right now with 1 buff.
Sorry, yeah, you are correct.
Replay the buffing this.
That
Now
is
you
a
can buff the first mate.
huge setup in base. If Bakura was to find something like a punch first next turn, could set up a possible game shot at 6. There is an Aurora found. That is exactly what Yoriwa needed to maybe get back into this game.
You're on 11.
Big find there.
11 runes.
Let's listen and hear what our players are thinking. Elder Dragon moving in.
Think?
Oh, love this. Bluffing a possible...
Like to change it for a Sun Soldier? Point. Yeah, you get your second point.
Worth a try, right?
Yoriwa not having any of that banter that Bakura is offering here. But it's worth a try. You're absolutely right. I also like that he bluffed punch first plus on guard.
Yeah, for sure.
So 1 treasure.
Now, what I want to see next is an Akshan grabbing that dazzling Aurora. Are we going to see a Mind Splitter again, or is it going to be an Elder Drake? Elder Drake wouldn't do too much.
It's the Mind Splitter! Wow, okay. Akshan surely being discarded there off the effects of the Mind Splitter. Again, the Mind Splitter coming up at the perfect time.
However, however, that is actually really, really clutch. That
I was about to say, I think that was the perfect find there. Bakura is going to look at the rest of the deck, get some information. But this is something that Iori didn't manage to develop in last game. 2 big units at the same time.
After siding, the deck plays a little different, right? You have multiple Mind Splitters to take those answers out of the hand. So Lord knows how many Mind Splitters he has in his deck right now. Tries to develop it in base. That would be losing to a Charm top deck. Again, he knows there's Defy. Flurry of Blades is not going to do anything. That is the draw that could bring Bakura directly into the top 8.
He wouldn't do it, would he?
Oh, we haven't decided on the placement yet.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, it's going to be in the base. Okay. Charm for top 8. At the Utrecht regional qualifier. Here we go. No way! No way! Off the top! Ask and you shall receive! Charm will get Bakura into the top 8 here at the Utrecht regional qualifier.
He blows it away with a kiss, and there is a Flurry of Blades waiting in hand. Sabotage is going to take a look-see here. If I can't steal your Aurora, I'm going to beat it, and there's the handshake. Bakura takes this 2-0 in such a tough matchup. 11-1-1. What a menace.
Off the top, that Charm. Can you believe it? Bakura. Unbelievable. Charming in game 1, Charming in game 2, and he secures himself a slot in top 8. Head in the hands, cannot believe it. So quite honestly, I can't believe it. You can't see Leo, he can't believe it either. Wow, absolutely unbelievable.
absolute masterclass as well, getting all of these important points, finding the right choices in terms of positioning your units, putting that Rune Runner into that battlefield, stacking the battlefields more and more. There's not too many things you can do differently versus Aurora, but the moments he had a choice, he found the right one.
You are correct. You have sort of break points against the Aurora decks, right? Sure, the early turns, you're free to do whatever you like in theory, just get points on the board. But you have those break points, as you say, to close games out, and you have break points to try and swipe and stop the Aurora, and Bakura was able to capitalize exactly when he needed to. And I want to appreciate this sort of difference in play there from Iori there, sort of saying, all right, if I'm not going to have my Dazzling Aurora, I want to put pressure on with Severe. Forced the issue a little bit there from Bakura, but Bakura was able to snipe away the Dazzling Aurora. Elder Dragon came down, paying the cost. Another Aurora did come down. That found the Mind Split, and we thought that would have been enough for Iori to win this game. However, with that top deck right there, slamming it down, Bakura gets 0.7, gets 0.8, and that is all he needs to secure himself a slot in our top 8 here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier.
Just amazing. And I want to point out the difference in, you know, player style, conversational style there, while his opponent was rather quiet, which is also, of course, fine. You want to be focused in those matches. You want to be fully concentrated. Do not get distracted. There's also on the other side Bakura, who's here to have some fun. Also, always there with the correct play at the correct time, but also knowing, hey, we're playing some card games here. Let's have a little chat.
I think you are correct. I loved hearing the Bakura. I think my favorite thing from him, when the Elder Dragon moves into the Emperor there, says, yeah, you're going to pay one to turn that into the Sun Soldier? Obviously not. But now we can hear from Bakura in our winners interviews. Let's kick it down to the lounge with Barrett.
And I have the absolute pleasure to be joined with one of our other locked-in top 8 finalists here at the regional qualifier in Utrecht, Bakura, with Master Yi Bladesman, the most represented legend in the room, and you could be the only one in top 8. How do you feel?
You mean I locked 8 to top 8?
Like you
I am in top 8.
You're in top 8.
Yeah, that's cool. So I don't know. I feel awesome. Honestly, I never won against an Aurora as Master Yi in my life. That was the first time, and I 2-0'd him.
That's incredible.
Yeah, like honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I 2-0'd almost every opponent I played against today. Pretty easy. Not knowing how to play my cards.
How long have you been playing Riftbound?
I started even before it came out, like playing on proxies, yeah, but there weren't that many products in my area, so I skipped the entire set 1. Then I played something like during set 2. Yeah, and I play a bit during this set, but not enough to be in top 8 of original. Like, I never expected to be here, like.
Well, you are right now. And there are people out there that, of course, are other Master Yi believers. Again, the most represented legend here in the room, and you could be the only one that represents them in top 8, which would mean a best of Yi could potentially headed your way as well. One of those coveted trophies, but you're also still in the running of this tournament. This isn't your last round, according to other, for other people like there are in the room. You could be the Utrecht Regional Qualifier champion. And I'm excited to see it happen. So we're gonna.
That would be so cool.
It would be amazing. I mean, like you said, you had no expectation to get here, but proving that just playing the game, getting in the hard work, taking the time to do so, and you proved it right here. You saying having never beaten a Dazzling Aurora.
I never. I lost against Lori, the guy I played against right now. I lost to him 1 week ago at a Nexus night. I got stomped 2-0 because we are friends, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close. He just stomped me and he was like, yeah, I'm just starting playing the deck. I don't know what I'm doing. And yeah, now I won somehow.
And here you are. And with that, we of course still have much more to unfold here for Utrecht and figuring out the rest of the players in our top 8. So we're going to go ahead and send it back.
Mine of an interview.
What a legend.
Yeah, man didn't even realize that was a winner for top 8. That was a surprise to him. But I think my favorite part has to be last week at Nexus night. They played that matchup. Those two, they were friends. He said, I lost 2-0. But this time, he returns that favor when it matters most.
Yep, I think you take this over playing at a Nexus Knight and they're winning 2-0. So I think Bakura is going to be more than just fine. But we, of course, have, as always, a second featured match ready for you guys. And I cannot wait to get into the details of that, because if you like Aurora, today's the day for you.
This is true. But this, as we did mention a little bit, this is a bit more of a spicier, a little bit more options to play with. So that's going to be fun to get kicking off. I think we actually have to join that one in game 2, I believe.
I think we are even going into game 1 a little bit.
Oh,
it's going to be TCG Billionaire versus Mysis Ramekiano. So we're going to see some Rek'Sai action once again. Going second on the rune. Playing out a Rek'Sai Breacher. And you can see, of course, the misaligned timer here. So you are going to see when the players have made which move at which time.
Yes.
And I can imagine that this matchup is rather scary for a Volibear, because stabilizing once you have Aurora is a thing that works against aggressive decks, yes. But there is also the problem that in decks like Volibear with so many different units, you don't hit Aurora that often. So I think the ceiling of the deck is very much higher than other Aurora decks, but sometimes you don't have it.
We're going to have the Noxus Hopeful coming down thanks to the Legion. But yeah, you are right. You're not going to hit... Oh, we are going to see a Ferrous Forerunner, though. This is a fantastic card against those aggro decks, because on this Death Kneel, you can get 2 mechs in play, and we are going to see the Volibear Legend ability there. Whenever you play a unit that has Mighty, or is Mighty, you can channel a rune.
Almost impossible to remove that card without, of course, throwing multiple units into it and then seeing your opponent get more stuff out of it. But cards like Blood Rush in this matchup versus something like the Ferrous Forerunner are quite helpful, because you can just, you know, trade up. You don't lose a unit with it if you repeat it on the Rek'Sai, for example, on attack. And then, yeah, 2 tokens, a bit annoying, but still.
Okay.
Oh. Do we call that?
Off the Legend ability.
Yeah, I'm going to play...
Call. Okay.
Cycle 1. Take this to the bottom.
Also, does get to play Call of the Week there, so immediately going to see that Death Kneel.
Yes.
I like that, though. You said it can be hard to get around the Ferrous Forerunner. How about you just cheat a Cold Week off the top?
Yes.
That gets rid of it.
Yeah, and now you're giving your opponent no option for big trades. 3 points ahead. Rek'Sai doing Rek'Sai things. 2 mech tokens established in base for Billionaire. Billionaire can't really go on the offense here, but he can just keep developing big units. I mean, at which point you just play another Ferrous Forerunner, give your opponent 2 more points. You're still an Aspirant's Climb, right?
I mean, I don't mind that against aggro decks. Just swarming in those mechs. I think I saw a Gentle Gemstone, your Gemstone Dragon in the hands. That readies up 2 runes when you play a Dragon. It does count itself for what it's worth. Looks like we are going to start getting some points on the board. This is an Aspirant's Climb game. We are going to 9. That mech is going to go in on the Aspirant's Climb. Billionaire's first point on the boards.
Are we seeing a Forerunner played into that battlefield now, though?
Ooh.
Because that is going to make it super tough for Ramekiano to conquer that battlefield while still keeping up the pressure in
Looks like we are.
base.
Sure.
There's that Ferrous Forerunner.
Yeah.
And I love that you don't even do anything else with the other mech in base, because your opponent is going to get around 9 might. Maybe is going to have to sacrifice a lot of stuff, but they could also get around the mech.
It's clever going into the Aspirant's Climb. You don't want to go into that war camp. That would give all those little guys an extra might, so making it as hard as possible.
Also, since we are in an Aspirant's Climb game, you're really aiming for those uneven points. So if you're just offering the Trifarian war camp to your opponent, and they take it, they just go to 4. What is 4? 4 is nothing, except for Jin. Jin loves 4, but in this case, 4 is not really dangerous. Not even threatening to be dangerous at any point. So I think with the ungodly amount of Ferrous Forerunners that the CTG Billionaire has to his name, like 1 in trash, 1 on the battlefield, and 1 more in hand, I think that's actually quite decent in this matchup.
We are going to see the Carrion Dredger going in.
Yep.
Oh, Inferno and the Dashing Poro. Daring Poro, I apologize. It does look like it's dashing quite a lot as well in that artwork.
It is dashing a little bit, yeah.
Inferno's interesting. That could be a good one. You know, with that assault to help trade up into these bigger units.
But I think if you want to develop something in base, the Daring Poro is almost always better, just because on defense it also has to, and the ambush you're not really profiting from anymore.
This is true.
But maybe Ramecchiano is contemplating if he at all wants to play those cards. Yes, Poro for free is a Poro for free. I mean, not exactly free, but you know, it's a card off the top, a little bit more value. And those might be needed, those valuable single cards that you can get off of your ability, because this game is already looking like it is going to go late. Okay, Under Titan, really big unit, also supports your other units, so that is one of the bigger pushes that the deck has. And see, that is the magic of the Ferris Forerunner.
Yep.
Your opponent is going to throw some of their units in there.
Wow, that Under Titan giving all mobile units +2.
Yeah, it's okay. I would take this one. Yeah.
And that means we can actually do a complete wipe there, as it were. The mechs will come down, of course, but the Ferris Forerunners have been dealt with rather swiftly by Ramecchiano.
And that wasn't too costly, actually.
No,
I thought
that's
that was
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, the mechs are there, of course, but...
Tapped out, yes?
Yes. Yeah, take the gold.
Yep.
It tapped out. Well, I can throw him up then, that mech. There we go. Clearing up the Aspirant's Climb.
Is there a gold token over there, Judge?
Thank you.
Oh, he's saying we should have... Oh, a gold
I'm
is
going to take this
like,
one as
okay.
well. Sure.
The mech's going to charge in there. That is going to replace itself.
Wonder if we're going to be bedazzled here, just like in the first featured match. Dazzling Aurora is going to hit that board. This deck tiny, even though there is very little draw engine there. Sometimes you just gotta have it, right?
And I like the putting the Aurora down now when you know that your opponent's tapped out. What's it gonna hit the Aurora? Not guaranteed to be a big unit here in the volley pair deck.
Rengar.
Rengar. Interesting. You can play that to a battlefield, right? If you like. Yep, there we go.
You saw these?
It's okay, it's okay.
At this point, you're just starting to get more and more units for free, so
Volley
why
pair
not just
trigger
put them into the battlefield?
that,
Make it harder for Rek'Sai to conquer, to access those cards from the top of the deck. Just chill. You don't have to go crazy for every single card. You have to develop stuff in base.
Yep.
As long as you get good units for free the entire time, I think it's fine to just start defending yourself.
Yeah, I think he's in a great spot here. That base is looking stacked. Under Titan, Rek'Sai. Well, that's what 8 between those two, right?
There's 8 might in the Treferian Warcamp.
Play Urus?
Yeah.
Ooh, there's the Void Rush spell.
Yes.
Ooh. He's gonna find the Pike.
Or another Void Rush. You can put that
Or
Pike to
another
hand.
Void Rush.
The rush, sure. And then pike to the hand. Yes.
1, 2.
Yep.
That's not what you want to find.
Nah.
Don't think about this.
Yes.
Sometimes Rek'Sai gives, sometimes Rek'Sai takes. In this scenario, I think you are much more likely to develop the Honest Broker, because you could use the Inferno from hand technically as +3 might, or +4 in the Treferian Warcamp. I like how all of these Fury decks, they just tap out every turn. You just fully exhaust your runes, do all of your plays, and then you kill.
Take mats.
It's okay.
Just debating on exactly what you want to play there. I think you're right. I think I prefer the Broker. That was me.
You could throw the Under Titan and the Oro into the Treferian Warcamp.
With accelerate for Rek'Sai?
Sure.
Okay, so
Oh, we accelerate with the Rek'Sai.
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
That base is looking stacked. But that Inferno will have Salt.
This is
Here we go.
Yes,
And
it's okay.
that is a good way to trade into this. We have 5 on Rek'Sai and 4 on Inferno.
Okay, like this.
That's the brew. This is
yeah.
5
Versus
Yeah, yeah.
8
Let's
from
take
the
the
mechs.
Rek'Sai, yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like that is going to be the trade with the mechs into the Rek'Sai there.
Yes.
Now we get to use the Legend ability. That Hidden Blade. And is that an Honest Broker? think that's an honest broker. Yeah, honest broker.
Now, CTCG Villina is a little bit further away from using Sky Splitters for basically free.
Cycle 1.
Yeah, draw 2.
Yeah. Not when you have any units in play. We are going to see the Hidden Blade there. That's going to remove the Rengar.
Okay. Pass the pre.
Under Titan's going to slam in there to the Aspirant's Climb as well. An easy toppling of the mechs.
I'm going to play this.
Yes.
And 2.
Carrion Dredger being played there. Was that honest broken? Can't quite tell. Yep.
That is going to be threatening game.
Yeah, also it is.
Oh, he picked up the Elder Dragon from the top. That is something you want to find of Aurora to relieve some pressure.
Can we play that down? Do we have enough rooms to play that down now?
It's going to be incredibly hard.
Oh, the Predator, though, that can get played to battlefields that have enemy units on. It's essentially got well, kind of, well, it hasn't got ambush, but it can get played to occupied battlefields, I should say. Oh, we can't play the Elder Dragon. So we are going to see the Dead Bloom Predator coming down as 8 into 6.
11, so.
Under Titan goes down. I think what he really needs to do now is find something crazy.
You go 3.
An Elder Dragon off the Aurora would be...
4, yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting, I guess. You could play that to to the battlefield as well, making sure you can't take that top one.
And no matter what you do, I think you always push whatever you get off of the Dazzling Aurora into that Deadloom Predator battle.
Okay, here we go. Dazzling Auroras could be huge. Oh, it was the Elder Dragon off the top as well at the perfect time. Letting you clear away the Inferno and the Poro as well.
Pass.
Okay, that Aspirant's Climb now is looking rather stacked to get through. Elder Dragon, any amount of damage is enough to kill your opponent's units.
10 might on the Dragon, that means Sky Splitter only costs a power. That is also 5 extra damage. It is almost impossible to break that battlefield. What is the play going to be for Ramekiano? Because don't forget, you can also still put everything you own into the Trifarian War Camp and then hope for a hold.
Yes.
If that is the case.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Oh no, Stormbringer only works from base. I guess you can move something back and then Stormbringer it up.
Yeah, that works.
That does work. That is a signature spell there off the Volley Bear. Don't blame me for not knowing what that one does, viewers. Us Volley Bear players, though, we know that one. Now, Sky Splitter, as you say, can get used for just a Fury rune. Then that can actually target anything at a battlefield as well. So you can also use that as well to clear something off a battlefield.
Dealing 5 damage. Great card when you hit those big dragons. If you don't hit them, not the greatest card.
No play nothing.
Neither. Okay.
Yeah.
Fury of Blades or anything like this.
This looks like another game.
Is the Rengar coming down there?
3. And pay.
All Pike.
Yep.
Accelerated.
This is 4.
Oh, we are pushing. We are pushing.
2.
That is 4 might already. How much steam do we still have left in the tank?
Yes.
Blood Rush.
So let's go here.
I think we're trading off the Elder Drake.
Here and it's +6.
We're at 8.
This is 8.
It's 8.
I pass the Brio.
Okay. And you could
Sky Splitter.
There's the Sky Splitter, though. That's going to do 5. Yes. It's going to be enough because of the Elder Dragon ability. That's going to stop that Pike right there and then. Such a good card, that Sky Splitter, when you have enough might to make it for free.
I like the play. If you can get rid of the Deadbloom Predator, you can cull the week later on one of the Carrion Dredgers and stack more birds in the Trifarian War Camp. Look at how Villian is smiling. I mean, the tournament is already going really great for him.
This is where you want to be, though, as a Volley Bear player, though. Keep those big units around. When you've got Elder Dragon, you can just tap things out the way. Bear in mind, those bird does have deflect, though. So keep that in mind. Oh, we got so many runes open, though.
Yeah. I think with
there
the
is
Aurora...
Call the Week. Okay.
Okay.
Got to be the Deadbloom Predator, right? Yeah.
I choose this.
That has to go. That is back-breaking. You hate to see those big units go for stuff like that, Leo, quite honestly. But it is back over to Billionaire, though. Going up to 5 now, I believe, right? With the whole 5, I think.
I think Billionaire is very much fine. I don't think that is too backbreaking for him.
No.
2 in the hand?
Yes.
Two in the hand. Does have access to Sabotage. It's an Elder Dragon. No, we can't play that from hand. Do you see the Gentle Dragon? Could be interesting.
I think you could either develop the Ferris Forerunner in base and then play whatever comes off the Dazzling Aurora into the battlefield, or the other way around. I don't really even know what's the best scenario here. I think those are like real micro decisions that can cost you the game, but it's most of the time very unlikely. Like at this point, Dazzling Aurora is really forgiving.
Okay, so the Sabotage is going to miss, but it does give you hand knowledge of a Pike and an Honest Broker.
I think that's all he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if you got rid of something good there. It's just going to be the parts... Wait.
That's another Aurora.
Oh, it's another Aurora. Oh, okay.
Just very firmly placed onto the other one, and now we can start stacking nodes. Okay, there is not going to be the biggest push. I can risk a random bad hit with Aurora. I don't even know what that could be. Cardagrim.
Then you draw 2. And you draw for each dragon. Or mighty. Is it mighty?
Second one.
I remember now. It's been a while.
For each mighty unit, I think.
Each mighty unit, you actually get to draw. Oh, another one.
Yeah, and that is the one that you are very likely to put into your base, so that you can start pushing into the Trifarian War Camp, establish this double hold.
4 might on the board right now.
From a unit in the base.
Yeah.
So if you're going to try and utilize that, you have to have a unit there.
I mean, Stormbringer is not an action, so at that point, we're also tapped out.
Well, I'm not saying for now. I'm just saying at some point you would need a unit there.
And then draw 3. Yeah.
Oh, finds a falling star. That is
the falling star. Okay. That's a lot of draw power when you get those Cadagrins. Is over to Mice Rachmiano now.
Yes, bird is good.
The bird can go
take a
in.
draw. Yeah.
Draw and okay.
Yeah.
So go first.
But how?
2.
Ooh.
So
That Hidden Blade is Hidden Blade, right? Yep.
I think the next question that Ramekiano is just asking himself now is, can I deck out Billionaire? And can I get the point off of that?
I mean, the Hidden Blade is going to get rid of that Elder Dragon, though. Just get to draw 2, so that means damage is normal again now.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you've got, was that 18 off the Caldagrins, that's a lot of might right there.
Yeah, 18 is quite a bit.
That's a good number.
Yeah. Especially considering that he only has 3 might on board that can push. He has Pike, Dockside, Butcher. We know that from the Sabotage.
This is true.
Void Rush.
Yes.
Oh, goes for a Void Rush.
Void Rush.
2.
Yep.
Pike and a Dredger. Is that an Honest Broker?
Here and this in my hand.
Okay.
God, those artworks look the same from here.
This for 2 here.
And now he's trying to establish a hold here.
Okay.
But that does play right into Stormbringer.
But you need to have a unit in the base. I guess you can move something back and then Stormbringer it up. Yeah, for sure. That Stormbringer. When you move you can move a unit from your base to a battlefield, and then you deal the unit you move its might to all the units there.
Cadrigan back.
Here we go. I think we're going to see it.
Stormbringer.
There's the Stormbringer.
Deal 9 to all units.
Yep, we got to read that card. That's bad news, let me tell you that. That is going to kill all of those birds, Honest Brokers, and Carry on Dredgers. At least Carry on Dredger gives us another burp.
Good Billionaire. Yep. That is exactly what it says it does. That is very bad right now. That Caldagrin is going to come in and simply bulldoze all of those units.
In a bird.
Yeah, to the trash, not to the base. Well, you will get some birds back, of course, but... Oh, we had a hidden Pike there?
This here.
Oh.
2 walls.
Okay.
Oh, didn't see that.
And yes. Pay for this, okay?
That one.
Sure.
Oh, they were Honest Brokers,
10 to
not
5.
Dredgers.
Yes.
Oh, but doesn't matter, going to go anyway.
And then a score.
Sure.
Goes up to 7. Now we're threatening a double hold, Leo.
Rah, rah.
Yeah.
And the Aurora can obviously play these units to the battlefield to make them harder as well.
It's another Rengar.
Rengar.
Yes.
We start the second Aurora as well.
You're getting to a point where you don't want to
This
hit.
finds an Elder Dragon. Is this... Oh, Rengar again.
You're getting to a point where you don't want to hit a Cardigrim because then this might deck you out, actually.
True. Yeah, yeah.
But we are threatening the double hold. 7 points already. Billionaire staring down his opponent, knowing this is going my way. I can get an even better seeding after Swiss. And how cool is that with your favorite deck, Volibear Relentless Storm?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's just going to be the concessionaire. Billionaire presenting an unbreakable board. He takes game 1. And as you do say, doing it with my favorite deck as well, Volibear. That is my hero. 1 game away. A top cut contention and beyond.
Billionaire, incredible. I think he has 4 best of Volibears by now. That is absolutely marvelous. It shows that, especially in Riftbound, the loyalty that you show to your legend, to your deck, gets rewarded.
And as you were saying, you know, not being a one-trick pony, as it were, with the Aurora, is giving you flexibility. You know, Stormbringer, Falling Star, Sky Splitter, Get Excited. These are all well, I guess we see challenge in normal decks as well. But these are all ones you don't see traditionally in the Aurora decks. Ferris Forerunner as well, just giving you more flexibility in the game. Even the Rengars as well. That's not something you see traditionally. The Gentle Gem Dragon. These are all cards that just give you a little bit more tips. The Dead Bloom Predator as well. Only as a cheeky one-off, but just letting you be a little bit more flexible in your game plan.
I remember when Dead Bloom Predator was the prime Dazzling Aurora target for Master Yi. That was absolutely wild in set 1. Amazing card. Caused a lot more trouble in set 1. It's a very sought-after card. People have been looking for it in all sorts of binders, but that was such a menace. Immediately dropped off in Spirit Forged. Was then very rarely seen in what maybe Misfortune decks then, but I think most people have already then in Spirit Forged said, hey, we're basically just playing Mindsplitter.
But it's interesting. If you were to grab it off the Aurora, you could then play it into the enemy battlefield and start causing havoc. But if you're, you know, the Raksai player here, this is like a, you know, it's interesting because this is a very much an aggro deck, right? From the game 1 we saw, what learnings would you take there as a Raksai player, and how would you potentially try and adapt?
Aggro faster is something. I mean, with this aggro deck, you have a very straightforward strategy, right? Against Aurora decks, you just do the same thing you do as against the others, but you are having an easier time usually executing it. So you are just throwing in your early drops, you're trying to get those points. You are basically at the mercy of the opponent's deck when you're playing versus Aurora.
Yep.
Against Aurora, there's very few big decisions that you can make during those games. And if your opponent starts to stabilize, flipping those cards from the top of their deck, it's in Volibear's hands if he wants to give those big Elder Dragons, if he wants to find the Dead Bloom Predators, or if you're going to see a Cardigrim in base that doesn't really do anything when you're trying to hold for game. So it is really, really tough. You're doing the same things you always do. You can establish all of your cards. You can play as efficient as you want. You can try to have the perfect rune management. You don't necessarily need to rush. You don't need to pay power for anything. So you have the biggest pushes in case your opponent has these big turns and you still have a shot at getting in there.
Ooh, it's just going to be the pass over. This isn't Arena's greatest game, though, so both players will be having, you know, 1 extra point to start this game with. And if you just go faster, Arena's greatest. That's one way of doing it.
Trigger Raksai.
Yes.
Harrion Dredger there. Ooh, okay.
So,
well, can't use that. Well, I guess you can use Hidden Blade if you like to draw.
I'm happy to see those go to the bottom.
You could have done that on your own Dredger, which would have been okay-ish, but again, then you're losing 1 rune, and as soon as your opponent starts to stabilize, you have less resources to try and kill their units.
Oh, Rengar coming straight in.
Volibear.
That is what I'm talking about. This deck can fight back.
Yes.
Rengar on the second turn here on the play, and now all of a sudden, you are kind of almost ahead in board presence, at least when it comes to the might. Volibear throwing these big paws at Rek'Sai.
And this is why I love Volibear. This is why I play Volibear. You have more tips and tricks. You're not just, your opponent can't just sit around thinking, oh, they haven't got a ward, they can't do anything. Rengar can come out of nowhere. Interesting here, though. Cole the Weak or the Inferno. It's going to be Cole the Weak. Rengar entered the battlefield. Rengar leaves the battlefield.
And this Call the Weak is especially fortunate because you can sacrifice your own recruit that was in the paper tree and you don't need to hold. When you hold on the paper tree, both players channel a rune. So you are with this not only taking out the Rengar basically for free, but you are also stopping the rank of your opponent. And that is sometimes incredibly important. In this scenario, if you're trying to play around an Aurora, doesn't really matter if they get one more rune or one less, because they are just going to precisely hit it anyways.
Okay, though, the Ferris Forerunner, we saw that have its mitts all over game one, or its bolts, I should say, all over game one. But that's all we're going to see. Remember that legend ability, whenever you play a mighty unit, you can channel a rune, sort of makes using, you know, power less impactful because you can just get it straight back.
Already at 5 points. Paper Tree is open. Another recruit is going in there. That is going to trigger the Rek'Sai Void Burrow Legend ability.
We're at lethal next game. Yeah. Or next turn, I should say.
Finally.
Our next game is maybe a little bit faster,
sorry,
so
I meant sorry, get a little bit ahead of myself there. What I meant was next turn.
Nothing.
Not going to play any of those.
We've been quite a bunch of those, actually.
Yeah. So we are going to see the combat now. Yep, saying it right. What's this
one
thing here?
Yes.
Daring Pora.
This one.
Yes.
Recycle one.
Oh, throwing in a Vi as well.
Oh, I like that. Is that hot-headed, I think, that one? Letting you...
How many cards?
Get Darts with discard pile back into your deck and you increase the might. Here we go. Billionaire needs to present a threat here.
And I think he's going to, because that last card that he just top decked, being pressured so much, is a dazzling Aurora that he just ripped off the top.
Thank you.
But
does he have a better answer to that board state in hand?
About to say, though, I feel as if we need to prevent the double conquer, right? Aurora, well, I guess Aurora can do that, but it's a bit of a risk. It might not hit a unit you want.
But does he have another unit that does the trick?
I just think it's just a gentle dragon, I think. Was Gemstone Dragon. So, yep, it is going to be the Aurora. This could be very impactful. Elder Dragon, I think, is what you want to see here.
Yeah. You want to snipe that Vi. Ramekiano is protecting it already. Cardagrim comes in.
Well, you can draw two. It prevents a big unit at the very least.
Trigger and a draw two.
Sure.
You can't just tap that out the way.
Draw 2 is going to be quite relevant here, so that is not the worst card to hit, because you can find that Sky Splitter and then use it for just one power. Picks it up again. This is his fate. Billionaire is getting all the cards at the right moments.
That Sky Splitter is huge.
Right?
Because you can use it for just one power.
Yeah. He's completely exhausted in runes, but what does it matter if he has the power?
Okay.
Yep.
7 for me.
That's going to go through. That means Billionaire is going to be playing with no wiggle room here. Pike or Noxus Hopeful.
That is an Accelerate unit that you can now use. A Pseudo Accelerate, even better, you just have to pay power, not one extra energy.
2.
What else are we having?
This one.
Call the Weak.
Call the Weak! Now that is interesting.
Have how much might here? 2.
4.
4.
5.
Yes.
9. 12.
12 here.
Yeah, I think I win because I sacrifice this, and this token go to the base, and you tap it. So.
Yeah. 2 plus 7.
7.
And this is 11 here.
Yeah.
Ramekiano is saying that he's presenting game, but I don't think he considered the Sky Splitter.
Can the Sky Splitter remove enough might? Doesn't look like it can. So Billionaire is going to give it up here in game 2. That means we're going to a game 3. What? And you said if you are a Rek'Sai player here, what can you do differently? You said go faster. That was ridiculously fast.
Arena's Greatest really helps you in those matchups. Some players have decided to play a more mid-rangey approach of this Rek'Sai strategy, even cutting the Arena's Greatest, also doing very well in this tournament. However, oh, that is a legend favor. Holy cow. Or bear, should I say.
Hey, there we go. So as we're going into our game 3 here, due to time commitments, we are only going to be able to show you the last 5 minutes. But I tell you what, that is the business end of the game, though.
And honestly, seeing how fast this game went, that might be the full game.
That is a great point, actually.
If it was an Arena's Greatest game, basically it was 5 minutes, yeah.
But yeah, look at these accomplishments for our players here, though. Billionaire, best of, best of, best of. Here we go into our game 3. 6. Oh, wow. Okay, 6 to 8. And we only see there is no Aurora, Leo. There's only the Caldergrin. And there's a ton of units in that base. This is looking a bit dicey.
6, 7.
Oh, still getting 5 minutes off of this game state. That is...
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, okay, wow, we're going to 7 now with this. Just needs a hold. Needs to not get Elder Draked.
But that's why I think there's so many in the base, though, right? Spreading them out, only one at each battlefield to the Elder Dragon. Oh, if we see an Aurora in the trash, I imagine, and I think I can see a salvage.
We have... Oh, I think the cartogram came from that salvage. I mean, we have talked about Aurora being locked in, or Volibear being locked in for top 8 before. If he loses this, he goes to 11-2. That might not be locked for top 8 after all. So, I think I made that statement earlier, redacting it now.
So
there is a chance he does not make top 8 if he loses this, so there is quite a lot at stake here.
So I think you're correct. Dazzling Aurora came in, that found a Caldergrin, but that got salvaged. And that is the board state we're looking at here for Billionaire. This is looking dicey. Not enough runes to get an Elder Dragon into play the old-fashioned way, the hard way. I mean, Starfall could be nice. We are going to see the Caldergrin slamming into that bird token.
And the Candlelit Sanctum is going to reveal some cards. Actually, quite the cool synergy with Dazzling Aurora, the Candlelit Sanctum, where you can look at the top cards and say, hey, those units I really do not want to hit off of my Dazzling Aurora right now. However, if you don't have Dazzling Aurora, whole different ballgame. But we see different cards that can interact. We do see a Rengar Trophy Hunter in hand. We see Falling Star, which we could use to get rid of that Vi. So if we Rengar into the Daring Poroth, I'm pretty sure we're going to win that combat. Kill the Vi. And then we also have a Punch First in hand. That should be 5, 7, 8 energy.
But do we have enough to do a Rengar plus Falling Star combination? One?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I think that's what we have to see, right?
Yeah. Plus, we do have Punch First in hand that can be used defensively against the onslaughts of units that Ramekiano is holding up there. I'm pretty sure he's going to get at least one conquer, though. Oh, that is a lot of runes exhausted.
Dragon?
Trying to go for the defensive route.
I mean,
wait, there is no Rengar.
Oh, there is no Rengar.
It was probably revealed off the top.
That's going to ready 2, though.
Untap 2.
You can channel 1, and then you can ready 2, because the Gem Dragon just count itself. Now we're at 4 open.
That is so much weaker, because now you have to use that Falling Star onto that Daring Poro. You can't even take out the Vi. That is going to be a massive threat in the next turn. Yes, you might have a Punch First. You are right now at 9-17. The battlefield can push up to 22. However, that is not something that no Rek'Sai player has ever overcome. Plus, Dazzling Aurora is not active. Next turn is not going to be an Elder Dragon turn.
Nope.
Therefore, a possible hold for Ramekiano, even though there's like plenty of cards like the Stormbringer that will stop you from doing so. Nox is hopeful going into that Sigil of the Storm.
See, we could Stormbringer that, but if you want to try and Stormbringer that Vi, right?
Yeah, can't go to 8, so draw. And
just draws a card, but that does help because that might find you something, gets extra energy.
Yep.
That could be huge if you have something like a Hidden Blade, Cull the Weak. All of those cards could be deadly right now and could get him the win.
didn't take the Hidden Blade. We are going to see two.
Hidden Blade here.
There's the Hidden Blade, going to remove the counter grin. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think...
A huge
Are we looking at game now?
chunk of might. There's still punch first in hand
Punch first.
for CTCG. Billionaire.
Oh, we're going to Hidden Blade again! I think that's it, right? That's going to be game! And Ramakiano wins! Wow! Games 2 and game 3. Big fist bump there. Big win with the Rakai deck. Raxai, I should say. And he looks like... Is he likely for a top 8?
He's very, very likely for top 8. That was a great performance here. Of course, Billionaire also still in contention with an X2 record.
Yep.
1 or 2 X2s might squeeze into the top 8, so we're of course wishing the best of luck, pressing our thumbs there, but that was the pure Rek'Sai power. Very surprised it could have been stopped in the first game anyways.
Yeah, and I want to apologize for getting a bit tongue-tied there. Rek'Sai, of course. But yeah, whew, the battle, aggro versus the ramp. We know traditionally how it goes, but Billionaire was able to make it look like he could have done it with the tips and tricks that the Volibear can present with the Falling Star, Sky Splitter. But I think eventually the matchup did go how it should with the aggro deck. Looks like potentially locking in a top 8 placement. But for now, after that, I think we need a little breather. So how about we have a little break, but when we come back, it's going to be top cut action here at Utrecht Regional Qualifiers. Don't go anywhere.